All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The September 5th, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make this announcement every time that we get together that the building is protected by a state-of-the-art detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits. And once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. We have no reason to suspect that that will take place, but we do this as a matter of caution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Chaplain Luis Gonsalves, Primera Iglesia Bautista Brasileira, SBC Southern Baptist Convention, and please remain standing for the pledge. Is he still outside? Okay, we'll get him. Very good. Good morning, Chaplain.
Good morning. I have some words in Portuguese and English, and you're going to pray in English and Portuguese too. The reading of God's Word, 2 Chronicles chapter 1, verses 10 to 12. Give me now wisdom and knowledge to go out and coming in before this people, for who can govern this people of yours with is so great? God answered Solomon, because this was in your heart, and you have not asked the possession, wealth, honor, or the life of those who hate you, and have not even asked the long life, but have asked the wisdom and knowledge for yourself, that you may govern my people, over whom I have made you king. Wisdom and knowledge are granted to you. Dá-me, pois, agora sabedoria e conhecimento, para que possa sair e entrar perante este povo. Pois quem poderia julgar a esse tão grande povo? Então Deus disse a Salomão, porquanto houve isto no teu coração, e não pedistes riquezas, bens ou honra, nem a morte dos que te odeiam, nem tampouco pedistes muitos dias de vida, mas pediste para ti sabedoria e conhecimento, para poderes julgar a meu povo, sobre o qual te constituí rei. Sabedoria e conhecimento te são dados. Let us pray. Almighty God, we beg you, Lord, that you bless the Honorable Mayor Oscar B. Goodman and all the electoral authorities, so they guide and govern with wisdom and justice and peace, so that between the pressures and temptation, that one that is subject, be faithful to their conscience, illuminated for your Holy Spirit, surrender honestly to the very common and produce wise and fair laws, according to your sense purpose by Jesus Christ, for honor and glory for your saint name. Ó Deus Todo-Poderoso, suplicamos-te humildemente que abençoe o excelentíssimo senhor prefeito Oscar B. Goodman e todas as autoridades eleitas, a fim de que oriente e governe com sabedoria e equidade, justiça e paz, para que, entre as pressões e tentações a que são sujeitos, sejam fiéis às suas consciências, iluminado pelo teu Espírito Santo, se entreguem honestamente ao bem comum e produzam leis sábias e justas, conforme os teus santos desígnios, mediante Jesus Cristo, para a honra e glória do teu santo nome. Amém. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we recognize a special team of employees. The Team Quarterly Recognition Program is an effort within the city honoring a group of city employees that exemplifies the city's vision, mission, values, and priorities through exceptional teamwork, outstanding performance, productivity, leadership, initiative, or assistance to fellow workers. To assist in making this presentation, I'd like to ask Charlie Kukowski, Director of the Public Works Department, Claudette Ennis, Director of Human Resources Department, and Paul Wilkins, Director of the Building and Safety Department, to join us up here. I'm pleased to announce that the recipients for this quarter are 8 employees who make up the City Environment Systems Technician Oversight Committee, Building and Safety employee Nenad Mirkovic, Human Resources employees Claudette Ennis and Ann Rubertino Beck, and Public Works employees Laurie Geisinger, Tammy Hughes, Terry Hughes, David Mendenhall, and Patty Moyer. Will you all come up and join us, please? Let's have a round of applause. This committee was created in 2005 to coordinate the development of the Environmental Systems Technician, or EST, program. The EST program created new job classifications and training within the city, and the committee crafted the charter for the program, created the job classifications, produced job postings, and assembled the job skill requirements in addition to many other things. The end result is that our organization as a city is better able to serve our citizens, and that's what government is all about. The program recently graduated its first class of students. The graduates have acquired greater knowledge, responsibility, and skill as a result of the program, and the city has gained a more efficient and better trained workforce. Representing different departments and responsibilities, these individuals were able to work together as a team to create a highly successful program. On behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate you all on being named the Team of the Quarter. Congratulations. Charlie?
Oftentimes we have the Team of the Quarter, and the composition of that team may be within one department. This is very unique because we have people from HR, from Public Works. We have representatives from the Las Vegas City Employees Association. And this represents a true collaboration to come up with an end product, which was the creation of those new environmental service technicians. These employees have worked long and hard over a 3-year period and did all the things that you read about creating the position and monitoring it and developing the job specs, and they did an admirable job. And they tore down the silos so that they could all work together and as a team, and it's truly remarkable what they produced.
Thank you very much, Claudette.
Mayor and Council, just want to thank you on behalf of my fellow team members. This has been a collaboration over about the last 3 years, and Charlie mentioned it's been a wonderful collaboration. I think the interests of the city have been served in terms of the workings of this committee, and it's truly been an effective unit that's worked on behalf of the city and the employees of the city of Las Vegas. So thank you very much for this recognition.
Thank you, Paul.
Nanette has worked in the building department several years, and I can tell you that he is very passionate about the things that he does, and we appreciate him very much.
Congratulations. Great, thank you very much. You could have a seat, folks.
We like it.
Boy. For our next item, we're going to proclaim September as National Preparedness Month. And to help in making this presentation, I'd like to ask Tim McAndrew, the Acting Assistant Fire Chief, and Rick Diebold, Acting Emergency Management Coordinator, to join us. National Preparedness Month is a nationwide effort held each September to encourage Americans to take simple steps to prepare for emergencies in their homes, their businesses, and their schools. Our local emergency responders, such as the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department and our city marshals, play a crucial role in helping to prepare our community in the case of an emergency. They have also taken the lead in organizing and delivering community emergency response team training in Southern Nevada. In conjunction with this program, KCLV Channel 2 has produced a 30-minute TV special that includes emergency preparedness information. And to find out when you can view this program, visit www.kclv.tv. On behalf of the entire City Council, gentlemen, we proclaim the month of September as National Preparedness Month and ask that all citizens and businesses get prepared. And here's the proclamation to that effect. Thank you, and Tim.
Mayor and Council, thank you. The month of September is National Preparedness Month as proclaimed by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And our efforts here in the city for emergency management, the Office of Emergency Management is located in our Department of Administrative Services. Our Director, Chris Knight, and the support that we get from the City Manager's Office is just tremendous in order to be able to provide the information that we do to the citizens. With regards to the special that's running out on KCLV, as the mayor mentioned, it is a 30-minute special, and we couldn't have done that without the partners in our community, Cox Communications, Smith's Grocery Stores, our friends at the Metro Police Department, Fire and Rescue, and Leisure Services, so we really appreciate that. The preparedness angle that we're taking this year is not really so much as a public education, but it's really more of a public motivation, because the information that we've been presenting for the past several decades has gone unchanged. Get a kit, have a plan, be informed, and get involved. And one of the involvement opportunities Mr. Diebold will tell you about.
Mayor, it's on behalf of the over 1,000 volunteers that have taken the Community Emergency Response Team course that we accept this proclamation, and the true partnership that we've developed with the Metropolitan Police Department and their volunteer program in the Southern Nevada Health District, Medical Reserve Corps. And it's through that citizen involvement that we've been able to accomplish what we have in emergency management in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Your Honor, I just have to mention that Rick is really simulating his idol, Mr. Myers. Chief, Mike.
Okay. For our final item, Councilman Barlow will proclaim Hispanic Heritage Month by recognizing 2 local Brazilian groups. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I present these 2 proclamations, I would like for the 2 performers who perform for us today to please come forward, and that is Miss Rosangela Costa and Miss Cristiani Ripari. And you can stand here. You can stand here for me. Thank you. That's great. The City of Las Vegas, as the mayor stated, is celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month for 2007. From September 15th through October 15th, Las Vegas celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. And in many ways, this month, the long celebration is a time to recognize the many contributions of Latinos to life in the United States and in our own community. The celebration includes several important days. September 8th is Brazil's Independence Day. September 15th marks Independence Day for Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Mexico. Chilean Independence Day is September 18th and El Dia de la Raza. is celebrated on October 12th. This year, the City of Las Vegas is recognizing our Brazilian community and two outstanding individuals that contribute so much to the diversity and culture of our community. So please help me welcome, for the first proclamation for the recipient of 2007, Dom Pedro II Foundation, Brazilian Association of Las Vegas, Sonia Rivelli. Would you please come forward? And as she comes forward, Sonia Rivelli is a founder of the Dom Pedro II Foundation and still serves as its leader, volunteering countless hours a week and offering her own home for social events to ensure the foundation can continue to share all the color and music of Brazil. The foundation hosts several cultural events every year, including Festa. Okay, I can't pronounce that word, but and the Miss Brazil Las Vegas pageant coming up October 28th. Along with the fun culture events, Dom Pedro II Foundation also supports individuals with special needs and the elderly. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And the second proclamation goes to the Club Social Brasileiro. Okay, thank you. Mario Guardado? You say it.
Mário Guardado.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. And I would just like to also state that Mr. Guardado is well known locally for his work with Brazilian entertainers and has built a network of musicians and dancers to showcase Brazilian culture. He is also the Las Vegas editor of Casino and Entertainment Magazine, one of the leading Spanish and Portuguese language publications distributed throughout South America. So at this time, would you all please just say a few words and congratulations to you.
First, I have to thank our delightful mayor and all the elected community, and I have to thank all the South American who have helped us, the Latin American, because they never recognize Brazil as a Latin American country. We are, and I make this happen. We love Las Vegas, and we're enchanted by our mayor, and I wanted to ask this community, Generosa, Poderosas Vegas, to invite Dom Beltrán de Orleans Bragança, who is our king, I like to have him here in Vegas, and that I put on your feet, and you can step on and forget, or you can put your arms out and invite this man, who's his great-great-grandmother is the one who signed the independence of the Negro in Brazil. 20 years after Mr. Lincoln, they lost the empire for that. And I wish to honor this man here. And I thank you very much, and I thank all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, mayors, councilmen, and gentlemen. It's an honor for us, representing the Brazilian community of Las Vegas, to be present. We're part of the Latin community as a whole. And I would like to ask the mayor and the councilman, hopefully next year, let's make a big Brazilian carnival, the Fremont Street Experience. We never actually had a big Brazilian carnival as Las Vegas should have, since Las Vegas is the capital of entertainment. Thank you very much, and I'm glad everybody's here.
Thank you very much. This is very special to me because my daughter-in-law, one of my daughter-in-laws is from Salvador, Brazil. So she speaks Portuguese, and my little grandson, he speaks Portuguese, and it's wonderful to have, and I know I'm going to get in trouble for this, but it's wonderful to have beautiful ladies up here this morning.
Let's take a photo.
Sure, we could have a photo.
Yep.
That's great.
Beautiful, intelligent ladies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Just one correction, sir.
Yes, sir.
The Brazilian independence actually is not September 8th and actually September 7th. Okay?
Very good.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman.
I know I shouldn't do this probably, but as a woman, I would like you to say that we had many beautiful, intelligent women at the platform this morning. That'll save you your problem.
And I love beautiful, intelligent women more than life itself. Okay. Here we go. Item number 9, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 17 is approval of a special event alcoholic beverage license, Count Customs, 2714 Highland Drive. Staff has to strike. Item 58, 59, and 60 are work car. 61 are all work card appeals. 58 is Dylan Mayo. 59 is Robert Keith Stewart. 60 is Jeffrey Arzolo. And 61 is Erica D. Bedett. Metro's asked to strike all those items. And item number 72 is the Child Care Licensing Board. Jana Tompkins. Councilman Wolfson asked that to be held in advance until our October the 3rd, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward and take appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you very much. Before I vote, I should disclose that I would not vote on the Child Care Licensing Board, item number 72, because of my wife's involvement with the Meadow School and subject to the jurisdiction of the Child Care Licensing Board. But with that stated on the record, I'm ready to vote. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of August 1, 2007. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 11 through 55 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to approve items 11 through 55 with the exceptions of item number 17, with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Please vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Go to item number 56. This is the report from our city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I just have a couple items, announcements between now and your next council meeting, and they're focused on the remembrance for September 11th. The first is a special ceremony that takes place this Saturday, September 8th, at Kellogg's Air Sports Complex at Washington and Buffalo. This is in Ward 4. It will be the second annual Freedom Walk. It's free to anyone who's interested in participating, and it's part of a program that's taking place across the nation. Freedom Walks are occurring to remember those who we lost on September 11th, 2001, and to show support for Americans serving in the military. Here at the City of Las Vegas, we've also tied this event into the Mayor's Health Initiative and our wellness program. Entertainer Clint Holmes will be singing the national anthem, and the first 250 people who sign up for the walk will get a T-shirt. This walk starts at 8 a.m., but everybody's encouraged to get there early because we expect a large crowd. The next event takes place actually on September 11th. This occurs at 7 p.m. in the evening. It's a remembrance ceremony involving Metropolitan Police Department, Clark County, and the City of Las Vegas. It will take place at Fire Station number 5. That's at 1020 Henson, just north of Charleston. This annual memorial is also open to the public, and it's occurring at Station 5, where we have a special commemoration of September 11th, in that a piece of the World Trade Center steel beam is located there on display. That was donated by the New York City Fire Department. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Dr. Selby at this time? As far as the Freedom Walk on Saturday at 8 o'clock, try to get there real early, because we expect to have some folks from Nellis Air Force Base join us there. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're looking forward to not only the solemnity of the occasion, but also the celebration of Nellis's birthday and celebrating the wonderful job that our military staff is doing for us to make us safe and to make us the kind of country that is very, very special. So you're all invited out there, and we'll have a good time. It's going to be early in the morning, so it shouldn't be too hot. Our Leisure Services Department, they always have plenty of water for everybody, so really think about coming there. You can make a lot of friends and have a very significant hour or so. All right, thank you very much for the report, Doctor. Item number 57, report by the General Manager of the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada on projects and activities. Mr. Snow, welcome to our council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, I'm Jacob Snow, the General Manager of the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada. I have brought with me a couple of friends today. Dr. Fred O'Haney, if he'd please stand, is our Assistant General Manager.
Welcome, Dr. O'Haney.
Tracy Bauer is our Director of Communications.
Ms. Bauer, welcome.
And after I run through the PowerPoint slideshow, I'd like to refer to you now. If I can't answer your questions, or if you don't like the answer to the questions that I give you, I'll call on those people to come up and assist me. So we're glad to be here today to talk about transportation progress, specifically in downtown Las Vegas, and focusing on some of our transit projects that we have underway or will have underway very shortly. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you, David. I'm not used to the protocol here, so I appreciate you helping me out. If you look, we think this slide is pretty interesting, and this slide shows a picture of where the densities are for where people live and for where they work in the Las Vegas Valley. And the blue colors are residential densities, and the higher the peaks are, that means the more people that live there. But what I'd particularly like to direct your attention to are the orange and the reddish colors, because those are the locations of where people work, the jobs. And if you look there, you can tell, I don't have to orient you, the concentration of the red and the orange in the center of the screen, that is the Las Vegas Strip. But the one little rocket ship looking like peak that's a little bit to the north of that, that's downtown Las Vegas. Close to 18,000 jobs just in a quarter-mile radius swinging around that in that quarter mile. And we expect that, especially in the near future, that the employment concentration in downtown Las Vegas is going to go up considerably. So we are concentrating our transit services on those areas where we have employment density and connecting those to the areas of residential density. And that's why you'll see that a lot of our focus on our transit program does involve the city of Las Vegas. I think you are familiar with the DUCE service that was initiated a little bit more than a year ago. That service has been very successful, carrying more than 32,000 passengers per day. It is unheard of in the public transit industry for a bus line to generate a revenue surplus. I don't want to call that a profit, but this line generates about a $2 million revenue surplus per year, and we use that $2 million to add additional services in transit that go into and out of the city of Las Vegas. We plow that revenue right back into the services that we provide. There is some good news to share with you about our transit service. Our ridership is up significantly just within the past 2 years. 3 years ago, the annual ridership was 53 million transit riders annually. Last year, it was up to 61 million transit riders. We expect that this year it will be more than 63 million transit riders system-wide. More than 2.3 million riders of that 61 million are on our MAX system that does go from Nellis Air Force Base and connects here at downtown Las Vegas to the Downtown Transportation Center. That's been a very popular and successful service. Part of the reason you can see why on this picture here, this is not a standard bus service. It's not a standard bus. It's a very attractive vehicle, and we have very nice and well-maintained stations and platforms that provide level boarding. The project that we're very excited about is an expansion of the MAX-style service, and I've already told you about the Deuce service that we have that goes between downtown and the Strip. We have a new service that we're going to be calling the ACE, which is based upon the successful model of our MAX service, and we think the Deuce and the ACE go very well together. The Deuce service, one of the handicaps it has is that there are 26 bus stops along Las Vegas Boulevard as we go from our South Strip transfer terminal up to the Downtown Transportation Center. That's a lot of stops to make. And a lot of our customers are tourists. They're not accustomed to public transportation, so they have a lot of questions, and so the bus can dwell quite a long time at many of those stops. And then there are 26 stops going from the Downtown Transportation Center back to the South Strip. The ACE service is going to be faster in that it will not have as many stops. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that. What it is a rapid transit service that's in dedicated lanes also, so vehicles are not competing with cars, and that way it can be faster as well. And we do have train-like features such as level platforms for faster boarding like you see here at this MAX station at Jerry's Nugget. There are additional amenities associated with this system. Ticket vending machines, so that you don't have to form a queue in line and wait to go through the front door with everybody else who's fumbling for their change or for their transit pass or asking the driver a lot of questions. There is also real-time bus arrival information at each of the stations and platforms to let you know when the next vehicles will be by. All of our transit vehicles are equipped with a GPS satellite communication system so that we can track the location of all those vehicles. I wanted to show you a picture of what the Downtown Connector ACE system will look like when it is completed. I think that most of you will recognize the World Market Center building here in this picture, and this is Grand Central Parkway. You can see the colored concrete where we have the dedicated lanes for the transit system, and that is enhanced by some concrete pavers at the sidewalks and along the transit way, and with some very nice landscaping. We think this is going to be a really attractive system to complement Union Park and the exciting developments that are going in that area. This is just another picture down the road to the south a little bit, right there at the outlet mall. We think it's a very attractive system. As far as the map for where the system will go, you can see on the blue line, that is the Downtown Connector portion of the ACE. The blue line is that shows where we have dedicated lanes for this system along Grand Central Parkway and also along Casino Center Boulevard. And we have a number of stops in the downtown area. The green is where we will connect to other parts of the resort corridor, including the convention center, and we do have 4 stations and platforms along the Las Vegas Strip. Now, the green portion, I need to point out to you, those will not be dedicated lanes at this point in time, at least. They will be in mixed traffic. Instead of 26 stops going from north to south, we will just have a few that are the highest volume stops in the resort corridor, and that will greatly speed traffic between the south end of the Strip and downtown. We also have the ability, since this is it really is a bus. It may not look like it or operate like a bus, but it really is a bus, and so it's flexible enough to go where we want it to, get off of the route and go to McCarran Airport.
I thought you told us we can't call them buses.
Well, it used to be, when I checked my dictionary, I thought that bus was a 4-letter word, but I find out that it's only a 3-letter word, Mayor. So we call it a rapid transit vehicle, and sometimes you just have to call it what it is, and it is a bus, but we're going to call it the ACE. We're not going to call it the ACE bus. we are going to call it the ACE, and we think that will resonate very well and identify with a lot of people. ACE is also a three-letter word like bus, but it doesn't have as many pejorative associations with it.
Thank you.
I wanted to show you this map because, and I won't spend a whole lot of time on it, there's a lot of information on it, but we do have a grand plan when it comes to transit. And all of the colored lines on that map represent either expansions, planned expansions of the ACE service, or expansions of our rapid transit service that really go through all quadrants of the city. And most of those lines will focus on our downtown intermodal terminal that we're also building that I'll talk about in a minute. But I really wanted to focus on that light blue line that you see in the middle. That is the route of the downtown connector ACE. That's the hub of the entire system and really what we feel is the most important line and going right through the city of Las Vegas. I wanted to direct some more detailed attention to the stations and platforms and some of the artwork that is going into these stations. We have, thanks to the leadership of folks on the city staff and on the city council, we are incorporating a lot of local artwork into these stations and platforms. And you can see here is an example of the artwork that's going into the Las Vegas Arts District station. And we really think this is going to be a beautiful and really attractive part of downtown that we can look forward to. Not only will we have substantial mobility improvements, but this is going to look very nice as well. Now, here you see the dedicated lanes going along Casino Center Drive, and this is looking to the north. You can see the Regional Justice Center in the background there. And we are working, as I mentioned, with the city staff, but we're also working with the Neon Museum, and we are taking advantage of some of our important artistic and cultural artifacts that we have to bring back to life. You can see the 5th Street liquor store sign that will be recreated as part of this stop. We're still struggling what to call this station. We thought since we had that 5th Street liquor store sign there, we might call it Mayor Oscar Goodman Station. But the jury is still out on that, Mayor. So, but we are really proud of the opportunities that we have to make these beautiful and attractive to not just those who will work in this corridor, but those who are visitors as well. We're incorporating both new and vintage elements into this design. This is the station and platforms that are going into the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority station. Those of you who've been in this community a while, you may remember that the Landmark Hotel used to be at this site, and we're going to be successfully bringing back the Landmark Hotel sign that you can see more towards the lower left end portion of the station and platform there, and we're excited about that as well. I mentioned the artwork already. We have worked very well with the staff, and we think these are going to be very attractive stations and platforms. We worked with, everywhere there was a station in downtown Las Vegas, we worked with the local neighborhood and the stakeholders so that they could have a chance to see and approve what was going into the artwork here. And we think that's been a very successful process, and we really think the city has done a tremendous job as our partner in this project. The city actually is doing the design and the construction coordination for this project as it goes in, and we really enjoy our working relationship with John Rodilla, the project manager, and Charlie Kakowski from the Public Works Department, and everybody has been really terrific to work with, so we thank you very much for that. When is this system coming online? As I mentioned, it's already under construction. The completion of the blue lined portion that you see there is scheduled for July 2009. We had our groundbreaking for this project recently, and we had the Majority Leader in the United States Senate, Harry Reid, and Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley, who were in attendance, and we also had Mayor Oscar Goodman and Councilman Larry Brown were in attendance, and Councilman Barlow also spoke, and we're grateful for their participation in that event. Other enhancements that are coming to the City of Las Vegas in transit. I mentioned a new downtown transit terminal. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. New vehicles, better amenities, and every year, since we do have this satellite system in all of our vehicles, we're able to keep track of their timeliness, and twice a year we make some schedule improvements, and those are coming as well in October. Here is the new downtown transit terminal site. There is a lot of information on the site, and there are a lot of important destinations that are very close to this transit terminal site. We have secured the site with the Live Work company. We have leased that site from them for 40 years, and it's right at the corner of Bonneville and Casino Center, as you see there. And It'll be very close to all these destinations that you see along the route here. We are building this facility to be a leadership in energy and environmental design approved facility by the Green Building Council. It will focus on energy efficiency and environmental friendliness, and we're very proud to be participating in that program along with the efforts that the city is making with Union Park. Other amenities that we have on the way are new bus shelters, and these have been long overdue. In the 2005 legislature, the legislature gave to the RTC the authority for bus shelters and bus stops. Previously, we did not have that authority to install them and to locate them. And what you see on your screen in the lower left-hand corner, that is the new design that has been selected by our Bus Shelter Advisory Committee to go in the areas of the resort corridor. And that will include the Las Vegas Strip in downtown Las Vegas. We think that's a much more attractive design. Notice the wave in the roof. That is also, as you've seen in the other shelters that we had to the downtown connector, that is the theme or the icon of the transit system, and people will know when they see that wavy roof that there is a bus stop that is part of our system there. And we think this, the materials and the colors that we have for the resort corridor stations and platforms are certainly a great leap forward compared to what is there now. And we look forward to replacing all of those within the next 6 months. What you see on the right-hand side of your picture are the general market bus shelters. They are, we think, very attractive, especially compared to the brown ones that have been out there now for about 15 years. And we look forward to, as we can, as the contracts that we did inherit, that some of them go out to the year 2014, and there's one that even goes out to the year 2019, where the previous vendors have the rights for the existing shelters that are there. We are hopeful that now that there are, instead of two private vendors that have been doing this in the marketplace, there is now only one, that we'll be able to sit down with that vendor and be able to renegotiate all those contracts that we have inherited, and so that we can put out more of these shelters in the community. Now, our goal is to have a shelter at every stop in the valley. There are about 4,000 stops in the valley. And we're optimistic about this because the contract for unincorporated Clark County expired last year. And as part of the tender that we put out and the response to that tender that we received, the vendor, Outdoor Promotions, agreed to put a shelter at all of those 900 stops in the county. And we hope to have the same opportunity to do that for the City of Las Vegas. But the City of Las Vegas contracts expire in 2014 and 2019 respectively. So we'll have to sit down with that vendor who has that contractual right and negotiate with him so that we can accelerate this schedule. And we've already begun those discussions. We do have a lot of new vehicles that are coming in. 50 new ACE vehicles to support the downtown connector are already on order and will begin arriving next year. This year, we're very pleased to see new Deuce vehicles coming in. And these vehicles are to replace, all of them are to replace the existing older articulated buses. Those are the buses with the joints in the middle that are old and need to be replaced. And the customers here in Las Vegas, whether it's on the Strip or out in the community, really like the Deuce vehicles. They love being 14 feet up high. It almost infuses a little bit of class into public transportation. And the air conditioning systems on those vehicles are better than any in the world. In the middle of the heat, you can be up top and it'll be 76 degrees. It's a much more comfortable environment than anything we've ever been able to provide. 80 new vehicles, 40 will be here by the end of the year, and we'll see another 40 next year. And beyond that, 95 new fixed route and hybrid buses or CNG buses. They're the new buses that you see tooling around downtown with the gold paint, much more environmentally friendly. We'll be adding those next year as well, and most of those, again, are replacement buses. So we're very anxious to look forward to replacing almost the entire fleet in the next couple of years. Speaking of sustainability, and one final comment I have before I open it up for questions, we carry more than 50,000 bicycles a month on our bus system. And that's grown tremendously just in the past years. When I started at the RTC, there were about 20,000 bicycles a month, and that was 8 years ago. We don't have the bicycle capacity on our buses to handle that demand anymore. So all of our buses, instead of having two positions in the front bike rack, we're replacing those with the bike racks that you see here that have 3 positions, just so we can accommodate more bicycles. Because there certainly is a great demand for alternative transportation. And that constitutes my presentation today, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and at this point we'd like to entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I just have one. When is the transit center going to be up and running?
Dr. Fred, do you want to come down and answer that question? We just concluded the lease on that. We have signed a contract for the design, and Swisher Hall, I believe, has the design for that facility.
That's correct. We've just begun the design process, and we expect it to come online July of 2009.
That will be built by 2009?
Yes.
It'll be open when the downtown connector opens.
That's terrific. Now, that's also known as the intermodal, is that correct?
Yes.
That's terrific. You want to describe what it's going to look like?
I think it's better to show you a picture.
Do you have a picture?
No, not here. We'll be glad to come back at a future
date.
date.
That doesn't do us any good, Dr. O'Haney.
I'll be glad to come back at a future date and give you a presentation on that specific facility.
I think the public will be very excited about seeing it, so you are invited back at your convenience to show the public what to expect in the downtown intermodal.
Sure.
Good. Any other comments or questions, Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. What a great segue to invite them to come back, because I just wanted to compliment you on your presentation. Great presentation, very informative. And I'd like you, Jacob, and Doctor, and whomever else to come back on a regular basis. I mean, you've got great things coming on board as the months go on. I think we owe it to anybody that's watching and anybody that's listening to keep them regularly updated. A couple of observations and then a question. I'm glad to hear you say that we have a grand plan, because as I go out in the community, and I've lived here, last week was 27 years, and as I go out in the community, you know, the number one thing on people's minds, of course, is public safety. People want to be safe in their homes, safe in their jobs, and everything like that. But next to that, it's transportation. You know, it's getting around, whether you're driving from the suburbs into downtown or whatever, transportation. People are talking about all the traffic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's great to hear you say we have a grand plan. I hope it comes to fruition and we see the fruits of all your efforts. But I'm going to ask you a question that's a little outside the scope of your presentation, because this is what people are talking about. A lot, at least, and that's the 95 widening project and the Rainbow Curve. We see a lot of progress, but with the Mayor's permission, could you give us an update on where we're at and what we can expect?
With your permission, Mayor, through you to Councilman Wolfson, in our communication with the Nevada Department of Transportation, who was working on that project, they tell us that that project is going to be complete by the end of this year, including the Rainbow Curve portion. And that's what I see when I drive through that corridor. I usually do so on a weekly basis now. And it looks like that things are coming along, and everything looks like they will meet that schedule from what I can see.
What about public transportation provisions in that widening and the Rainbow Curve area? Any provisions for public transportation?
Yes, there are. And let me go back to my grand plan map. Whoop. We lost the computer feed on that feed. Yeah, there we are. The dark blue lines that you see on this map that go out to the northwest, that constitutes what we refer to as the high occupancy vehicle lane network that will be added in the next few years. And the yellow dots that we have are planned locations for park and ride lots. And Dr. Fred just informed me that we will be negotiating, we have a meeting tomorrow with the Community College of Southern Nevada, or excuse me, that's the College of Southern Nevada now. And we're meeting also with city staff so that we can tie up the piece that you see at US 95 in Durango there. We had expected by this time to have an agreement on that property for our use for a park and ride lot, and we've run into some difficulties with the college on that particular site. So we hope to be able to resolve that. And then the The extension to Summerlin Parkway there, you see there, and that with that blue line, there's also a yellow or a gold dot out there at Durango as well. And specifically a location at Westcliff in Durango is where we're hoping to add another park and ride lot. And these won't be just parking lots. There will actually be buildings that will have air conditioning, and they will be secured 24 hours a day. And we're incorporating this into the city's plans for their trail system. So it really will be an intermodal terminal. Although it will be small, it will look very, very nice, and it will be very clean, secure, and comfortable. And the type of service that we have planned for these areas, every time I go out to the Northwest for a meeting, there are folks that are clamoring for good transit service to and from the airport and other destinations in the resort corridor. And so the type of service we have that when we can get the park and ride lots built, which we estimate now will be 2009 as well.
Yes,
it's a big year for all of us in transportation. Then we can provide direct service. We won't be stopping in between. We'll be connecting these park and ride lots with our new intermodal terminal downtown, and then we'll get back on the freeway, and we hope to go directly to the airport. We have another intermodal terminal that's south by the airport at Sunset and Gillespie. And we've really put this in place because when we go to these meetings that you invite us to, that's what your constituents are telling us that they want. And so that's what the plan is for. Remember, this is going to be bus service in high occupancy vehicle lanes. So those lanes are going to be moving much faster than general traffic. And for one of the first times in this community, you can take a bus that's going to be moving faster than cars can move in this corridor.
Thank you. I know that a lot of folks up in the Summerlin area are very interested in seeing what kind of provisions are going to be made in order to transport them from Summerlin over to the airport, because the taxi fare is pretty hefty, and they're looking forward to having that kind of service.
Many times they can't even get a taxi to come out.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. Okay, well.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Snow and his staff for quickly addressing some of the needs that we've had in this transportation situation, particularly what you're doing now in the shaded bus stops. You probably have some new name for them now, but in any case, we have many seniors that use bus stops that have no shade whatsoever, and this is a common complaint that we have, I think, in our older wards. And I wanted to thank you because my understanding is you'll be getting those on very, very soon.
That's correct.
And we're very happy in Ward 1, all our senior citizens. So thank you for your quickly addressing that problem.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
And one last question. How are we going to keep the bus stops clean?
Well, that is a question that has been a challenge for this community for quite some time. There are two directions that we're going forward. We're going to push the contractors that we have to the maximum extent to get them to follow through with the requirements that they have. Now, one of the problems why we really want to renegotiate the bus shelter contract for the City of Las Vegas is in that contract that we inherited, there's a requirement to clean those bus shelters once a month. And we think that is much too infrequent. So what we are pursuing, what we will bring to our board, is a plan that will utilize, if we can't successfully renegotiate the contracts in a way that we think is fair for the public, we're going to have to take on that responsibility ourselves. And that involves hiring additional contractors potentially, or adding additional staff to go out and do the work to make sure that they stay clean.
Because I'll tell you, with all the beautiful buses, with all the great routes, if those bus stops are dirty and not attractive, then we're not going to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish here.
We subscribe to the broken window theory.
Yeah, it has
Mayor.
to start there. If it's a pleasant experience waiting for the bus, then the bus experience will be a great experience. Good. Did you want to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. That was a very impressive presentation, and I would request a copy of the General Manager's presentation. And perhaps you can advise him of what I asked for. I would like to see, if there is one, a copy or a graphic exhibit of the residential locations and the destination locations for the people who are not employed. Because there are people who use the bus system besides employed persons. They don't use it, they require it for their necessity and convenience. They're all citizens. This isn't just for people who live, work, quote, in the downtown area or the strip or the gaming casino industry. These are people of all types, all ages, all demographics. They all have an absolute right of equal access to the bus system. It's called 14th Amendment, the Constitution, which I referenced earlier, and I'm sure the General Manager has a keen awareness of my concerns in this area. For the last several years, I've been inquiring of him as to what kind of strategies are being employed in the routing alternatives, the alignments, etc., of the various CAT buses. They've gotten, recently, you added 2 new hydrogen vehicles, 10-seaters, I believe, and were immediately assigned to serve the Las Vegas discount outlet for some reason. Well, we only have about 8 bus routes serving that particular vicinity. I'm sure you're aware of it. I can name them for you some of the time because you need time, time critical here in this meeting. But the bottom line is, if there is such an exhibit, I would like to see it in public on this record. If there isn't one, I can only surmise why there isn't one. Perhaps nobody actually thought about the rest of those people. I don't mean RTC necessarily, but you have an RTC commission. 2 members of this board sit on that commission, at least. You have 7 members of this entire governing body.
I'm going to have to cut you short.
Yeah, of course. I hope you do. Otherwise, I'll tell the rest of the story. Meantime, where are the bus stops on Casino Center? Please.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman and Council, we can address Mr. McGowan's questions. We'll be happy to do that separately. I would like to just conclude by thanking Councilman Brown and Councilman Ross and Councilman Wolfson, who have been very helpful and instrumental in helping us secure the land that we need and the approvals we need for the park and ride lots in the city. We'd like to thank them.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor.
Could we ask for a copy of your PowerPoint for each of the council members as well as Mr. McGowan?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Snow, Doctor, please let me know if you have any more roadblocks with my good friends with the college system. We're working hard with them to make their campus a reality, and you are part of that Northwestern campus. Had a wonderful meeting the other day to make sure that commitment was still there. So
Thank you.
Just let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
We will do. Certainly do that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you very much for the report. We're very fortunate to have you gentlemen serving this community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. What's next? 63? 62, okay. Discussion and possible action regarding a 90-day review for temporary approval of a tavern license for Admistica, Inc., doing business as La Campagna Cantina at 530 South Martin Luther King Boulevard. Adela Jacobs. This is in Ward 5. Mr. DeFiore, is the applicant present? Here they go.
Mayor and members of the council, 3 months ago, the council approved Mr. Jacobs and Mrs. Jacobs as the buyer for the Squiggy's Bar located at 530 South Martin Luther King, now known as La Cabana Cantina. There were conditions that were placed on that license at that time, and I'll read those for the record. Last call at 1 a.m. to close at 2 a.m. and would not be able to reopen until 8 a.m. Adequate security for patrons inside and outside the bar, and then 90-day review of this license. Mr. Jacobs and Mrs. Jacobs are going through state gaming approval at the present time, and I believe they're due to be heard this month for final licensing on the state gaming license. And as such, they have not taken over full operations of the business. The recommendation today would be to continue on with the conditions and have a 90-day review upon close of escrow of the business operation, which I believe is going to be September 20th, the day that they are to be considered for a permanent gaming license by the state of Nevada. So that would be my recommendation with any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. DiFiore? Mr. and Mrs. Jacobs, would you like to be heard?
Good morning, everybody in the council. How are you today? In effect, the last time meeting we had, June the 6th, we were under the impression that there were some limited things that we had to do to be able to go through this 90-day review. Specifically, we were told that we had to have security inside and outside of the facility, which we provided. And even though I don't have a day-to-day say in the bar per se, I provided that security out of my pocket to comply with what the city was asking me. I recall also, Mr. Mayor, that you told us that this had to be a hands-on operation. Since then, I have been basically staying there many, many days until 2 in the morning to close to comply and make sure that everything was in compliance with what the city had asked me. We upgraded our security system even further. I even brought a sample of one of the cameras if you guys want to see them. We bought cameras that have further vision, which basically doubled my cost to bring the cameras into the bar. We're putting security outside and all the perimeters in the back of the bar, in the front of the bar, and on the side to be able to see basically a 188-degree perimeter of what's going on. We have security every day from 10 o'clock at night to 2 in the morning, and I stay there till 10 o'clock. Basically what happened is when we had our first meeting on June the 6th, we were under the impression that after the 90-day review, we were going to be able to open 24 hours. As such, we took measurements based on the minutes that we had to do the following. We hired new personnel for 2 reasons. One, because we were under the impression that after we opened on the 20th, when gaming was going to approve us, we were going to be able to open the 24 hours. So we hired 2 new bartenders. I required that they give their 2-week notice prior because it's the right thing to do, and they did. I took the time to buy the 2 books to come up to in compliance with the new laws of Nevada, because I know there's some laws that changed here in September of 2007. So made them take alcohol awareness classes. I was in the process of having the police come and talk to people, not only the bartenders but also security, to help us identify fake IDs and to help us identify gang-related garments or things like that to that nature, so that we could identify potential problems before they happen. We added additional lighting to the parking lot. There was some lighting that was reflecting towards the restaurant. We're making those lightings, we're making that lighting even higher, and we're putting more wattage so that the parking lot is more illuminated. We changed our marketing strategy completely. In what sense? We realized that as we opened 24 hours, we wanted a different kind of a crowd. What did we mean by that? We wanted a crowd that was more into the 30s. Okay, so we changed our music. We hired a band that's going to play music that's all related to the 70s and 80s. In the upgrade of the bar, we instituted certain things so that the younger crowd will not feel welcome just by the music and the ambiance per se. There's prepackaged liquor that's being sold there. We made a decision that after 11 o'clock at night on weekends, we're going to stop selling prepackaged liquor to prevent people from coming to the parking lot and staying in the parking lot. The problem that we have right now is that not only, are we playing with other people's lives because they've already given their notice to come on board with us. I received a phone call yesterday stating basically that there was going to be this stay. And the problem that I have is, I can't go back to these people today and tell them, oh, by the way, you know what, we have to wait another 90 days because per our city agreement or per the agreement we had with the city, this is what we had agreed, that if within those 90 days there was no problems. And I understand what Mr. DiFiore is saying. I have a lot of respect for Mr. DiFiore. He guided me in the beginning of this transaction. I talked to him, more than once. I was in his office, and I asked for guidance as to what I had to do to be able to buy this bar. And he was kind enough to allow me into his office, and he told me the things that I needed to do. What I would respectfully propose is that instead of us having to be closed another 90 days, because nothing's going to change, we're not going to have people if we don't open. So by closing another 90 days, it's not really going to create any benefit for anybody in the sense that we're going to have the same situation, and that's zero, because very few people go there. Because again, because of the location of that bar, most of the activity is at night. What I would respectfully propose is that you allow me to open 24 hours for 90 days, and we do a 90-day review then, so that all the things that we've already done, all the preventive maintenance that we have put into place right now, we can activate to really make sure that it works. I have no doubt that it's going to work, but if there's any issues then we can come up and we can state, okay, this is what needs to be fixed. Or if we fail or we're negligent to do our job, then by all means, put all the restrictions that you can on us, that you can put on us right now. But we've moved forward with this plan with the understanding that September the 20th, we're going to be able to open a 24-hour basis.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. DiFiore, it makes a lot of sense.
It does, Council, Mayor, and I just contacted Metro this morning, and I'll give you some information which may help make a decision in this matter. Prior to Mr. Jacobs, when we had Squiggies and Mr. Piper, Mr. Bunch before the Council for disciplinary action, I believe we reported that there were in excess of 200 calls for service and some very violent nature and crime. And today, before the meeting, I did contact Metro and had them run a calls for service from September 1st of 2006 through August 31st, and there have only been 8 calls for service. 8. And none since January. Now, that's a reflection, I believe, on 2 things. 1, the limited hours of service that they are open and operating, and 2, possibly the message getting through to Mr. Piper and Mr. Bunch and now Mr. Jacobs that they need to take care of business. So I think 8 calls for service is a remarkable, absolutely remarkable improvement. I guess I would not have any objection to his suggestion that they be open and operating for 24 hours during this next 90 days with a review of the license at that time for me to report back to the council any areas of concern or calls for service and just how the business is operating.
As a matter of fact, Mr. DiFiore, we can give you a weekly update, and Mr. Barlow, we can give you a weekly update of what's going on a weekly basis. I'm the person that's most interested in anybody to get this thing rolling, and we have complied, with the law per se. I mean, we could have closed down the machines and started operating 90 days ago, but it would have hurt the operation more than it would have helped it. So we stood back, and even though we're eager to go in and make a change, a positive change, so that that whole area benefits, because in the end, if we can bring the right people in, we had initially decided to bring more of a Hispanic crowd. We backed down from that. We want a diverse crowd there because there's a diverse community there. So we're working very hard to make sure that everything that the city requires from us is in compliance. And we just want an opportunity to be able to prove to yourselves, that to the city, that we can manage a bad situation and make it good again.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions at this time? All right, Councilman Barlow, your pleasure, please.
I have a couple questions for Mr. DiFiore. The state gaming license, what is the status of the state gaming license?
I believe they're going to be going before the Gaming Control Board tomorrow as part of their review, and then Nevada Gaming Commission on the September 20th.
Yeah, today they're meeting for the RUP meeting. Tomorrow they're meeting for their regular meeting. They told me they were going to call me. Ms. Jacqueline Rodici, which was the investigator, told me that if there was any concerns, they were going to send me a letter, and they were going to call me. And the concerns, most of all, were of us trying to open part of the bar into the restaurant. But we went to planning, and both planning and building told us they would have no problem, but we have to submit that to gaming. So right now, we're not touching that project until we have all the approvals. But on the 20th of this month, we should have full approval. The 7th, they're going to approve it. They're going to let us. The 7th, they're approving it. The first day of operation will be on the 20th.
Okay, so currently, do you have full operation of the facility, or what?
We have decided to take care of the most pressing issues, which was security, and to make sure that we hired the right people with the right training, everything else, so that when we open on the 20th, we could address the issues that the city has told us. As far as like daily inventories or scheduling, no. We have not, because gaming is still involved in that, and they have clearly told us not to get involved in the daily, running of the bar in that sense. So in that sense, we have stayed away.
So you won't know until the 20th, is what you're saying?
Correct. Tomorrow they're going to give us the approval, but they told us that it takes usually up to the 20th for all the paperwork to go through, and that on the 20th we will be able to take 100% control of everything.
And what is the reason until that point? What is the reason why you want to extend the hours from what it currently exists to 24 hours?
Because we talked to ETT, which is the company that leases our machines, and I asked them to give me a relationship of where gaming had the biggest impact at what hours of the day. And what happens is because of the location of that bar, okay, most people from other bars, like the Elks and the Seven Seas, converge in that place after 2 in the morning, and that's where the heaviest amount of profit or gaming was made. As a matter of fact, their weekly drop was about $50,000 to $55,000, okay, when this place was open. Right now, it's probably 13. And the reason is because of those hours were closed. So the impact is huge, 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 huge. I mean, I saw their profit margins because, as part of taking over, I looked at their P&Ls, and it went from making a lot of money to losing a lot of money. And right now, it's currently in that status. It's in a negative status.
Well, one thing for me is I know the history behind this location, and I understand profit margins, plus or minus, and the position that I'm in is having to determine, specifically in this case, the negative activities that took place prior to you receiving or commuting to this location, I should say. And I'm actually uneasy at this point with the 24 hours immediately, and I would like to hold off on the 24 hours currently, at least until after you receive full operation of this facility.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't want to open right now. We would like to wait until the 20th, like you said. That's not a problem. Just so you know, Mr. Barlow, things that used to happen in the past, I'll give you an update. For instance, their security system. Their security system was an outdated, 1980 system probably, which had 2 cameras, which was in the liquor room. Right now, we have a 42-inch plasma where everybody can see, where we're putting basically, there's 5 cameras in right now, we're putting in another 11 cameras. And these cameras are able to go up to 150 feet in the dark, okay? That is our number 1 deterrent. We're putting a big sign that says, "Smile, you're on camera when you come in." Again, security was another deterrent. One of the things that I did is when I started negotiating, I started being proactive from November. I started bringing my own security in. And what do I mean by my own security? People that worked with me in the past, which were already monitoring and going there and weeding out basically a lot of people who were the people who were causing these problems. I can tell you for a fact that right now, most of those people are not there anymore.
Right, and I can appreciate that, the upgrading of the lights, the upgrading of the parking lot, the security inside and out. My concern is just making sure that the cost for service remains at a very low rate. I will be in a position to do this on a conditional base, Mr. DeFiore. I don't know how I can structure this, but I'm contingent upon the applicant receiving favorable licensing from the Gaming Control Board, 24 hours and 6-month review.
Yes, that can be a condition of the license. If you'd like to have a review earlier than that time, you may do that as well, but a 6-month review would be fine.
Yeah, I think I would like to at least check it out for the next 6 months, but it's only 24 hours after they assume the full 100% ownership of the building.
And we would do that when we issue the license to them fully. That would be the date that we would start that 6-month review.
Okay. So that would be my recommendation, Mayor.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries, and good luck.
Sir, can I get one clarification real fast? Mr. Barlow, you're saying that on the 20th, correct? Once we get 100%, we take control after the 20th.
Once you get all of your licenses from the city and the Game Control Board, where you serve as 100% owner.
Okay, because we have a license. Okay.
Of this location, then you will be able to move forward with the 24-hour.
Thank you very much.
Operation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFiore.
Yes.
May I ask a question procedurally, Mr. DeFiore? We had this problem with another matter when we talked about a 6-month review. what triggers this 6-month review date? In other words, we're not giving a 6-month date from September 20th. Are we going to send them a notification about 4 or 5 months from the day of opening to let them know that your 6-month review, and then do we put the burden on them to schedule the 6-month date, or do we schedule the 6-month date?
We schedule the 6-month date, and how that happens is on the license that will be issued to them, contingent upon state gaming approval, it'll have a condition of 24 hours of operation, adequate security, and it'll have a 6-month review date that we will schedule at that time.
That'll be a council meeting date?
Yes.
Yeah. Councilwoman, is Councilwoman here? Okay, because I think she can appreciate my comments on a matter that we had that was in her ward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeFiore. We'll call item number 63. This will be trailed to be heard in conjunction with item 149 in the afternoon session, so we'll move on to item 64. 64 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on-sale license for Market Grill Cafe, LLC, doing business as the Market Grill Cafe at 7920 West Tropical Parkway in Ward 6. Is anybody here representing the Market Grill Cafe? Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today does meet the criteria for consideration of a temporary approval of this particular beer wine cooler on sale license, and that would be my recommendation with conditions.
All right, thank you. Be happy to hear from you, sir.
All right. Joe Piero, owner and operator. My wife and I, Rhonda, she's not able to make it today. She had a family medical matter, and I'm just here to represent the restaurant and anxious to get approval for the beer and wine license.
What kind of restaurant's it going to be?
It's a Mediterranean restaurant. It's 90% of it is Greek food. It's homemade Greek food. It's a small restaurant, 45 seats.
What's your specialty?
Spanakopita, pastizo, moussaka. We have a pomegranate chicken that's we created, baklava cheesecake that we created. So we have a lot of good.
I'm starved.
I know.
I'm drooling. I can't talk. I got drool running down my cheek here. Okay, that sounds great. Okay, any questions of either Mr. Piero or Mr. DeFiore?
Just one, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You're not open yet, obviously.
No, we are open. We're actually coming on a year next month.
And I missed you.
You missed me?
I haven't. Yeah. Well, after that, your menu description there, we'll be right out.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And your motion, Councilman Ross?
My motion, Your Honor, would be to approve subject to conditions, and I look forward to visiting with you.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 65 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new psychic art and science license for Helen Adams, doing business as Helen Adams at 425 Fremont Street in Ward 3. Ms. Adams, are you here? Okay, why don't you just join us up here, please? Mr. DeFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today is requesting temporary approval of a psychic art and science license to operate at 425 Fremont Street. This is the location that Lorraine Marks has for her psychic art operation. Months ago, council approved Lorraine Marks with conditions and also approved another psychic, Janet Myers, with similar conditions. Today, my recommendation, since there is no area of concern preliminarily on Ms. Adams, would be to have council approve her for a temporary psychic art and science license with a 6-month review with the following conditions. A, the rates must be conspicuously posted on a sign at least 8 by 10 inches with letters no smaller than 1 inch. Number 2 would be if the licensee operates by donation or indirect method of payment, including discretionary remuneration, the signage shall also disclose that to the patron. 3, the rates published shall only be the rates charged. And again, the 4th condition would be a 6-month review of this temporary license.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and your staff.
Okay. Yeah, as usual, I have a question of you.
Yes.
UNLV versus Wisconsin.
When I get my license, I will be more than happy to explain everything. I'm a very open person about sports and everything.
Okay, so in order for me to get a winner, I have to license you.
Exactly.
I need a winner.
You'll get one.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple comments.
Sure, sir.
I received this packet from Ms. Marks, and I guess from the applicant. Going through here, I've met with her husband on a number of occasions, and I simply don't like the man.
Oh, my.
He's lied to me a number of times. I don't like him involved. I don't feel like that he does her any great service being part of this business here. And in this packet, I received a letter from a councilman, former councilman in Fresno, California, stating that he knows George Adams. And is Mr. Adams going to be part of this application at all?
He's not on the application, no.
Is he going to be involved in your business at all?
No.
Well,
No.
I want to make that a condition, that he's not involved in the business.
No.
If he's involved in the business, then I want it brought before us as soon as possible.
He is not involved.
Okay, well, I certainly support Ms. Marks. I think she's done an honorable job at this location. I think she's done what she said she was going to do, and I want her to stay in business there, but I don't feel like that Mr. Adams is on this application, and I feel that's you, and I just want him involved in the business
He is
operation at
not.
all.
Excuse me. He is not. You have my word of honesty and dignity.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation.
Not on this, no.
With a 90-day review, please.
All right, let's vote, please.
Yes.
Post? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. And you're a great staff.
I would
And
like to
thank you.
put this into the record, please.
Okay, UNLV or Wisconsin?
Let me think about this for a while.
Oh,
I want to. Look.
All right, my telephone number is 229-6241.
You've got it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
was that just to determine who's going to win the game?
I'm not even talking about a point spread,
Oh, my
Councilman.
goodness. You better take Wisconsin.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly. You're a neighbor of mine. You was a neighbor of mine in Fresno. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
and may the record reflect that the councilwoman has no license. Okay, item 66 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review for a psychic art and science license for Nina Dimitro, doing business at Psychic World at 1820 Hassett Avenue in Ward 3. Steve Fury?
Mayor, members of the council, this is up for a 6-month review due to the fact that Ms. Dimitro moved from a commercial location back to her residential location, and 6 months ago, the condition was placed on her license that she not conduct business from her residence, and that we have a 6-month review. Over the last 6 months, there's been no area of concern from Metro, and there's been no area of concern from business licensing, and my recommendation today would be to continue or ask for permanent approval of her psychic art and science license with the condition that she does not conduct business from the residential location.
Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Your Honor, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation.
Any comment on this?
No. All right, let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank
Do you have an opinion?
Of course. UNLV.
Thank you. Very good. All right, item 67 is discussion and possible action
Don't bet your whole lot on
to
it.
adopt the revised Southern Nevada Water Authority drought plan for all wards.
Give me any comment on this?
No.
No comment?
Not on the last two items, no.
What about this one?
We'll see what's happening here. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mitch Bishop with the Southern Nevada Water Authority. I'm here with Patrick Watson from the Conservation Division of the Water Authority. He will highlight the changes that are before you to our SNWA drought plan that were approved by the SNWA board this last spring, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions about those changes.
The main change is the lifting of the cool season grass planting restriction. What we wanted to do is just remove that restriction for the time, because it had the enforcement was difficult, and the restriction was economically disruptive to the green industry, so that's why we removed that. The other changes were just administrative to help us run the Water Smart Landscapes program more effectively.
Is that it?
That's it. There are just some minor changes.
I got one question.
Yes.
I've had to call the water district on numerous occasions. Is there anybody that goes out and watches the streets for overflowing water drainage down the streets, sidewalks, whatever?
Yeah, we have water waste investigators that perform.
I've never seen them in my neighborhood. I call repeatedly, and I've never seen anybody coming out there. The same people are still flooding the sidewalks and stuff all the time.
We usually, if we can get a time frame, then they go out at that time. The regular patrols happen pretty early in the morning, normally when people are watering and things like that. So they have regular shifts, but usually, given a certain time frame, they'll go out and address.
I think there's a lot of water being wasted, at least in my neighborhood. I know.
Okay, we'd be happy to get that information.
And I'm not here to kill the messenger today, but we had a wonderful presentation by Jacob Snow with the Regional Transportation Commission this morning, and I think the council learned an awful lot from that presentation. I'd like to invite Ms. Mulroy to join us today. I was down in the San Diego area over the weekend, and there was an article in their local newspaper about the future of water in Southern California, and it read very similar to what I'm reading in our local newspapers about the issues of water and the fact that we're in this severe drought that has lasted an interminable period of time because it's not snowing on the western side of the Continental Divide, and it's almost as though we're drying up here. And I get mixed signals. I get mixed signals whether we have an issue that we're addressing, whether we're falling behind in addressing the issue of future water. In California, they made it very clear in this article, at least, that unless they begin serious desalination plans, that in just several years from now, they could be in a situation that is horrendous. I mean, one that may be irreversible. And I would like Ms. Mulroy to come down here and tell us where we stand as far as water is concerned. We'll get the word from the top.
We'd be happy to schedule.
Would you do that, please?
Yes.
Would you be in touch with our manager and have her call? And we'd like to have her. I'd like to have her as soon as possible, to be quite frank.
Sure.
Okay. Did you want to be heard? Yes.
Thank you, Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. In fact, documental fact, drought is real. It is more serious than most people are aware of. It goes far beyond the remediation processes such as desalinization. It goes far beyond. It has to do with global warming, global dimming. Much more information coming out, and it's accelerating at a tremendous pace. It may already be almost too late, but not quite. There isn't time to do this in a leisurely manner. It's a no-brainer. I strongly recommend you immediately approve the item without further delay. Then take all the time you want to do research and drink your water while you still have it. Thanks.
No motion is required. I thank you very much for the report, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I think
Councilwoman.
it's a good idea having Pat Mulroy here because it's a very complicated issue. As your appointed representative to that Southern Nevada Water Authority Board, I would like to state that they do give every single month an update on where they are as far as the water is concerned. I think they have many tangents they're looking at as far as using more water. The problem is the water's going faster. The drought is affecting faster than anybody thought, particularly the Lake Mead situation where we have 2 outlets now for water, and we're planning to build a 3rd one. The concern is that by the time we can get that 3rd one built, we will already have been not being able to use the first 2. I was in San Diego too, and I read those same articles, and it is a very scary thing.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I think it's our responsibility as elected officials to do whatever we can and address those issues as soon as we can.
Absolutely, and I might tell you that we're working with Dr. Selby and Charlie Kukowski on this, but there are people, when I made some comment in the paper about lawns and maybe there was a win-win situation, there was a company that contacted me, and they're working very hard and seemingly with good results out there in the Summerlin area, and also Palace Station's going to be using them, where they can determine how much water is needed, not only according to the temperature or if it's raining or not raining, but also to the type of plant, and they monitor it daily. And so new things are coming up. And I know that in the area in which you live, you have a lot of people interested in that.
Yeah, sure do. All right, thank you. I guess we did need a motion on
Yes, sir.
item number 67.
I move to accept the report and to ask them to follow through with some of the questions that was asked them and some of your requests.
Thank you very much. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 68, this is the carryover from this morning at the RDA. This is R65-2007. Discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program Agreement between the RDA and Todd Member LLC and Todd Moore LLC, doing business as Todd Motor Motel tenant and CVIP participant, located at 1508 South Las Vegas Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3, and as I stated, this item is related to RDA items 3 and 4. Mr. Adams.
Yes, Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. I also might mention, if I take the liberty, that Mr. Matkins, the attorney to Fremont Square, is present, so if you wanted to take that matter up at some point, he is here in the audience. Item 68 is the companion resolution to the two items that were approved by the RDA in this morning's session. This companion resolution simply consents to the actions taken by the RDA and finds those actions consistent with the redevelopment plan. With your approval of this resolution, those two items this morning become effective.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, hearing none.
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to follow this morning's recommendation of the RDA Board as well as recommendation of staff.
Very good. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 69 is R66-2007. Discussion on possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program Agreement between the RDA agency and Buyers Only Real Estate Agency, LLC, doing business as Vegas Wedding Chapel, located at 555 South 3rd Street, be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA in Ward 3, and this item is related to the RDA item 5 and to RDA item 6. Mr. Adams.
Yes, for the record, this is the similar companion item to the two items this morning in the RDA agenda regarding the Vegas Wedding Chapel at 555 South 3rd Street. Again, making those same findings that you're consenting to the actions taken by the RDA and finding those actions consistent with the redevelopment plan.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion?
Thank you again, Your Honor. I make a motion to follow RDA's recommendation for approval as well as staff's recommendation for approval. And I ask you to follow my lead on this.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to call the item that was, I have to, at this time we're recessing the council meeting. I'm reopening the RDA meeting. Good job. Thank you. And I'm going to call item number 8 from the RDA agenda, discussion and possible action regarding the Fremont Square Parking Validation Program, formerly known as Neonopolis, for Warula Hayward LLC, located at 450 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams?
Yes, as I mentioned this morning, this is a consideration of an additional extension of the parking validation program at Fremont Square. As I mentioned, your initial validation started in September 10th of 2006. There have been continuous extensions granted by you, with your most recent one approved on the agency board meeting of June 6th, running through today, September 5th. So it does expire today, and the matter comes before you for consideration.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Adams? Yes, sir.
Well, the status, let me tell you the status of the project.
You have to identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry, Michael Matkins, with the law firm Allen Matkins. I represent the owner of the property.
And that would be, what is that, Warula?
Warula.
Hayward?
Warula Hayward. Yeah.
LLC.
It's more complicated than that, but okay.
Well, it'd be nice to know who the owner of the property is.
Well, I'd have to look, but it's actually under a ground lease. So it's a fee with it's all income tax driven. But at the end of the day, they're all affiliated.
Okay, because as the mayor and as a city council, we're very interested in seeing something happen over there, and that's the reason we have to.
Well, the ownership
come back every 90 days, and that must be a pain in the.
Well, it is a pain, but the ownership, as you know, is very interested in having something happen there also, and has been working for a long time since the prior ownership. I also think you know, that we are in the midst of negotiating a letter of intent with a substantial publicly held company to take a portion of the third floor. We believe if we can consummate this, and I think we can, that will attract a second floor tenant that we are talking to, and we believe that if we can get the second floor tenant and the third floor tenant, that it will be rather easy to lease the first floor. But we need that anchor tenant, which we've been trying to get for a long, long time. We're close. The third floor tenant, if we had it alone, it's a cost to the ownership. We need to subsidize that. The third floor tenant alone will cost the ownership money, but we believe that will attract the second floor tenant, who will attract the first floor tenants.
See, the reason that I like to have you come back here is we are talking to Mr. Rohit.
Yes, I know.
Rohit Joshi,
and I understand
the story we get is a little different. See, the story that I understand, Mr. Adams, correct me if I'm wrong, that the tenant, and is it a secret who the discussion?
Yeah, we are trying to keep that confidential.
Okay, fine. I was under the impression that the third floor would be used as offices for that particular tenant, but the first floor would be used sort of as a public attraction. That's what I was told.
I don't think that's quite. I mean, the first floor, there's going to be some public attraction, public space use by the third floor tenant. Not the whole first floor. The first floor will also, I think, have restaurants and public accommodation type tenants. And the third floor tenant that we're talking of will have offices on the third floor, and will use some of the first floor to conduct some of its business.
Well, why don't I ask you this question sort of straightforwardly? When do you think you'll have an answer of up or down?
Well, we are in about the third draft of a letter of intent. There's some issues that always happen with big tenants like this. They want to be moved in by the end of the year. So my hope is within the next 30 to 45, 60 days, the LOI will not only be done, but the lease will be signed so that they can move in by the end of the year. That's the goal.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my question.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, sir.
Please. Please give us your name and address.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. My name's John Keamy. I was here, I think last was about 6 months ago concerning Mr. Joshi. A quick recap is I'm a criminologist. I was hired by a former pro ball player and two other parties that had significant judgments, including a fraud judgment against Rohit Joshi. The participation that I had, and I only come if I think there's something relevant to the city and or concern that the city can address. Mr. Joshi's business, Joshi & Associates, is still not registered. They are a defunct former California company. They have no Las Vegas business license. In fact, have no standing in Las Vegas at all. Yet, as I look at the document today, it's still the attachment of today's number 8. It still referenced Joshi & Associates. Now, to Mr. Adams' credit, I had a nice conversation with him yesterday, and he mentioned that Without belaboring the point of Mr. Joshi and his conduct over the years, including situations that he had with other municipalities, none as large as Las Vegas, there are character issues. One of our judgments is a fraud judgment. He has now put various entities in control of Neonopolis. Now, I checked the business license scan because obviously we're trying to find what we believe accurate is that he does have a participatory interest in Neonopolis. However, there's now a Warella USA who has the business license, which is even a new entity to me. And if you call the number listed, it actually goes to a voicemail for Joshi and Associates. So if I'm asking anything today, and I think it's actually productive for the city, as they are your partner in this, what you've called an albatross at times, is to identify who the over 1% owners are, which he was required to do. I don't know that he has in this initial 90-day extension agreement. And my second concern is to find out who he is in relation to this development. Obviously, we have specific interests. We see Warella Hayward, FAEC Warella. We see Joshi and Associates littered throughout the paper. So I would like for the city council to at least identify that. Lastly, the liquor license issue. Frankly, one of the ways we felt as though we would smoke him out, and again, he is an erstwhile character. Documents, I gave you the Stanley Ho documents, misrepresented his arrangement with him. We'd smoke him out because Bonabai would have to be on that license. He refused to submit. The city code's pretty clear on that. Mr. DiFiore sat here and said that he would have to submit. He did not. This council gave them a liquor license, gave Mr. Joshi's girlfriend a liquor license, whom Mr. Joshi, in an article no more than a month ago, described in quotes as a silent owner. I would imagine that the intent of the liquor license law is to protect these types of third parties from, running these sorts of operations. So the concern overwhelming is that Mr. Joshi has a smokescreen going up, and that it was perpetuated by the council with this liquor license and by accepting all of these various Warella entities without there being any substantiation. And I say that with a lot of regard for this council. I mean, I saw these presentations, including Mr. Adams. You're doing great things down here for development. But I do believe right is right and wrong is wrong. And as long as he's enabled, he'll continue to do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Henry, I think the suggestion is probably a good suggestion. I know Mr. Mackin indicated that this is all being set up for a land lease purpose, but I think we're entitled, since we are in fact their partner, to find out who we're doing business with. And I would like to ask the city attorney to
Your Honor,
get the answer to that question.
we've done this. We went through this. We've sat with the city.
It could be, but I
we'll do it again. We've sat with the city attorney. We've given the city attorney.
I want to do it again.
Okay,
because I don't like the answers. I really don't. I don't like the answers. And right now, if I had my brothers, I'd break whatever relationship we have with them and try to take it over and start from scratch. I'm told by my city attorney that we can't do that. I understand he is in default now, but it's for a minimal amount of money, and he'll probably pay that. If he didn't, I could promise you and him that we would be in there taking it over.
Well, as to the ownership and all of that, we have sat with the city attorney. We've given the city attorney, I think he was satisfied. We did that probably, I don't know, a year ago, 6 months ago.
I'd like to do it again.
We'll do it again. No, we have no problem with that.
I'd like to do it again. And Mr. Henry, if you would, in our briefing, tell us what the story is and advise us whether or not we can terminate our relationship, if there's any way we could legally do that. Enough is enough.
Very well.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Not so sure this is the signal you want to send this tenant, but it's up to you.
Well, that's the signal I'm sending.
Mr. Mayor, are you requesting that we will be told who all the owners are?
I'd like to know who the city's partner is.
Who's the city's partner is, the basic partners we started with, as well as any new ones coming on.
Right.
Okay, and if we are given that information and anything is found not to be legitimate, then that's fraud, right?
I would think so.
Okay. And
Probably
that's
not, but that's okay. We'll give the information.
But we don't want to have any hidden ownerships. We want to know, even if it's a 1% ownership or a 0.5% ownership
or some LLC way far away ownership? We want to know every single ownership.
We've disclosed it before, we'll disclose it again.
And that's what you're requesting?
That's what I'd like.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. You got it. Apparently not. Okay, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I have met with the publicly traded company in which you spoke of, Mr. Matkins, and it is my hope that a lease will be able to be signed at least by the fairly soon, and they will be able to come in to this location by the end of the year, as you stated. I have a lot of reservation in regards to this development because of its long-standing and long, colorful history. I believe that the city is doing all that it can do in order to really help this Neonopolis project, and we want nothing more but success to come out of this development. So if in fact we have to go back, as the mayor stated, and revisit some things that we've visited in the past, I support that, and I hope that you can respect that at the same time and provide us with that additional information that we're seeking in order for us to be comfortable, in order for us to remain on the same page, in order for us to assist this development in the way it really needs the assistance. So for that, I am in support of the 90-day extension so that we may provide the company that you're looking to bring into the third floor and do business also on the first floor an opportunity to come in and be the benchmark or the pace setter to really launch Neonopolis in the direction it needs to go. And so it is my hope that you're able to accomplish that goal.
Councilman, I think the city's been very supportive of help, as I understand it, of helping us get this tenant, and certainly we want the tenant. Every day we don't have tenants, it costs us lots of money. Certainly, a way to help get that tenant isn't to try to defame or tear down the ownership, because that will not help give this tenant confidence. And we need to give this tenant confidence that not only can we get the tenant in there, but that we can create synergism at the whole property so that other tenants will come. And I think the ownership's been working very hard at that, just driven by trying to make some money, not anything else. And it's been a tough road. It'll continue to be tough. We're hopeful that this is the break the ownership's been trying to create for a couple of years now. But certainly as to disclosures and things regarding the ownership, we've done it. We'll do it again. We'll do it as many times as you want. We have nothing to hide. We're just trying to get tenants.
Okay, and I can appreciate that. And the owners themselves have shared with me in my office that they are committed, and it is my hope once again that they are committed and that they do what they're looking forward to do, because it's going to be a win-win for the entire community once they do sign a lease and once they do come in and become the anchor tenant that we're looking for. I believe that the entire community will be able to celebrate its grand opening.
Yeah, we hope so too.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Councilman Wilson.
Not to beat a dead horse too much, but just as a natural tangent, if you will, extension. Sir, I don't remember your name. What's your last name?
Keamy, Mr. Keamy.
You're a lawyer, aren't you?
I'm actually a criminologist.
A criminologist?
Yeah.
Well, that means you have a degree in criminology?
That's right.
Okay, but you're talking about somebody having judgments against perhaps one of the principles that we're talking about. What is your interest in relation to these judgments against Mr. Joseph?
Sure. My interest is that I am attempting to locate his assets and his affiliation with this property, as well as any of his other development.
Do you represent anybody?
I do. I represent three different parties, three different parties at this point.
I guess my only comment would be, I think that when we move in this forward direction to hopefully come to a position where we have tenants and we have viable businesses that come to this property, and it's good for everybody, that I think as part of this formula, our city attorney should check out, if they haven't already, and provide us with information to confirm or not confirm the information that this gentleman is giving us. I mean, would it have an effect on our judgment if you come before us in 60 and 90 days and talk about, okay, we've got a great tenant, and my principal is Mr. Joshi, but Mr. Joshi has these judgments against him. I think it's just all part of the evaluation that we need to go through. So if it hasn't been done yet, I'm going to ask our city attorney to follow up on these things and in future briefings advise us of such.
Councilman Wolfson, we were directed to do this 6-8 months ago.
I thought so.
And we conducted a serious inquiry. We asked for original documents to be produced, and we were satisfied that Mr. Joshi had no ownership in what was then known as Neonopolis. And I know, or I believe from talking to the city attorney, that at least the office of the mayor was briefed as to those findings. Now, I understand we've been directed to conduct the same investigation again, and we would be glad to do that.
Well, I'd like to know this, Mr. Mackin, if you could tell me,
I can tell you.
or whether you will tell me.
I will tell you.
I've been told that whoever purchased the interest from Prudential paid $25 million for it. And I've been told that...
I think that's a matter of public record.
I believe it is. And then I've been further told that with the loss of income and the expenditures for the upkeep, that they probably have about $30 million into it. I was then told that there was an asking price of $60 million if it were to be sold. And now I'm being told there's an asking price of $90 million. And the person who appears to be setting these asking prices is not your client, but Mr. Joshi. I'd really like to find out who's setting the asking prices, because we're not going to be able to have that sold for $90 million tomorrow, that's for sure.
I don't think the property's on the market. I don't think there is an asking price.
Joshi, excuse me, Mayor, but Mr. Joshi was coming before us for 2 years about this property, about this extension, and now I'm hearing he's not in the picture, and Mr. Mackin represents other people. I mean, I'm a decently smart guy. I'm not a real smart guy, but I'm pretty confused at this point.
Councilman, I don't think we've ever, Mr. Joshi, who has some relationship with the ownership, we have never come in here and said that Mr. Joshi has any ownership interest. He doesn't. And he has never made any representations on behalf of the ownership, to my knowledge. Well, let me tell you what's going on here. Excuse me. We got a bill collector. That's what he is. This is what this guy is a bill collector. He's got a beef with Joshi, so he's throwing it on the wall everywhere he can. That's not good for the project. That's not good for the ownership. It's not good for the city. It's not, in my view, this council shouldn't even, this matter doesn't belong here in this forum. This belongs somewhere else. And you've dignified it, and it just doesn't, it's not good.
Mayor Goodman, with your permission, I respect what you just said, and I think you're probably right, but this is America, so we invite people to come in, and I put his role, if you will, on the proper shelf, but I want to go back to the core here, and, who are we dealing with? Who are you speaking for? Because it seems to just keep changing and evolving over time.
Well, I don't think it's changed at all. Mr. Bonnaby, who's not a resident of the United States, directly or indirectly owns this property. When I say nobody else, I think his son has an interest in it. I don't remember, but it's all Mr. Bonnaby controlled. And Mr. Bonnaby, a friend of Mr. Bonnaby is Rohit Joshi. Mr. Joshi has no economic interest in this property.
I guess what's confusing is, and then I'll shut up, is that Mr. Joshi was the face man who was coming before us time and time again, and then we haven't seen him for a while. We've been seeing you, so it's confusing.
All right.
Councilman?
We'll call for the question now. Councilman, do you have a motion?
Yes, I've made a motion, Mayor. I'm slightly confused now myself with the newest information, not necessarily trying to chime in on what the gentleman has brought to us, but the representation that you mentioned as far as Mr. Joshi not having or being the right or the wrong person to represent before this council.
He's a representative of the owner. He is not the owner.
Okay. Well, at this point, while the attorneys assist us in working through this maze, I would move to allow the extension to take place, and that would be my motion at this time.
What was the motion again, please?
I move for approval of this item, Mayor.
For how long? What was staff's recommendation? 90 days?
What was staff, 90 days?
There is, you have traditionally given 90-day extensions. I think what I'm hearing Mr. Matkins say is that they should have a lease wrapped up maybe within 45, give them 60 days. So I would say an extension somewhere in the vicinity of 60 to 90 days ought to get you through a point where hopefully they can come forward and make us aware of how definite those negotiations have reached and whether they have a lease or not with this high-level tenant that really should make a big change in the positive future of this project.
Then my recommendation would be subject to council's background information as far as time that you all would need in order to get us that additional information as well.
So you figure about 60 days? We'll extend the validation for 60 days. We should have the answer to all of our...
60 days would be fine.
Right,
That would be my
I'm
recommendation.
sorry, Mayor Goodman. Before we go to vote, excuse me, Councilman Barlow, may I just ask, with your permission, Mr. Henry just told me something that gave a little bit more insight, and I'd invite him to advise the council of what he just advised me.
As I said, we conducted an investigation at the direction of the mayor as to the ownership of Neonopolis. We had Mr. Joshi in. I spoke with him. We had Mr. Bonnaby Jr. in. I spoke with him. I spoke with counsel who's appearing before you several times over the telephone. Mr. Bonnaby Jr., at my request, immediately brought me original source documents as to management, as to ownership, and counsel provided me with other things. We also conducted an investigation of various legal databases in California to try to get to the bottom of who Mr. Joshi was. And our conclusion was this: although there are a number of LLCs and a lease and transfer of this property over a short period of time, that they exist and the transfers were done for tax purposes, that in essence the owner of this property is a gentleman who I'll refer to as Mr. Bonnaby Sr., a very wealthy man who lives in India. His son, Mr. Bonnaby Jr., resides here in the United States, and when last I knew, here in Las Vegas. Mr. Joshi is a person who I would describe as the family retainer, perhaps here in the United States as much as anything, to look out to report to Mr. Bonnaby Sr. as to his business interest. I found nothing to suggest that Mr. Joshi ever had an ownership interest in this property. And I directly asked Mr. Bonnaby Jr. Upon how would Mr. Joshi be compensated for all of his work, whatever the quality of it might have been. And I was told that he has confidence that Mr. Bonnaby Sr. will take care of him when the property sells, if it sells, or at the end of this project, as he always has before. So I inquired directly as to why Mr. Joshi had represented himself as the owner of this property before the council for a period of almost 2 years. And although I didn't get a direct answer, I came to be of the personal opinion that to the extent that he ever told the council that he had an ownership stake in this property, that was not an accurate representation. I would be glad to investigate this matter again as I did before, but I don't have a reason to believe that I would reach a different conclusion.
All right, well,
And he described it accurately.
fine, I wanted to investigate it again,
All right.
because I think we're being played for a fool here. All right, Councilman, 60-day,
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move for a 60-day extension.
okay, that's fine, I'm just saying that we can't put up with this nonsense anymore. All right, let's vote.
Thank you, Mayor.
Post. Motion carries. One thing we can do, we could bring the owner, if it is this gentleman, the senior, what's his name?
Bonamy.
Bonamy? We could bring him forward on the liquor license, and if he doesn't want to come like he didn't want to come before, we could do what we have to do there, too. That's where I am. I'm trying to save 50 people jobs over there, and we're being played for the fool. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 71 is the... Okay, the agency is now adjourned, and I'm reopening the council meeting. And we're up to 71?
70.
70. Pardon me. You're right. You're right. Okay. 70 is R 67-2007, public hearing and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing medium-term obligations in an amount up to $22,500,000, directing the officers of the city to forward materials to the Department of Taxation of the State of Nevada and authorizing the sale of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada's general obligation, medium-term obligations in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $22,500,000, $12,500,000 demolition, construction of a recreational project, Stupak Community Center in Ward 3, and $10 million acquire and equip fire protection projects. This pertains to all the wards. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. This is a little bit of deja vu. We had to bring this item back from a couple of meetings ago because of a miscommunication. We failed to conduct a public hearing on this item. As you indicated, this is two separate projects that are being funded through one issue of bonds, $12.5 million for the Stupak Center. It's our intention to service that debt and retire that debt with CDBG revenues for that project, very similar to what we did with the East Las Vegas Center several years ago. And the other $10 million will be serviced from our Fire Safety Initiative tax, and it will go for equipment and apparatus for our fire stations. And this item's in order, and of course we would recommend approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Vincent? It's a public hearing.
Thank you, Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. The reason I say resident is because last time they gave my address, I was attacked and almost murdered. And so when government officials want to know an address, let's hear yours first, and I'll give you any address you want. Meantime, you may understand by now why it is that I keep insisting that you make timely and full open public disclosure of all public pertinent information. The reason is you can't be made a fool that way. But here it comes back and hits you right in the jaw. Your own policy. You got somebody over here, you don't know who the hell it is, but you're going to issue licenses left and right. Okay, fine. Be prepared to pay the consequences in that case. I would like to know at this point regarding this item. First of all, who's the owner of the Stupak Community Center?
City of Las Vegas.
Okay. And where are the details of the $12,500,000 demo and construction project?
We had.
What is you going to demonstrate? What are you going to do?
We had a public meeting at the existing Stupak Center a week and a half ago. It was open to the public. We explained. We had renderings out there. We showed them what we're going to do, where we're going to put it. There's many questions asked, and when everybody left there, they was tickled to death with it.
Where are the copies of the display items?
We'll get you one.
Thank you very much. And where was my invitation to that meeting? You didn't send one?
We didn't send out personal
Okay,
invitations.
thank you very much.
My address is 1008 McFarland, too.
I'm sorry, what?
My address is 1008.
I don't have any care of where you live, not at all.
You asked for...
I'm just talking about your public policy and the Clark County government's public policy. Okay? Let's hear all of your addresses first. before you ask any member of the public to give you comments.
Our addresses are public record. All notices.
Okay, Mr. Vincent?
Your Honor, I would mention that both of these projects are on our 5-year capital project plan, which is also on file both with the state and here local. It's a public record.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, comments? I'll close the public hearing then. May I have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. On the Stupak Community Center, we did have a meeting out there. It was very well attended. A lot of people out there had been approached by selling their property to a builder. They was asking us what was going to happen with this property here. I told them that we had meetings with some people that wanted to buy. We haven't heard from them for over a year, so I don't know what's going on there. We are going forward. Again, I think this is a very good, it's a very needed community center. The people out there are really going to enjoy it. You go out there, the people that work there, they've really kept their spirits up. They've kept the community center going. I know when Councilwoman Tarkanian represented, it's the same thing. They really have a hard time doing those things that are necessary to keep the public involved, but they do. They have a lot of great programs over there for the seniors. They have ESL classes. They have graduates over there. That's just unbelievable. We really need to do this. As far as the other part, to acquire and equip the fire protection projects throughout the city is very necessary also. I can really support this. I would follow staff's recommendation with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you.
Item 71 is Senior Citizens Advisory Board. Lance Moran, Rudolph Thurso, Robert Goldstein, Jerry Cosbob, and Hazel Giron. Their term expirations are June 2007. Harry Fury is deceased. His term expired June 2009. The procedure for the board is coterminous appointments by the appropriate member of the council. The first option is for the mayor to appoint Lance Moran or appoint a new member. At this time, I would move to reappoint Lance Moran. Let's vote on it individually, please. Vote post, please. Motion carries. I'm now going to skip to Councilwoman Tarkanian to appoint a new member residing in Ward 1.
I believe we gave that name to you. I believe we gave that name to you. We had to make a last-minute...
Kennedy.
Excuse me?
Pauline Kennedy.
Pauline Kennedy was placed on the seniors advisory, yes.
Okay, so motion for Pauline Kennedy. Let's
Yes,
vote on
I
that.
so move.
Thank you. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Councilor Reese, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, I wanted to thank Jerry Cosbath publicly. I've had many interesting meetings with Jerry. He certainly took to heart the appointment that he had on our Senior Citizen Advisory Board. He did a great job representing those seniors that lived in Ward 3. I can't thank thanks enough. Thanks is just not word enough. I mean, it's just not enough, I don't think. Jerry did a great job. I want to miss him. But I do have a new person who I've talked to, Mrs. Fran Drury. She lives in Real Honor Earl Senior Center. She's very active in the resident council down there. She's good friends with Thelma Clark, who I really respect, and I have talked to her. She's agreed to sit on this board, and I'm sure she'll do just a good a job as Mr. Cosbad did. I know you can't replace him, but she's going to try. So I would put into the record Mrs. Fran Drury as our appointment for Ward 3.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
And Mr. Mayor?
Motion carries. Yes, Councilman.
I was remiss in not saying my gratitude, as well as the gratitude of others who were here before I came on the council, to Robert Goldstein for the hard work he did. I feel the same way about him as Councilman Reese is stating about his designee. And these are people that give so much of their time and so much of their energy. They stay peppy, they stay alert, and they work so very hard. And Robert Goldstein did a great job for us, too.
You know, Councilman, I was going to ask you, am I in a position where I'm able to appoint Mr. Goldstein?
You know, I don't know. I was told that we needed, that he could not be reappointed because he already held...
He exceeded the 8 years, sir.
Even if it's my appointment rather than
Correct.
somebody else? Because Mr. Goldstein did contacted me about a week ago, and he expressed his desire to continue service, but if it's legally precluded, I can't do it. Otherwise, I would, in view of what the councilwoman said, I would move for his appointment as my designate.
We did check with the attorney, and he would have to have a break in service before
see.
he could start again.
We tried, we looked into everything.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. I would like to first and foremost take this opportunity to thank Ms. Hazel Duran, who most definitely is a pillar in this community, and she has serviced Ward 5 as our appointee through the term of her service. And she's most definitely going to be missed, and I'm looking to see if there's something else we can do to keep her active in various programs throughout Ward 5. However, the new appointee will be Ms. Jean Zorn, who is the former president of the Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association, and Mrs. Zorn is very active, and we're looking forward to her coming on board and serving just as well as Ms. Duran has served Ward 5. So with that, Mayor, Mrs. Jean Zorn will be my recommendation for the Senior Advisory Board.
Thank you, Councilman. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to hold my appointment for 2 weeks in abeyance till the 19th, please.
All right, then I will hold my additional appointment 2 weeks in abeyance to the 19th as well. Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 72 has been obeyed. 73 is Bill number 2007-42, annexation number ANX 21629, properly located south of West Azure Drive between North Tenaya Way and Starlight Drive. Councilwoman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-42, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 74 is Bill number 2007-43, annexation number ANX 21949, property located on the south side of Kyle Canyon Road, approximately 670 feet east of Schaumburg Road. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-43, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, your motion.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 75 is Bill number 2007-44, annexation number ANX 21950, property located on the south side of Kyle Canyon Road, approximately 330 feet east of the Alpine Ridgeway alignment. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-44, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Thanks. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 76 is Bill number 2007-45, adopts a historic properties preservation plan element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-45, an ordinance to adopt the historic properties preservation plan element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, your motion.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. 77 is Bill number 2007-46, establishes a sewer service surcharge in support of the city's financial obligation as a member of the Clean Water Coalition. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Bill number 2007-46, an ordinance to establish a sewer service surcharge in support of the city's financial obligation as a member of the Clean Water Coalition, and providing for other related matters.
And your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And 78 is Bill number 2007-49, amends ordinance number 5920 related to the issuance of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 808 and 810, Summerlin Village 23B, Local Improvement and Refunding Bond Series 2007. Do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Bill number 2007-49, an ordinance amending ordinance number 5920 relating to the issuance of refunding bonds and providing other matters related thereto.
Councilwoman's motion.
Move to approve.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 79 and 80 are bills 2007-50 and 2007-51. They're eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to new bills. New bills is items 81 through 85, bills 2007-52 through 2007-54, and Z 2007-1 and Z 2007-2, which will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, September 18th, 2007. Mr. Hemme, would you be kind enough to read those bills, please?
Yes, Mayor. Bill number 2007-52, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2007-53, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2007-54, an ordinance to update various use and design standards within the Downtown Centennial Plan and to provide for other related matters. Bill number Z-2007-1, an ordinance to amend the official zoning map atlas of the City of Las Vegas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land and to provide for other related matters. Bill number Z-2007-2, an ordinance to amend the official zoning map atlas of the City of Las Vegas by changing the zoning designation of certain parcels of land and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman, will you be available on September the 18th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Good. And Councilman Barlow, will you be available at that time?
Yes, Mayor.
Very good. Okay, then these bills are assigned to you for review. The council meeting is in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody. Dang.
You guys. Well, we were worried that you were here for that party house. Well, because that wasn't the bill was grabbing the Toulouse from the morning and put it in yesterday, and I think somebody talked to you about day presiding yesterday. Was that recommending today? But it doesn't mean it's not a council tomorrow. So don't. So when I started walking over there, maybe they didn't understand that they sent him for that, you know. Well, you know, busy, crazy, and you know. there's this report, I know it's not coming out until later today. We have gotten other calls of, he's not talking to Casey, he wants to see the report. He may, because the afternoon session is going to go over these offices. So I don't think he's probably going to be able to talk to people. What? Yeah. Listening to songs sometimes. Can you do it with yourself? Come on now. Let's be honest. I mean, probably the best bet is going to be this conference tomorrow. That's probably going to be the best bet. A little bit easier, you know, how much time between. All right, well, let us know if you need something else.
All right.
Do you remember how to break down everything? Thank you.
No fun. No.
Next year, right? Not this year, right?
Next year.
All right.
Is that all right with you?
We all have to go sometime, right? Can't stay here forever. We'll miss you.
Well, thank you. I'll miss a lot of the people.
You better take advantage.
Oh, yeah. But they're gonna have to do something, Gabby. Because, I mean, insurance is not gonna get any cheaper. Oh, yeah, they're losing a bunch of teachers. Yeah. And that's why, a lot of them are gonna leave before it all happens too. In the county?
But they have to do something.
No, they're gonna have to.
But see, I think part of the problem is they provide this. They have this in-house that
Oh, yeah.
Do you know where all the security guys went?
have no idea.
Dorothy's got her stuff there and she wants to leave it and if she just leaves it, they'll freak.
What is she gonna leave?
She's got a couple of bags. She's coming back.
Where's she at?
She's in the entryway there. They were holding her bags during the morning session because they can't bring stuff in. And so she's coming back in the afternoon. She wants to leave her bags, but I think she can't just.
Hey, Terry, this is Little Razor.
Okay, I'll talk. Thanks. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't see any problem with it.
Well, you know, unattended bags. I never heard of it. I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly. Because you gotta press the button on the bottom.
The military,
How many? Is this a razor? I forgot.
Well, you know, I'm
Jim
used to
just
that.
started here. He's never.
I'm used to that one over there. Not this one. When I went over there, we're doing the bottom because I know, but it seems different. So it's a different color.
I'm gonna tell her that she's gonna have to take one.
I was gonna say,
We start setting up.
yeah, if I don't, there's no marshals or no, they all left.
Yeah, they're all
So, yeah.
If we do this for her,
Yeah.
and it's gonna be a nightmare.
I was gonna say, if I saw one of them, I could tell them, but I'm not sure if I'd seen one of them. like you said, anymore.
We don't wanna take a
Then, like,
chance.
next you know, they're clearing the building out because there's a bag.
Heaven forbid some nut will actually come in and throw it back again.
Yeah.
She can take them with her. Thanks.
Okay.
Did you find that one? No.
No,
it's
they're all
all
gone.
Oh.
What do you need?
So yeah, there's a lot of cool things that I did. But just be careful what you do with your gym because some of the stuff people don't like you do. Really? Won't like it. No, they don't pay attention right now. Well, not yet. They will. They could care less. But just keep it in mind. Actually, in my gym, they're just checking me out.
Hey, Steve, stay awake, would you? I retire, I'm just gonna go hang out up in Boulder City. Just kind of hang around and I'm gonna wander the streets.
You got a boat? Did
No,
you
I'm
get a
gonna-
boat?
No, I'm just gonna go up to Boulder City and walk the streets, you know.
Yeah, right. You have an ATV, don't you?
Yeah. Okay, I'll ride it on the streets.
Oh, you can go out in the desert.
I've been riding up in Boulder City.
In the desert? Behind those
Over by
those
the-
rich homes?
Yeah.
With the lake view?
Yeah, we went, where we went is over by the dump. We, parked our vehicles and rode off around up there. There's a spot up there you can, bunch of people ride. First time I'd been up there, it was last year, I haven't been up there since then.
Oh, 'cause you know what? They ride all the time behind my house.
Mm-hmm. Oh, do they?
Yeah. Do you know where Wyoming is?
Not right offhand.
No? Okay. Yeah, because behind my house is all desert.
Oh, I'll have to remember that.
And they ride, the kids, they even ride horses back there. And they ride their little, motorcycle, whatever.
Yeah, I'll have to put
Dirt
a city,
bikes.
city emblem on my back of my shirt
So I can recognize.
There's Terry.
Oh, there's Terry, Okay, Terry.
Have a good one.
I'll see you. Take care.
fine hour here today. no problem.
Let's try this way. Does it work?
No, if you prefer it, once you try it,
Yeah.
you tell me, but I'm open to either way. It's okay. These here, dear. Oh, this was from this morning.
Yeah. Why does she have it together?
I'm gonna need, I think, more notes new.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta get one to the back. Thank you.
Cindy, we're looking at the screen. I'm sitting here.
I guess I'll sit next to you. Oh, he's poor man, this is such an him. Oh, God. Do I need, yes, I need it. That's my purse. Got my water in there and everything. So how far did they get the score? The afternoon, morning session, and the afternoon session. It's a long one, starts at 8 to 6.
Las Vegas City Council 8:15.
Okay, first M&M's, bottle of water. Okay, save that seat next to you. Where you go.
You consent to have me as your neighbor.
Yeah. No, you don't have to sit there.
What the heck? You like to stay close to the air.
All right, so we'll save this seat for her.
I started to call Audrey to see what our number was this morning. Audrey. No, I could have gotten a hold of her. But I've never seen her. And gaming, of course. Okay, gaming, you never know. Somebody may get a Serious. I believe you. The decline. You see.
Did you get the report yesterday?
Oh, yeah, yes, Cindy. Did you call him? Yes, that's wonderful. It's good we have a small, drop some. It's good we have a small contingency, doing that. Cindy Coletti. This is Lynn Whitemeyer. Cindy Coletti.
We live down the street from where. He lives on the other side of the street from us.
The other side of the lake.
No, he lives on the street. We harass him, chance to get it.
That's okay.
Good neighbors. We really have a pretty good area, pretty good resort. They're on the
Yes, sir.
Did you ask those folks, what's the other that's there? And,
Yes, sir. We contacted both of them
said it'd be here?
yesterday. That's our hope. They have asked for it, because I think because they said. Are you here for work?
Merge is,
Yes, he's here. He's here. Dennis Ross,
I saw the email, but it wasn't. So, perfect. I just, so do I need to stay or?
Yeah, no, you're not.
Pardon? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All the plans are in now for final plan check. They selected a contractor and they got their findings. I expect them to pull the permit very shortly to start construction.
With the restaurant, Dennis?
Yes. About 80%?
No.
Yes.
Okay, you don't have to stick around. I just wanted to find out where you are.
That's, we're probably 90 days behind my schedule, but, I'm not the developer, I'm just the architect. I can't wait to break ground.
I can't wait for you to play.
Yeah, we're,
How many units would you have here?
318,
So that's going to be about 300 people.
300 families, that's right, living there.
Your clientele, where is it?
Our target was people that wanted to live downtown, that work downtown. And that's where we sold it to. Pardon?
What's the demographic? What kind of
A lot of them are middle management working in the casinos, some entry-level professionals, first-year logs, that type of thing. It's a beautiful project, but I'm prejudiced because I designed it. Yeah. Yeah, we had the restaurant on the roof. We've got a vendor for it. We have a dog park up there. Well, you've seen the model. And we're almost there, Mayor. Okay. You bet. You bet, Margo. Well, I will anyway, just because I might meet somebody that's coming, and let them know that I've spoken to you.
I'm the idiot that notices plans to do this more of a camp.
Mayor, one more thing. Yes. Without your building department, the plan checkers, the head of the building department, Rod Clark and Don White, they have been enormously helpful. They have been, it is the finest building department in the entire valley to work with. I do, as an architect, it works with all of them. And well, the way Rod Clark is running that thing is just extraordinary. They help to solve problems, and it's a great group to work with. Thank you.
you said do something, I said, if I do something, it's going to do something in front of my house, up in front of your house. It's a legal meeting.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start our afternoon session by calling item number 86. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have number 87 is a hearing on appeal for 900 Stewart, 216 and 222 North 9th Street. Property owner, Shirazi LLC. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 94 is extension of time, 23631 Verge Living Corporation, Main Street and Bonanza Road. The applicant's asked that to be held in advance until our next meeting, September the 19th, 2007 meeting. Items 110 through 115, the island development at 401 South Maryland Parkway. They've asked to hold those items in advance until, or Councilman Reese has those to be held in advance until September the 19th, 2007. Items 116, 118, variance, special use permit, site development review, Wingate Marketing Group, south side of West Sahara Avenue. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our September 19th, 2007 meeting. Item 123 is a site development review, Twin Lakes Baptist Church. That's been asked to be held in advance until our September 19th, 2007 meeting. Items 124 through 126, GPA rezoning and site development review, Kathy McDonald, 4309 Tom Boulevard. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our September 19th, 2007 meeting. And item 127 through 129, GPA rezoning, site development review, Decatur 4 LLC, 9.05 acres on the south side of CC 215. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our September 19th, 2007 meeting. And items 152 and 153, ROC and site development review, Cars Doing Business, DBR, LP 6300 West Sahara Avenue. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our October the 3rd, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring all these items forward, please take the appropriate action.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 88 through 94 are on the consent agenda and are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. I would like to bring item number 88 forward, just to ask a couple questions of the applicant. May I have a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 89 then through 94 with all staff conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Excuse me if I may, 94 was obeyed, so that
Yes.
would be through 93.
Very good.
Thanks.
All right, let's vote.
I have a question here. We are doing the consent agenda, but this is not the one motion, one vote.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Right.
I'm getting used to this.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Okay, Mayor, I have a question
Yes.
also, just for clarification. I believe Councilwoman Tarkini asked, this is for the one motion, one vote?
No, this
No?
is the consent agenda, and then the one motion, one vote is further on.
Okay, so is this,
I'll call your attention to it. This is, these are items which are considered to be routine. They're 89 through 94 on the consent agenda, and we'll vote on those together. And I've asked that item 88 be called forward so I could ask the applicant some questions.
Mayor, just for the record, it's 80,
does this
89
include
through
93?
93.
It does.
Okay, then I would like for that to be pulled forward as well.
So you want 93 pulled forward?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I wanted 88 pulled forward, so the motion will be, once again,
I make a motion, Your Honor, to approve items 89, 90, 91, 92, and 94 has already been held in advance.
Thank you.
With all conditions.
Very good, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 88 is the EOT 22659. The applicant owner, Cielo Vista LLC, requests for an extension of time of an approved rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to C2 General Commercial on 1.11 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Washington Avenue and Veterans Memorial Drive. It's in Ward 5, and the staff recommends approval. Could you identify yourself, please?
My name is Easton Kraft. I represent Blue Star Development. I'm a project manager.
All right, for Cielo Vista?
That's correct.
Okay, could you tell us the status of it? Because this was a project that the council was very interested in. It was a very ambitious project when initially presented to us, and because of various reasons, you haven't gone much further than getting the tentative map approved. And let me know where it stands and what your prognostication is as far as your chances of starting it.
Well, Your Honor, the project stands currently. We're in the process of redesigning the building just slightly. I know when the last time you saw it, it was a 27-story, 414-unit condominium tower. Our plans at this point, due to various market issues and pricing issues with construction here in the Valley, we've been unable to reach the price points that we had promised you and the council members when we were here before. And it just, from the standpoint of selling, it didn't seem feasible to us to start selling a product at that high level. And what we've been able to do over the last year is reassess where we wanted to go. Our goal as a development company has always been to provide sort of the middle salaried folks places to live, whether it's for sale product or apartment product. And what we've been able to do, working with WPH Architects and now working with Leadcore Construction and pre-construction, is actually we're going to provide a slightly reduced in height tower, but certainly one that falls within the goals that we had presented to you before. We are poised to start the redesign process. I've been in touch with the folks over at planning. There's just one of the items here, the site development plan review we will modify as we go forward. Our plans are to have that submitted for building permits by the end of the year this year, and to then move forward in that process.
Okay, and I appreciate you coming down today. I knew it was on the consent agenda, but I spoke to Ms. Wheeler yesterday, asked her to give you a buzz, because I like to keep on top of what's happening and where your head is.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
That's fine.
Okay.
You just told me.
And just as a matter of note, our other goal is to change the product from for sale product to rental product. That's I think that where we are from an economic situation right now, that becomes a feasible opportunity for us.
Okay, I will just tell you that I spoke to the gentleman from Verge earlier today, and he was very optimistic about their product, which is right down the street from where you're planning yours, and he advises that they've done a great job on advanced sales.
Mm-hmm.
So remain optimistic.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank
you,
members of the council.
Councilman Barlow, could you...
I would actually like for the gentleman to come back forward, please, because this is new to me, having worked on this item a few years back with it being a for sale product. And today I'm hearing that now you want to make it a rental product. I would like for you to set up some time to meet with myself and my staff to go over the details of that. And also, Margot, the site development plan, does that come back before council? The adjustment from the adjustment
Yes, sir.
of the tower?
If it's more than a 10% change, then yes, it will, and I believe
Okay.
that will be
Yes.
that. a
Yes, sir, you will
considerable
see that
change. So
again.
yes, it will go back through the public hearing process.
Okay, because I would like to re-notify the neighbors and get the neighbors involved also to see how, in fact, this buy-off comes from the neighbors as well as far as the new product you're bringing back forward to the neighborhood.
Absolutely, sir. I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilman Barlow, do you want to make a motion then on item number 88?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move for approval of the extension of time,
Thank you. Let's
subject
vote.
to all staff conditions.
Very good. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And now at Councilman Barlow's request, we'll call 93. 93 is EOT 23240. The applicant owner is Tate Family Trust. Request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review to add 2 units to an existing multi-family development, 1.32 acres at 1011 E Street. This is R4 and Ward 5, and the staff recommends approval. Is there anybody here on that particular matter? Tate Family Trust? Councilman, what's your pleasure?
Actually, I would like to hold this item in abeyance until, I thought Mr. Tate would be here, but I would like to hold this item in abeyance for 2 weeks until the 19th.
Very good.
And give Mr. Tate an opportunity to come in and speak on this item.
That's the motion. Then let's vote on that, please.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Go to item number 95. Items 95 through 108 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public hearings, and public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by the staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Items 96 through 108 are public hearings, which I now declare open, and I will read those items into the record at this time. And, Ms. Bridges, I just go through each one of these, is that it? Very good. Okay, item 96 is RQR 22271.
Mr. Mayor, can
Yes.
you explain to us how you're doing this again?
Okay.
I have 4 items in here that I need to pull just for a change in conditions, a minor change. But I have 4 items and I have their numbers. Should I tell them to you now?
I would like to hear them now, please.
Okay, items number 96, 101, 106, and 137.
106 and 137?
Yes.
Nope, we have to go up to 108.
Oops, I'm past that. Sorry, I forgot.
No problem. So
Forget
96,
137.
101, and 106?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other items in this grouping?
Yes, 100.
100, okay. Any other items in this grouping? Ms. Wheeler? 97, all right. This is a great procedure. This is saving us a lot of time. I just want everyone to know that. This is great.
We have to learn it.
I know, nobody knows what we're doing. Okay. Any others that folks would like to not have within the one motion, one vote? Okay, then I'll start with 95. 95 is SDR 22839. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests for a site development plan review for a proposed 4,000 square foot maintenance building on the eastern portion of 30.4 acre site located at 3104 East Bonanza Road. This is in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. We'll then go to 98. 98 is ZON 22443. The applicant is Kimberly Kuba. The owner is Saucer 5 LP. Request for a rezoning from PR, professional office and parking, to O, office on 2.33 acres at 2881 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Going to 99. 99 is ZON 22590. The applicant owner is Bernie Smith LLC. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial on .22 acres at the northwest corner of N Street and Adams Avenue in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. That was... We'll go to 102. 102 is the applicant, RQR 22325. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising. The owner is Shahram Inc. Required 2-year review for an approved special use permit which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 4401 North Rancho Drive in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 103 is SUP 22579. The applicant is Sabiadoro Enterprises. The owner is Lepore Grand Central. Request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on and off sale establishment at 241 West Charleston Boulevard in Suite 101. This is in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 104 is SUP 22580. The applicant owner is Richard and Margarita Hunter. Request for a special use permit for a 1,164 square foot Class 1 accessory structure, casita, at 9401 Kingsgate Court. This is in Ward 2, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 105 is SUP 22848. The applicant is Aardvark Bail Bond. The owner is Corey Family LLC, number 6, and Hughes Family LLC, number 5. Request for a special use permit for a proposed bail bond service at 515 South 3rd Street, Suite B in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 107 is VAC 22442. The applicant is Venture Professional Centers LLC. The owner is Centennial Hill Center LLC. Petition to vacate a portion of a 20-foot wide public sewer easement generally located east of Durango Drive, south of Centennial Parkway in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 108 is VAC 22542. The applicant is Mitchell Holdings. The owner is LiveWork LLC et al. Petition to vacate a 20-foot wide section of public right-of-way generally located 140 feet west of Casino Center Boulevard between Bonneville Avenue and Garces Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Now, is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? They were all public hearing items. If anyone would like to be heard on the items that I just read, we'd be delighted to hear from you. All right, seeing none, I will then close the public hearings. May I have a motion to approve items 95 through 108 with the exception of 96, 97, 100, 101, and 106?
Yes, Your Honor. No questions or deletions. I'll make a motion to approve these items with all staff conditions.
It's a wonderful system. It saves us so much time. It's amazing. I'm kidding. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to go to 96. 96.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I
Wait,
want...
I have to read it.
Oh, you have to read it.
I got to read it first. 96 is RQR 22271. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising. The owner is 7-Eleven, Inc. Required 2-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 6070 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Councilwoman, did you want to be heard before we hear from Ms. Lazovich?
We can hear from Ms. Lazovich.
Okay, Ms. Lazovich.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here today on behalf of Lamar. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval. It is a structure that meets all of your distance separations, and I believe I know what the Councilwoman is going to say, but I will defer to you first.
All right, Councilwoman.
I was going to move to approve this item for a 3-year review with all conditions.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please.
If I may, that's a change to condition number 1, changing 4 years to 3 years.
Thank you very much. Do you accept that condition?
We do accept this condition.
Thank you very much. Let's vote then on 96. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Item 97 is SUP 22261. This too will be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Guadalupe and Juana Vizcarra. Request for a special use permit for 1,186 square foot glass habitable accessory structure on .75 acres located at 5059 East Monroe Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, ma'am, please tell us your name.
Leticia Marquez, I'm representing Guadalupe and Juana Vizcarra.
Very good. Be happy to hear from you, ma'am.
Just waiting for you guys to approve it.
All right, are there any questions of the young lady?
A lot of questions, yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This application is for a second structure.
For a guest house.
For a guest house. Is it going to be rental property?
No. It's only for family members that come in from out of state. That way they have their own privacy. It's only a guest house. Not for rent.
Well, once we approve this, though, we don't have enough staff, we don't have enough people to go around and make sure that you're not renting it out. I mean, it's really hard to prove this is not a rental structure. This is a single-family residential area.
Right.
And this is one of the very few ranch estates, if you'd like, homes area in Ward 3. And I really hate to see us starting to put other living structures on this type of a property. All it does is depletes, it takes away from the other properties that have their horses and the cows and stuff. And I really have a hard time approving something like this. I know staff recommends approval, but that's why we have the special use permit. I don't see a need to have this structure built at this location. I've been down by there 3 or 4 times. It's a wonderful idea, but again, it's just not the proper use. And for those reasons, I'm going to make a motion for denial, Your Honor.
All right. There's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, man. All right, item 100 is RQR 21345. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is WMC Roman numeral 3 Associates, LLC. Request for 1-year review of an approved rezoning, which approved the existing off-premise advertising billboard signs on property bounded by US 95, I-15, and Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. We're pleased to have both the recommendation of the Planning Commission and staff. However, we are asking for the deletion of one condition, and that would be condition number 3, which requires the removal of billboard number 3 within 60 days. We have spoken at great length with World Market Center, and they are in concurrence with us that the board imposes no aesthetic or other problems that they're concerned about. As a result, we would very much appreciate leaving it in place. As you know, we've already removed, starting from the south working north, there's billboards A that's still in place, B and C have been removed, D and E were left in place the last time this review came in front of this council, and we're simply asking that once again you allow us to leave billboard D in place by deleting condition number 3.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Larson? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard on this, please come up. Looking around, I see none. We'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had a conversation with Mr. Larson yesterday, and I am in agreement with the deletion of number 3, and subject to the World Market coming back at a later date with their site development plan to see how, in fact, this sign will fit into the scheme of their project. Currently, we understand that it may be years out before that comes before, so I'm comfortable with that, with the sign. But also in the future, just so that I may put it on the record, as far as the aesthetic look of the sign, I am in favor of what Chelsea Properties has done to beautify their signage as far as the wrapping of the billboard. And in the future, I would like to discuss or have a conversation with you in regards to, if in fact that sign is to remain, how we can beautify that sign to make it more attractive along that corridor.
And we understand your concerns, and since those are also clear channel boards, we very much are capable of doing that. So.
Okay, I appreciate that. So my motion at this time would be to delete condition number 3, and that would be my motion at this time.
All right. You've heard the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. Item 101 is RQR 22324. Public hearing. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising. The owner is Urban Land Nevada. Required 2-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 2550 Highland Drive in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Celeste. My address is 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. Here on behalf of the applicant, Lamar, we come before you today with recommendation from staff and from the Planning Commission for approval. We meet all separation requirements. I believe Councilwoman Tarkanian would like to tweak one of the conditions, and other than that, we agree with everything.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Celeste and before we have a tweaking? Okay. Councilwoman?
I move to approve this item for a 3-year review with all conditions, which changes condition number 1. Thank you.
Okay, before we vote, it's a public hearing,
Which
folks.
tweaked it, by the way.
We appreciate that. Public hearing, if anyone wants to be heard before we vote on this? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing and we'll vote on the tweaking. Post? Motion carries. Thanks. Good luck to you. Okay, we're going to go to 106 now. 106 is SDR 21916. Public hearing. The applicant owner's Unger Investments LP. Request for site development plan review for a 3,029 square foot service station without automotive repair, with a waiver to the perimeter landscape buffering standards to allow a 5-foot wide buffer where 8 feet is required along a portion of the south perimeter, and to allow no landscape buffer along a portion of the east perimeter where an 8-foot wide landscape buffer is required on .76 acres at the southeast corner of Teddy Drive and Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. It's now declared open. Yes, sir.
I'm David Unger, 2000 Southeastern, representing Unger Investments. It was unanimously approved, and we've agreed to the conditions, so I guess I should hear the councilwoman's tweak first.
Okay, Councilwoman?
It's just a small tweak, and it's coming from our planning department, so Margot will read it.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. This is, we would add the condition that conformance to the conditions of approval for U 8999 and all other applicable site-related actions shall be required except as amended by conditions herein. The reason for this is there were previous approvals that we want to make sure that we don't lose, ones that the neighborhood was anticipating, and therefore we would request this condition be added.
Is that agreeable?
Actually, I can't speak to it. That's 8 years ago. This was brought before you 8 years ago. It's kind of an ugly corner the way it's sitting right now with just a billboard on it. And because of the road redesign and some problems between the state and the city, after a couple of years we just gave up getting it through. So although I don't remember a problem with those conditions, I haven't seen them for 8 years, and when we went through planning, no one brought them up. I think they're more or less redundant with what we have, but I truly have no idea what's in them or if they're even applicable
Well,
because the roads changed.
I don't want you agreeing to something that
Yeah.
you're not aware of. Maybe
So I think what we need to do is meet with planning again.
Fine.
I don't know, is there a specific item that is in those conditions? Because I haven't seen them for 8 years.
I can either give them, we can either trail the item, or I can have the information given to him, and we can obey it for 2 weeks, whatever you prefer.
What,
So-
you
so
say
we'll pay it
trail
for
it?
2 weeks?
Well, but Mr. Mayor, maybe we could trail it. Do you think you
Yeah.
have it here that
Yeah.
you could go over it with him?
Yeah.
She has the information here that she would go over with you.
I think I'd rather obey it, as my recollection was it was a long set of conditions that involve traffic studies and other things that don't relate to the existing road, so I'm going to need a
Okay,
city
I wasn't
engineer
on
to
the
go over it
council
here.
at the
Yeah.
time, so you
Yeah.
probably are more aware of it than I.
Unfortunately, I'm not. It's
That's
been a
all
long
right
time.
with Mrs. Wheeler, so I move to obey till what time? 2 weeks or 4 weeks from now? 2 weeks.
2 weeks is, yeah.
Yeah, a move to obey for 2 weeks.
Okay, it's a public hearing. Does anyone want to be heard before we vote on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Let's vote on it. Abeyance until September the 19th. Post, please. Motion carries. We'll see you back in about 2 weeks.
Okay.
Very good.
Your Honor, if I could?
Yes.
I would just like to introduce a friend of mine out in the audience. I went to high school with him back about 50 years ago from Lincoln County. Lou, would you please stand up? This is Louis Summer. I don't know what he's doing here today, but he's sure welcome here. Good to see you, Lou.
Louis, he didn't have to tell your age, though.
Okay. So we're up to 109, is that correct? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good, thank you. Okay, 109 is DIR 23659. The applicant owner is Black Brothers Court LLC. Request to allow the operation of a water feature which totals 495 square feet to an existing single-family residential subdivision of 4.18 acres at 8311 Black Brothers Court in Ward 2. The staff recommends approval. Yes, ma'am.
Terry Alexander, I represent the applicant, Black Brothers Court. My address is 5517 Cleary Court, Las Vegas. We request approval via staff's recommendation for the water feature.
All right, are there any questions of the young lady? All right. Councilman Wolfson, your pleasure, please.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. My motion is for approval consistent with staff's recommendations.
Okay, let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, now we go to 119, another book. Just whipping right along here. Thank you, I appreciate it. That's great, thank you. Okay, we're up to 119. 119, 120, and 121 are companion items. 119 is VAR 21993. There will be a public hearing. The applicant owner is CS 4015 LLC. Request for variance to allow 123 parking spaces, where 134 spaces are required for proposed 16,663 commercial shopping center on 2 acres at the southwest corner of Lone Mountain Road and Cliff Shadows Parkway in Ward 4. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 120 is VAR 22100. Public hearing as well. The applicant owner is the same. request for variance to allow a 27.2-foot high retail building to be 20 feet from residential property, where residential adjacency standards require an 81.6-foot setback on 2 acres at the southwest corner of Lone Mountain Road and Cliff Shadows Parkway. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 121 is going to be a public hearing on SDR 21992. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for a proposed 9,663 square foot commercial shopping center with a 3,500 square foot tavern and 3,000 square foot convenience store with waivers of Lone Mountain West landscape standards and waivers to allow 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer on a portion of the north property line where 15 feet is required, a 3-foot perimeter landscape buffer on a portion of the east property line where 15 feet is required, a 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer on a portion of the south property line where 8 feet is required, and a 4-foot perimeter landscape buffer on a portion of the west property line where 8 feet is required on 2 acres at the southwest corner of Lone Mountain Road and Cliff Shadows Parkway. These are all in Ward 4, as I said, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. They're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Mark Martino, representing the applicant, 7625 South Industrial. I'll give a little background on the site. First, this had already been approved for a convenience store and a tavern a few years ago, and what the applicant was liking to do is add a little retail to this site as well. It's a small 2-acre site. What we have is we are surrounded on this side to our west with residential that is up high about 30 feet above our property. There's a triple retaining wall, and they're way up at least 30 feet above. On the south side, we are 20 feet from our property line. However, there is a 15-foot drainage easement, and then there's another 10-foot to at least to the residents on that property side. We have been working with staff and Councilman Ward in regards to the parking issues and the Planning Commission issues, and working with the Planning Commission, their concerns were trash enclosures. We had a single trash enclosure where everybody would use. Since then, we have massaged the site a little bit to give three separate trash enclosures. And the other Planning Commission concern was drop-off and refueling for the convenience store. And what we have done also is massaged it so a truck can come right in and fuel right in the middle, fairly easy. With those, we've actually reduced our parking. We were short 11. We're only short 8 now. We've picked up a few more, and we've got great access to our tanks. The design for the L-shaped building, which is the retail and the tavern, is to bring it back closer to the residential, but giving them a lot more landscaping. We didn't want to bring in and push it forward to have all the delivery trucks and those types of guys driving back and forth, making more noise for our residents there. They'll have we feel there'll be minimal deliveries, and they won't need those types of ramps and that type of thing. They can just do it all in the front of the building. I believe with working with staff and putting the Planning Commission comments, I think we're pretty close at satisfying. Our parking ratio is only like 6% now instead of 9 at that point. We did agree that we will do for this south side and these residents, since we can't meet the 3-to-1 residential setback, as we've got the 20 feet, but we're going to heavily landscape this area, double trees and lots of low growing bushes and things. That's pretty much it. We're looking to see if council will approve these with our variances.
Okay, very good, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, public hearing on all three of these items? Anybody like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor. We had a neighborhood meeting last week on this project, and Margo, I just want to make sure that we're looking at revised plans.
Yes, sir.
As indicated, that we increased the trash enclosures, the radius of the truck, the tanker truck coming in. Were there any other revisions? The height of the building, did that come down?
Yes, I didn't mention that. We did drop the height from 27 feet down to right at about 21 feet.
Is that reflected on the revised plan?
Yes.
We're showing top of parapet at 24.6
Okay.
on the revisions.
And then the only other question that came up was on the cliff shadows on the east side of the parcel. When the cars are parked facing out, it's probably 3 or 4 feet.
Yes.
How do we mitigate evening parking with the lights shining out onto cliff shadows? Is there any way we could?
Mayor and Councilman, we can do that either through a berm or what is sometimes referred to as a pony wall, a short wall, and that can be added on the east side of the parking area there, and we can add that as a condition.
Okay, could we just indicate either a pony wall or a berm, something to mitigate?
That'd be fine,
the
yes.
lights going out there?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And just for the record, some people were going to come down but attended the meeting, and this was one of the first parcels that were zoned before the first house was built out in Cliff Shadows. And a lot of the new residents up here in the neighborhood were unaware that this, one of the last infill pieces, was actually entitled commercial way back when. Neighborhood meeting was productive. We didn't make everybody happy, but we certainly explained the history, some of the revisions that the applicant has brought forward to staff, and I think they address the major concerns of some of the other neighbors. Especially, we're going to waive the trees on the western portion of the site behind the building and put the double row of trees on the south side where the two cul-de-sac homes are actually the closest to the property. Is that reflected also?
Correct, and the number of trees has been changed and increased from 47 to 59 at this time.
Good. All right, Your Honor, thank you. And I appreciate not only the neighborhood meeting and those that attended, but the applicant working with staff to address the major concerns out there. I think you did a pretty good job on a tough site.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, with that and the revised plans on item number 119, I'd move for approval, subject to staff conditions.
If I may just read in the changes in the conditions, change to condition number 3, that the site plan, landscape plan, and building elevations are date stamped 8/29/07. The change to condition 7, that there will be 59 landscape buffer trees where 68 are required. That a revised site plan shall be submitted to the Planning and Development Department prior to the time application is made for a building permit depicting the compact parking spaces distributed throughout the site rather than in one location, and that a berm or pony wall shall be added along the east side of the parking area so as to block car lights from Cliff Shadows Parkway.
Do you accept those conditions?
Yes.
As amended?
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, all of those changes are to the site plan, which is number 121.
Okay.
All right.
On item number 120, move for approval, subject to staff conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
And item 121, Your Honor, move for approval, subject to staff conditions as amended.
Let's vote on that. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this gives me the opportunity to address the folks in Ward 4, although the entire city is invited. This coming Saturday, we're going to have a Freedom Walk where we're celebrating the armed forces, and we're also going to memorialize the folks who were lost during 9/11. It's going to be at the Kellogg-Zaire Park up at Washington and Buffalo. We'll start about 8 o'clock in the morning. We're going to have the fire department there with the colors, and hopefully Nellis will come by with their colors, and it should be a terrific occasion. The first 250 people who want to come and join us in the walk will have the opportunity to get some gifts, and it's a good way for everybody to get to know each other in the community, good way to have a little exercise, and a good way to honor those who are serving our country at this time. That's this coming Saturday, Kellogg-Zaire Park, Washington and Buffalo, about 8 o'clock in the morning. Earlier the better. Earlier the better. And the first, I told the Mayor Pro Tem that we only have extra large shirts that we're giving out, so we could always shrink them in gin and fit each person accordingly. All right. Item 122 is ROC 21911. Be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Shelley Jackson. Request for a review of condition to delete condition number 4 of an approved variance, which stated that the approval of this variance is limited to only these applicants. If the property is sold or rented, the guest house shall be converted back to a storage room or garage for an existing second dwelling where only one dwelling is permitted on .19 acres at 1247 Douglas Drive in Ward 1. The staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Katie Fellows, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant, Shelley Jackson. The applicant purchased this home back in 1992 with the accessory structure existing as it exists today on the property. When she purchased the home, however, the condition number 4 that was applied to V-139-89 was not disclosed to her by the prior property owner. She lived in the house for approximately 15 years. She had purchased it back in 1992 when she received notice from code enforcement that she was in violation of that condition on that approval. She had no idea that that condition had existed at that time, and we are here to request removal of that condition based on the hardship that she did not have that disclosed to her at the time that she purchased the property. Ms. Jackson has her entire life savings wrapped up in this property, and this failure to disclose this condition could cause substantial harm to both her and her home. We held a neighborhood meeting last week with some of the neighbors at the request of Councilwoman Tarkanian and discussed some of the issues and concerns that the neighbors have raised, including the objection letter from the neighborhood association. And the neighbors' concerns relate specifically to the rental of this property, and also to that they would like this condition, this approval, to only apply to Ms. Jackson herself. At the time, we were amenable to those conditions being attached to that approval, but after further review, we believe and feel that those conditions are unlawful, as is condition number 4, as a condition to this approval. And therefore, we request approval or removal of condition number 4 in its entirety, and would like to submit for the record a written objection, and additionally letters of support from other neighbors supporting approval and removal of condition number 4 without attaching any further conditions to this property. And I've got copies here for the clerk.
Now, you indicated you want to file an objection you indicated?
Yes, an objection basically indicating that we will, number 1, requesting removal of condition number 4 from the original variance approval as being unlawful.
All right. Is that the objection that you're handing up to us?
Those are the letters of support from other neighbors.
Right.
And here are copies of the objection letter.
Okay, it's an objection letter to...
Yes. There should be enough copies for each member of the council.
Okay.
I apologize. There's only one copy of that one objection letter that you have, Mr. Mayor, that came in at the last minute.
All right, I'll pass these down, and hopefully they'll end in Councilwoman Tarkanian's hand. Okay. Great.
Mayor Goodman, can I ask a procedural question?
Certainly.
With your permission, Councilwoman, doesn't this speak to the issue which Brian raised before about conditions not being recorded? So when property is sold, the new buyer is not placed on any kind of formal notice of certain conditions that were placed by a government body?
That's correct,
Aren't
Councilman.
we doing something about that?
We are. We have a text amendment, I think, that's already been approved by you, or by at least by the Planning Commission, which indicates that we will be placing something on the record of properties that come before you for zoning approvals to let successor property owners know that there's been some zoning action and that they're to be aware of that, and they're to contact the planning department to determine exactly what that zoning action was.
But how does a potential buyer know that there's a condition on a property?
Currently, they wouldn't know,
But under
because the
the
title
new
search
ordinance.
wouldn't locate that. But under the new ordinance and the new procedures, we would, there'd be a notice filed, recorded on the property with the county recorder. Then the title search would locate that particular document that we would file.
And the objection letter is the letter from Jones Vargas dated September 5th.
That is correct.
Mr. Scott, have you seen the objection letter?
I have not, Mayor. This is the first time I'm looking at it also.
Okay. After you have a chance to read it, if you have any legal advice for us or guidance, I'd sure appreciate it.
You know, I don't know how unlawful the condition is. I mean, it was a condition that was imposed back in 1989, it looks like, here. It was one that was probably more than likely agreed to by the previous owner. I mean, it's something that would be hard to enforce, but I don't know how unlawful it would be. I'd have to do some further research to determine whether or not that was a lawful condition. But like I said, it would be difficult to enforce, but just because it's difficult to enforce doesn't mean that it would be an unlawful condition.
The council.
I think the letter on the yellow page, which was, I think that's just a letter of concern that's coming from another neighbor, isn't it? A letter of protest or whatever, it's the same as, it's a letter, whereas the others, I guess, were more typed forms. So I just wanted to explain that. It wasn't a formal legal letter of protest.
Right.
And I would also like to say that I would greatly have appreciated, since we held that meeting, and since I made commitments to the neighbors in that area, where there was only one person supporting the applicant, that somebody could have told me a little ahead of time than right now.
I sincerely apologize for that, Councilwoman. This arose late last night, and I apologize for that.
All right, well,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman, what's your pleasure?
Well, if I could explain to you, there was a gentleman many, many years ago who built a storage shed and changed it into a living quarters on his lot. Is that right, Margot? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe so,
He
yes.
did this without any licensing or without any checking of it out by the city. And so the city council evidently at that time decided that he needed to be fined, and they fined him, and they thought they should also place a condition on the property. They didn't want to, he was an elderly man, they didn't want to cause him any problems. So what they did was they said, well, you keep what you have, even though you didn't have the appropriate approval from the city, but we will put these conditions on the land, and that is that if it's sold, if he sold it to anybody, it would return to a storage shed rather than living quarters, and then he paid the $200 fine. And then this lady came and purchased the property, the applicant purchased the property, evidently not knowing that this condition was on it. And as Councilman Wolfson says, we have asked to have that checked out. And I did tell the neighbors at the meeting last week that this is something that we are addressing on the city council because of previous problems. So now we come to this time, however, because a question came up that the applicant had, the neighbors had been told the applicant wanted to sell the home, and their concern is this, that the applicant has rented out this casita, has not just used it for family, This is a residential area. It's just exactly the same as what Councilman Reeves was talking about. We have a residential area that protects its way of life out there very strongly. And this is not a large lot. And the question is, if you have one, then you get another, and then you move from a residential area. And this is a very critical thing, I think, for the older wards. And that's basically why I would move for this, because we don't want to harm the lady who's there now. So what we want to do is let her continue that, living there. Let her continue keeping the casita. But if she does sell it again, that the condition is there. If it is resold, the condition is there. And that way we're being fair to her and not punishing her for the fact that nobody let her know.
And that will also give her counsel an opportunity if they feel that
Right.
they have some legal right to keep it for an indefinite period of time to seek appropriate relief.
That's exactly right. They could seek legal relief.
Mr. Scott, is that consistent
Mayor-
with the way you perceive the situation?
It is, Mayor and Council. But what I would also suggest, if we're going to do something like that, we're really perpetuating a condition that's, like I said, even though it may not be unlawful, it may be very difficult to enforce something like this, just because we won't know when the properties change hands and things like that. But I would suggest that if we want to do something like this, that we also record that condition on the parcel, just so that future property owners will know that they are accepting the property with this limitation on it.
Absolutely, and that's what I was agreeing with Councilman Wolfson on. I think absolutely, not only in this case, but any other time there's something like this, that it is recorded on the parcel so the person knows.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you. And I'll certainly support the councilwoman on her motion. Mr. Scott, I have just a couple questions. One is, as part of this backup, it indicates that the city has been billing, it says, now this is dated 97.
This was what?
The city, this letter as part, I think it was part of this package, regarding a sewer account. They're billing the smaller unit, and they reference it as a mother-in-law's house, guest house, or maid's quarters. The computer record shows that there are 2 residential units on the property. And my question would be, when we, if someone comes in and wants to build a casita, is that considered part of the principal dwelling, or does that become a second residential unit? And furthermore, I talked to Mayor Pro Tem before the meeting this afternoon. Out in the Northwest, we're seeing more of these maid quarters, casitas being built. And do we have the ability, if it's an approved structure or structures, do we have the ability to say if a person can have a family member in there versus renting it out to a college kid? Or I just, these issues are going to, I think, are going to come up more frequently. Obviously, we've had 3 today, but I'm not sure, I certainly don't know how consistent we are as far as a policy. So maybe we could take this opportunity and kind of look forward and just address some of these questions.
If I may, Mayor and Council, the one thing that we're very consistent on is they cannot have a separate meter, whether it be electrical, water, or power. The use remains single-family. It cannot have a separate address. It cannot have, again, separate utilities, and it cannot be sold separately. And that is consistent. The issue of, I don't know what letter, I don't have
I think
any.
under Margot, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're considered accessory structures under our code. They're
That's
not
right.
considered to be a second residential
Absolutely
dwelling under our
correct.
code, so.
Right, but,
Mayor-
and I think
Yeah.
what Mr. Scott is saying, that with regard to who may use it, that is the difficult aspect of the enforcement, because whether it's a family member or whether it's rented to somebody else, that's the more difficult aspect of the enforcement.
Can we even, are you allowed to tell a property owner what they can or can't do with an approved structure?
With the
Maybe not
code,
in
we
this
have the
case.
requirement that either the principal or the accessory structure has to be owner occupied, and that is a requirement of the code.
But the letter that the councilman is referring to, which is part of the package, that
Okay.
was handed to us by the applicant's counsel would suggest just the opposite of our procedure, because the City of Las Vegas, concerning the sewer count, made a designation that the second premises was in fact a separate premises, a mother-in-law's house, a maid's quarter, whatever, and they want a separate billing for that particular unit, and they separated the two units into two, and they're not considering it one.
Well, we would certainly have to follow up on that. I don't have that information, and we would follow up.
Okay, well, this is a letter dated April 11th, 1997. And ma'am, could you make this copy? Do you have an extra?
I have
Make it
given
available
her
to Ms.
a
Wheeler?
copy now, if she would like it.
Would you be kind enough to give a copy to Ms. Wheeler?
And Councilman, our code allows you to place any conditions you feel are necessary to lessen the impacts of certain zoning approvals that you give on the community. If the council feels that this, they're renting it only to a family member, or renting it, or not renting it at all, somehow lessens the impact of that zoning approval on the community, and you're allowed to do that. But it has to be a reasonable condition. It has to bear some nexus to the actual approval.
Let me separate the two then. Then this letter would indicate that the city, since '97, it's in this package, if you got the same one. Since '97, the city has been billing this address for 2 sewer hookups.
Not since 97,
Yep.
up to 97. That's the date of the letter. Up to 97, isn't it?
This is when it,
No, it says this, to correct your sewer service bill, we've changed the number of units to 2, making your annual sewer service bill such and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think it's not quite clear on that type of situation, and I do agree with Councilman Brown that we should go into that and look into that very thoroughly as far as the billings are concerned, and as far as how we look at situations, if it's a family or not a family. The residential areas, which I represent, however, feel very strongly they don't want business in them, and renting out separate structure to them is a business. You're making money off of your residential land there, and that's one of the concerns they have. And I assume that Councilman Reese has similar situations.
Councilman Reese?
What I'm finding in Ward 3, we're having many of these illegal structures, and they're stealing the power and just hooking up hoses from one facility to another and renting it out. And again, it's really hard to prove when it's renting. We have court enforcement go out and they say, well, it's my brother from Mexico or somebody living here. And I have probably 10 or 12 right in my own neighborhood that are illegal structures built a few years ago. And when you start going out there, then you got to start looking at illegal fences, other type structures that can be added on, whether it's just in addition to a family room where it's up against a property line or whatever. So I think when we start looking at this, we are going to find that there are a lot of problems that we're going to have here. And whether it's built back in 1972 and somebody buys it innocently. I had one in here at the last council meeting, the same thing. They got caught and they said, well, they bought it this way. And they put a kitchen in it without permits, and now they want to go get the permits, and now they're saying they got the permits back, 20 years ago, no record of it. But it really gets into, when you start looking into it, it's really a problem. And I just hope that we can find a halfway ground there somewhere where do we make these, when we catch these illegal structures that are being rented out, do we go in there and make them tear them down? And what are we going to do with them?
Well, I think that this is a good opportunity to ask the manager's office during our briefings to begin a discussion, because as has been pointed out, that we have to have a policy on this. We have to have some consistency so our constituents know what to expect. And I think, as Councilman Brown indicated, this is going to become more prevalent as time goes by with the real estate market the way it is, the changing demographics the way they are. And this is a good time for us to address it.
Well, Your Honor, and again, excuse me, Councilman, I just want one more thought. It's just like that application I had earlier for that second structure. Yes, it met all the codes that we have, and they said it was going to be a casita. It was going to be a mother-in-law type use. There was not going to be, it's just going to be family members coming here for vacations and stuff. We have no way of proving that. And I would like to approve the project, but I couldn't. For the simple reason, there's no way we can go out there and police and see whether they're renting it out or whether they're using it as a second income to help pay the mortgage, whatever, there's no way we can prove it. And I just think that I mentioned it to Councilwoman Tarkanian at lunchtime, I mentioned it to Councilman Brown. It's something that we have to do, and I appreciate Councilman Brown's comments because it is a problem, and we're going to have to get to the bottom of it.
Mayor and Councilwoman, if you'd like, we could hold this item. We could take a
No,
look at
I
the...
don't want to hold the item.
Okay.
I'd like to vote on it today.
Okay.
But I do think we should have the investigation. One of the reasons I don't want to hold the item is the applicant has already admitted that she rented this out to people other than family. And that's exactly what we've been trying to prevent in these areas. If that had not been the case, then I could see that. But right now, and again, we had a neighborhood meeting, well represented, and I just feel that I should keep my commitment to what I made that night. But I do think we should get into this more thoroughly and just see what all the variances are and things like that. But this was one that was used for a rental. It wasn't even said we're just going to use it for family. It was used as a rental.
Councilman Brown.
Separate from this case today and the example Councilman Reese referenced earlier, I'd be interested also in even some of the newer developments on larger lots, but not half-acre lots. They either have a casita or they have a house big enough where, Mr. Scott, when you say owner-occupied, I'm aware of when families are moving in, parents with grown children, some married with grandkids in the same structure. Now, would that be owner-occupied? And how does our code address, I think there's a number of human beings per square foot referenced somewhere. I think there is. That's what I was told once, that you can't have 100 people. So if we could involve that in the dialogue, because I'd be very interested. It's a growing trend. Multiple families, even if they're related, are moving into big homes just because of the affordability factor.
We'll take a look at that for you, Councilman. Thanks.
Very good. All right, Councilman, your motion, please.
Just 1 second. I want to say this clearly and make sure I say this right, Council, because we don't want to cause any harm. I want to say this clearly, and Council, please make sure I am doing this correctly, because we don't want to cause any hardship to the lady who's in there already. My motion is for denial with the understanding that we maintain the status quo. The present owner has been in the residence for 15 years. However, the structure cannot be rented. Any future homeowners will have to adhere to the condition.
That's fine, Councilman.
Is that right? I checked that legally with staff,
Yeah.
but I wanted to make sure.
Right, we're not adding any additional conditions on this. We're
No.
just simply saying that we'll maintain the status quo, the condition will remain on the property, and any other future property owners will have to adhere to that condition.
Right, but she who is already there with it can use it.
And then also, we're going to record that with the recorder's office.
Well, I did say that it could not be rented. That was part of what I just stated. The structure cannot be rented.
We're not allowed to, on a review condition, we're not allowed to add any additional conditions. All we can do is consider the approval or denial of the condition that's
I
at
think
issue.
that was in the original.
Yeah, this just says that if the property is sold or rented, the guest house shall be converted back to a storage room or garage.
Well, that means if she rented it,
No,
then
I think they mean the primary property, meaning the main residence.
they cannot. Okay, my understanding from my staff was, and I thought I read it myself, that the original condition said it couldn't be rented.
Right, that would be the main property, not the accessory structure.
No, this is what I'm talking about. The accessory structure cannot be rented. They're not talking about, in the condition that they made originally, it was not the main structure they said could not be rented.
Well,
It was the accessory structure.
Yeah, they couldn't have sold the accessory structure separate from the main structure.
That's
So
true.
it would have to be the main structure that the condition is relating to, that if the entire property is sold or rented, then he would have to convert back to a
Well, why
casita.
can't I just say the accessory structure cannot be rented?
Because that would be adding an additional condition that didn't exist.
Well, this is what I don't understand. Right now, she's not supposed to be able to rent it at all, right? And she cannot sell it unless the condition stays. All I'm saying is, can't she have what she has now, and we keep the condition for the next buyer?
I mean, she would be, under the previous conditions, she would be able to sell her property, the main property, or rent the main property. It's just that the casita or the accessory structure would have to revert back to a storage unit if she did either of those two things. So she could still rent the main property, but if she did rent it out, they would have to convert the...
Well, I could understand that, yes. Certainly
Okay,
she could rent the main
Right.
property.
So your motion would be that we maintain the status quo, we deny you, or you would deny her request to remove the condition, and it would stay on the property for the next successor property owner.
Yes, that's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
right. But, okay, that's
You
fine.
helped me with these words,
Right, I know,
Brian.
right. We're fine. Okay.
Okay.
Is that the motion?
That's my motion.
All right, if anybody understands it, let's vote.
Mr. Mayor, may I just clarify for the record that any modification, we preserve our objections and protests to the conditions,
Yes, of course.
just
Yeah, your
as
record-
modified.
Your record is made. You're
Thank you.
objecting to what we're doing, and we understand that.
Thank
That's
you.
fine. And you might want to check into the sewer bill while you're at it. She may have paid a double sewer bill for the last 10 years.
She has been.
Okay, well, you might want
Your
to
Honor.
seek some relief along that line for her. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, let's vote. Post? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next book. Next book. Thanks. Okay, item 130. This is GPA 22505. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Nevada Power, the owner is USA. Request to amend map 11 of the Centennial Hill Sector Plan to add an electric utility substation on the south side of Darling Road, approximately 370 feet east of Wallapai Way, removal of an electric utility substation between Wallapai Way and Clark County 215, and to add utility transmission lines along the jurisdiction's northwest boundary. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Mayor?
Yes.
I need to disclose the fact that I got a daughter that works for Nevada Power Company. I have not talked to her about this applicant, or this application. I don't feel it will impact her job one way or another, and certainly not affect me. And so I'm going to participate and vote on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, Edgar Patino, 6226 West Sahara. Also with me, I have Scott Rudy, representing also Nevada Power. The item before you is a request to amend the Centennial Hill Sector Plan, specifically map 11. The amendment includes three primary changes. The first change would be the addition of a transmission line that begins at our northwest substation, which then continues west, north, and then to the northwest. The second primary change would be the removal of a previously approved substation near the intersection of Tropical and Hualapai and the associated transmission line. And the third proposed change would be the addition of a proposed substation site just north of Centennial and just east of Hualapai, and also the associated transmission line, and that would be the addition of those facilities. The current substation is located within the city of Las Vegas. The proposed transmission line is located both within the county and the city of Las Vegas. In speaking with staff, there was some concern with regards to the specific locations of the transmission poles along Centennial, and with that in mind, I wanted to read something into the record. Nevada Power is committed to coordinate with the City of Las Vegas and Clark County on the location of future poles for this project, as not to interfere with existing and planned roadways and/or left-hand, right-hand turning pockets. Nevada Power has worked and is committed to continue working with the Clark County School District regarding the future lines along Centennial. We are in agreement with staff's recommendations and Planning Commission's recommendations. I can answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman at this time? Folks, it's a public hearing. If anybody would like to be heard. Looking around, I see none. All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to follow staff and planning commission's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Councilman Mayor, thank you.
Very good. Mr. Hodge, is your bride here? Oh, man. I'm trying my best, Mr. Hodge. Okay, just have a seat. This is Mr. Hodge's anniversary today, and he brought his bride down. And he's very critical because he says he's never had a nice picture taken with the mayor and with his bride. And I promised him that we would stop the meeting and have a picture taken as soon as she's out of the ladies' room. Okay? We'll be with you. You have a camera with you? Oh. Okay, 131 and 132. Oh, 131, I'm sorry I started this. 131 is WVR 22255. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Wagner Homes. The owner is Daystar Ventures, LLC. Request for a waiver of Title 18.12.160 to allow 210 feet between street intersections where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required for a single-family residential development on 5.35 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Wallapai Way and Haley Avenue. It's in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing. 132 is SDR 22253. Same applicant, same owner. Request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review for a 19-lot single-family residential development with access to Haley Avenue instead of Darrell Lane on 5.35 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Wallapai Way and Haley Avenue in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. Bless you. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Is anybody here on behalf of Wagner Homes or Daystar Ventures? Okay, Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure on this one?
Your Honor, I've spoken to the applicant. I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions on agenda item 131.
Okay. Public hearing, folks, if you'd like to be heard on that before we vote. All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Let's vote on 131. Post, please. Motion carries. And 132, please.
And also, Your Honor, would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval on agenda item 132, subject to all conditions.
Very good. Anybody like to be heard on that? So we'll close the public hearing and we'll vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 133 and 134. 133 is VAR 22167. The applicant owner is Dean Smith. The request for a variance to allow the height of an existing accessory structure, Class 2, to exceed the height of the principal dwelling and to allow the square footage to exceed 50% of the square footage of the principal dwelling on a half an acre at 4833 Nettie Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. It'll be a public hearing. 134 is VAR 22965. Same applicant. Request for variance to allow a 33-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for an existing garage on half acre at 4833 Nettie Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
My name is Dean Smith, Mr. Mayor. I am the owner of 4833 Nettie Avenue, and I'm here to try to make amends for some transgressions that I have made on my property. And I'd like to start, I have a photograph of my of number 134, which is the first garage that I built. I have built 2 garages on my property to facilitate my hobby. This is strictly a hobby that I have done, and I needed extra garage space. And the first structure, as you can see, is a double-car garage that I built on my property, and I have encroached on a setback. And I have, on this garage, I obtained from all of my surrounding neighbors a letter, and it's in my packet. When I first went before the Planning Commission, those approval letters were in that packet, and I don't have them.
We have those.
Oh, thank you. And
yes. When you built that structure, did you have a building permit?
No, sir, I did not, and that's why I'm here now. I'm trying to get my building permits on these structures.
Well, see, Your Honor, this right here is what I'm talking about. See, now, he can build these structures, okay? and he decides to sell it to move to Utah. So the people that buy it, now they're renting out the structures. When does it all stop? And that's my question. What do we do?
And that, we hope, will be briefed on and we'll come to a resolution. This is the first time that really this is hitting us squarely right in the face, because we're having so many of them at today's meeting. But that's our job to resolve it, and we'll do our job.
I guess my question is, he's got these illegal structures, okay? So do I deny him and make him tear them down?
Yes, sir. I can certainly understand the problem that Councilman Reese has with these structures, and I agree with Councilman Reese that what's going to happen to our city in the future. But when I built this garage, it's attached to the home. It's part of the home, and right. And this is strictly a garage. And when I built these things, I had no thought of renting them out or anything like that. These were for my hobbies.
Let's see your other
to enclose. Okay. And my next, I dropped it on the floor. Whoops, there went another one. My next garage that I built in the backyard. Incidentally, I'm on a half acre. Now this is the second garage that I built, and you can see that it's when I built it. And I built this one recently, I believe about 8 years ago, and this was built as a garage. And you can see a couple of I've got one race car there in the front. This is a race car that I raced 2 years ago, and this is a car that I've had it for about 20 years. That's a restoration project. I'm a mechanical person. I don't like sitting still. And if I'm not working on one of my projects, I'm not happy. I had a heart attack.
Your Honor, if I could, Your Honor, I'd like to hold this in abeyance for at least a month until we can get some resolution here. I don't want to deny this man and make him tear the buildings down. We have to have some kind of a solution here, but it's not here today. And I don't feel comfortable in even listening to this, talking about it. I think we're just wasting our time here, because if we go any further, I'm going to make a motion for denial, and he's going to have to tear down these buildings. So I'd like to see some type of resolution here, because I'm not going to get it today.
Okay, I understand that. How do I proceed? I have no idea how to proceed.
We're going to just not do anything right now, okay?
Okay.
Just don't do any more work to your buildings.
Oh, no.
Just leave them like they are. I'm going to ask this to be held until we got a busy month, our busy meeting on the 19th, October the 3rd, October the 17th. I'd like to hold this, Your Honor, these two items, Your Honor, in abeyance until our October 17th meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to get with staff to figure out what to do with these.
May I please ask for a later date, because October 17th I have an event in Mexico. Right, I'm scheduled for. I have a big racing event in Mexico, and I leave October 17th, and I'm gone until November 4th, I believe, 4th or 5th. I'm back in the United States.
What's the second meeting in November? 21st. I'll hold these in advance to our November 21st meeting. But please, don't do anything else to those buildings.
Oh, no. These are completed and everything else. They're garages. I understand your problem.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
All right, that's what 33?
33 and 34.
Okay, that's to obey it over to November. Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. I'm wondering, sir.
Yes, sir.
What brings you before us, though? Is this a guilty conscience, or somebody turned you in?
No one's turned me in. No one. No, it's conscience, and I wanted to straighten out my building permits.
Okay.
When
I'm just interested as to
why.
No,
I wanted to become legal. No one turned me in. I asked. There was a building inspector doing an inspection next door to me, and I asked him how to proceed, and he has helped me.
Fair enough, because I appreciate your contrition.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, just for the record,
yes.
There's going to be a couple of options he's going to have, and one is the ability for this council to require him to remove those, or to have a building inspector go out and inspect them and make sure they comply with our building code standards as well as our planning standards with regard to setbacks and height and all of those things. So.
Well, but again, though, Mr. Scott, with due respect, okay, he sells these next week. Okay, now how am I going to keep these 3 units from being rented out?
I fully understand that, but your options are going to, like I said, to be able to have them tear them down or to have them come into compliance with our current code. And
Okay,
we'll-
well,
we'll-
that's what we're going to discuss, though. That's what the manager's going to bring to our attention, to how to address these issues.
And we'll be prepared to address that with you.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to have my picture taken with Mr. Hodge and his bride, and I'll be right back.
You want us to go forward?
We have we'll move forward. Mr. Hodge, we got a camera for you. How many years are you married, Mr. Hodge? 48. 48 years.
And she deserves a medal.
Oh, man.
And Waldo too. If the lady she wanna, ma'am, would you? Would you come too? You a lady, come on. Well, you a lady, come on. And you the clerk lady, right? Hello, ma'am.
We'll be in recess for the next 5 minutes, please.
You the clerk? You the clerk, right? You too.
This guy is the worst.
Do I do the glasses? Can you? Wait, take one more, ma'am. I heard her. Okay. He's kind of boss.
He is a boss.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right.
Nice seeing you. Congratulations. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. She gotta go next. She's a lady.
We're
gonna have two ladies. Two ladies. Yes. Thank you.
Congratulations to you.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you. That's nice.
Strong woman, I know her for a long time.
Hey, ma'am. Come on, Councilman. Oh, I didn't know y'all want me. Thank you.
Congratulations, happy anniversary.
Oh.
How are you? Nice to meet you. Congratulations to you.
We appreciate it. Go on with your meeting. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. We going home. We want to win your day.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, sir. This way, huh? That way. Or that way.
See the boss. We want a picture of you when you get the bill. Folks have to understand he screams at me every week, so I figure maybe I'll have a reprieve next week. Okay. Okay, we'll go to, let's see. I have to get one more. 135. Okay. 135 is RQR 23334. Be a public hearing. The applicant owner's Ragid P. Kosa. Request for a required 6-month review of an approved special use permit for a packaged liquor off-sale establishment at 1600 North Jones Boulevard of Ward 5. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Ragid Kosa, Polo Market, 1600 North Jones, for review, 6 months for my liquor license. Thank
Okay, is your microphone on?
Mayor,
Yes.
you. Yes.
one moment, please. The last vote, did we cast the vote on that?
Yes.
Okay.
It was obeyed. That was Councilman Reese, where he asked that the matter be obeyed with the garages
Yeah, I was just
until
wondering
November.
if it went through. I didn't see it come up on my screen. That's why I asked.
Yes, it was obeyed until, I think, the first meeting, second meeting in November.
November, yeah. Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Could you try us again? We weren't able to
Sure.
hear you.
Ragid Kosa, Apollo Market, 1600 North Jones, reviewing for 6 months liquor license.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Kosa? Folks, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard on this, be happy to hear from you. All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I had an opportunity to go out and visit the site, and I really appreciate the way in which you're running your operation. It is very, it's a class act as far as what you've done to the inside of your building and the services that you're providing to the neighborhood. Please keep it up, and I would like to bring other convenience store owners to your shop to show them how, in fact, I look forward to all of the convenience stores, specifically those that have beer and wine and packaged liquor, to operate. And so I want to thank you for what you're doing, and please keep up the good work. And so with that, I would like to move for approval of this item.
All right, very good. Let's vote on that. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
136 is RQR 21349, a public hearing. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor, the owner's lodge, BPOE number 1468, appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of a required one-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 4100 West Charleston Boulevard of Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which I now declare open. I advised Mr. Scott yesterday during the briefing that I am a member of that particular Elks Lodge, and he told me because of that I have to abstain, so I turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Larson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. The staff report on this item had indicated that there was a problem with pigeons. We presented evidence at the Planning Commission indicating that the perception was actually a result of problems with the colors running on the vinyls that were mounted on the board. The colors have been replaced, or those vinyls have been replaced, and the board is in fine shape. But to further address those concerns, we've had a company out there on a periodic basis power washing the structure to make sure that there were no pigeon problems. We presented those invoices to the Planning Commission as well. And finally, with regard to the requirement of bird deterrent devices, we also presented evidence that we have spikes and netting installed on that board. So I think we've satisfied all the concerns, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
My motion is for approval with all conditions. I'd like to note that even though staff and Planning Commission recommended denial, and it's rare that I would go against both of the recommendations, I looked at this very, very carefully. That area of Charleston has not reached the point yet where effective change is occurring, where the ambience of the neighborhood of the street is changing, and that may not occur for another 2 to 3 years, and so I move for approval.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion?
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
So that would, staff would concur with Mr. Larson's statements and recommend that condition number 5 be removed. Condition number 1 currently has a 5-year review, and I just want to check with the councilwoman if that's how you want to leave that.
No, it's 3 years.
Okay, so then that would be a change to condition number 1 to change from 5 years to 3 years.
Yes, and I already spoke with Mr. Larson about that.
And we're in agreement with that.
Thank you.
And with regard to condition number 5, we don't have a problem with that remaining in place as long as we get some assurance that we've already complied with it.
And that's why we would recommend just removing it, because we agree it's already been done.
At that, then we have no objection to removing it.
For those in the public, what item are we talking about?
Condition number 5.
Which is?
With regard to the bird deterrent devices, staff's recommending that be removed since it has already been done.
That's a BB gun, right?
We volunteered.
You've heard those changes. Are there any questions on the changes? You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just going to say to Mr. Larson, that's a proud lodge, and I don't know how the mayor got to be a member of it, but in any case, it is a proud lodge, and it's
Councilman, for $200 you could run for mayor, so.
And it's a proud neighborhood, and I just ask you please to ask the sign owners to be sure to keep it in tip-top condition. Just because that's a very, very prominent place. It isn't obstructed in any way, and any little speck on it shows well. So just maintain that. in honor of his honor.
Well, I would like to amend the record. I'm advised that it's only 100 to run for mayor. They charge me 200, but it's only 100 for everybody else.
Because you're friends.
Right.
Councilman Brown?
Mayor Pro Tem, talking to the attorney, I am a member of the Elks Lodge in Norwood, Massachusetts. BPOE 1124. My dad and all my siblings. With that disclosure, I still feel very comfortable I can vote on this one.
Thank you.
Our lodge may not be as prestigious as the mayor's lodge, but
I'm losing my quorum here.
I feel comfortable. I can
Okay.
remain objective.
You've heard the motion, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very, very much.
All right, good luck. 137 is RQR 22322. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Lamar Advertising. The owner is Char West, Inc. Required 2-year review for an approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 4820 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Celeste. Address is 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant, Lamar. We come before you with approval from the Planning Commission. The one contention within the staff report was the final inspection. We hand-delivered a stamped official or original stamped letter from an engineering certifying that they believe it's structurally sound. We received confirmation from the building department that satisfied their request, and we therefore request your approval tonight, or this afternoon.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Celeste? Folks, a public hearing? All right, seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing then and turn to Councilwoman Tarkanian.
On 137, just 1 second. We move to approve with a 3-year review.
Is that agreeable?
That is agreeable.
No changes are necessary.
All right, that's the motion. Let's go, please.
And Mayor, if we could, before you vote, if Mr. Celeste has a copy of that letter, we'd like to maybe have that put into the record also.
Would you do that, sir?
No problem.
Thank you very much. Just hand it to the clerk, please. Thank you, Ms. Bridges. All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. 138 is RQR 21344, a public hearing. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor owner Forest Investments, Inc. Required 2-year review of an approved required review, which allowed a 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at a height of 65 feet, where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed at 2002 Highland Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Larson.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. There was some confusion at the Planning Commission level, at least, regarding the board. It was reported the board structure did actually need some painting, but it appears that perhaps the photograph that was attached to the Planning Commission report was actually from another piece of property. The parcel you have in front, or the photograph you have in front of you, is the structure as it currently appears. As you can tell, it's well painted, well maintained, in a very good condition, and we would much appreciate your approval of this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Larson?
Staff, why we recommend denial on this application?
If I may, Councilman, I believe that was, there were previous recommendations for denial, and in this case, let me double check. There was not building permits at the time that it was assessed, and it is within the required distance separation from residential property.
Okay, but we don't have any, there's no condition on here about getting it finalized or anything?
That's correct, sir. What we do is the staff makes a recommendation for denial. That is, it is not in compliance with the code. That code compliance is still required based upon the existing laws of the city, and therefore they simply have to make that.
But if they had that condition, I could waive the condition, though.
Well, no, sir. The building code is requirement regardless of whether or not the council imposes a condition.
Councilman, we would be happy to do the same thing that's happened in all these other circumstances, and that is provide a letter from a Nevada registered engineer indicating the structure is sound.
That's fine.
And we'd volunteer that condition.
Get it to us in the next couple of years, will you?
We'd volunteer to do that within the next 60 days.
Thank you. Public hearing?
Public hearing, folks. All right, seeing none, close the public hearing.
I would make a motion for approval of this item following Planning Commission's recommendation. But again, though, there is, I think, a 2-year review on here. I would ask Mr. Larson, could we keep the 2-year review? There is going to be hopefully some movement down there along this corridor, hopefully in the next year or so, and we may have to relook at this sign at that time.
I certainly hope that there's some movement along that corridor. It'll be another big project we're working on.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If we could add that as an additional condition with regard to the 60 days to get in the engineer's letter regarding structural.
He
sound.
volunteered that condition. I'm not going to make it a condition.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. 139 is RQR 21346, a public hearing. The applicant owner is Clear Channel Outdoor. Request for a required review of an approved required review, which allowed a 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at a height of 80 feet, where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed, at 2130 Highland Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. On the overhead, we've got other photographs of the base of the structure. As you can see, it's also been very good repair, no graffiti, no peeling paint, anything of that nature. To follow up on the discussion for the previous item, we would also volunteer the same condition regarding the letter from a registered engineer to be presented to the planning staff within 60 days of today's date.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Larson? Public hearing. Anybody like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. On this application, I'm going to make a motion for approval of item 139 with all conditions and keep the 2-year required review in place for the same reason as the last item.
Very good. That's agreeable, is it not, Mr. Larson?
It is, Your Honor.
Very good. Let's
Mayor
go,
Pro Tem,
please.
are we going to do the same thing with regard to the 60-day condition?
I waived it.
Oh.
No, he said he volunteered. He's going to get to us within 2 years.
Yeah, we just probably need to just
Or
add
2
it
months.
as a condition, just so that it's...
Well, I trust him. If he don't, he's going to get fired.
We prefer 2 years to 2 months, but
Let's
we'll do
vote.
it in 2 months.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. 140 is RQR 21348, public hearing. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owners of the O'Rourke Family LP required 2-year review of an approved variance, which allowed a 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at a height of 65 feet, where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed, and to allow the sign to be 730 feet from another off-premise advertising billboard sign, where 750 feet is the minimum distance separation required at 1716 Highland Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Thank you, Your Honor. Paul Larson again, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. On the overhead is a photograph of the base of the structures. You can see it is clean, well-maintained, no graffiti. We would, much like the previous 2 items, volunteer the condition that we would provide a letter from a registered Nevada engineer indicating the structure is sound, and agree to do that within 60 days to address the staff's concerns regarding the status of building permits.
And just to comment, Your Honor, on following up with Mr. Scott, I know he gets mad at me. I have a hard time. These signs been up for many, 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 many years. And where this come in to have this final inspection, I have no idea. I've been in the city of Las Vegas for over 40 years, and I've never heard of a sign falling yet. So they have to be structurally sound. And to make these sign companies go out and spend $300 or $400 or $1,000, whatever it costs to get this inspected, it's just it's ludicrous to me. And so I don't appreciate it, and I don't like it. So anyhow, my motion is going to be for approval of item 140, again with a 2-year review because of the might happenings going on over there at this area.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Items 141 through 147 are related, so I'm going to read all 7 items to be heard together, then we'll act on them individually. Item number 141 is SUP 22264. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Ford Charleston LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed urban lounge at 4 East Charleston Boulevard. Item number 142 is SUP 22265. Public hearing, same applicant owner. Request for special use permit for a proposed urban lounge at 4 East Charleston Boulevard. Item number 143 is SUP 22266. Public hearing, same applicant owner. Request for special use permit for a proposed urban lounge at 4 East Charleston Boulevard. Item number 144 is SUP 22874. Public hearing, same applicant owner. Request for a special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment, general business related at 4 East Charleston Boulevard. Item number 145 is SUP 22875. Public hearing, same applicant owner. Request for special use permit for proposed gaming establishment, general business related at 4 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3. Item number 146 is SUP 22876. Public hearing, same applicant owner. Request for special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment, general business related at 4 East Charleston Boulevard. Item number 147 is SDR 22267, a public hearing. Same applicant owner, which is Ford Charleston LLC. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2-story, 8,041 square foot building containing 3 urban lounges, offices, and a restaurant, and waivers of downtown Centennial Plan streetscape standards, alley improvements, and underground utility requirements, 1.27 acres at 4 East Charleston Boulevard. All of these items are in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. I now declare the public hearings open as to all these items. You representing the applicant?
Yes, I am. Scott Brown, Design Cell Architects, 2200 Paseo Verde.
Okay, why don't you tell the public, and us, of course, what your concept is here, because I think you may be the... Ms. Wheeler, is this the first applicant coming under the urban lounge ordinance?
No, sir, we had one other adjacent to the Arts Factory.
Okay, but I think the public would find this interesting. This is a new concept that we're trying in our arts district down here. It just applies to that part of our downtown, and it a little bit of a different emphasis on taverns and entertainment establishments and the like to tie it in with the arts community. So if we give us a sort of an overview.
If I could, please. Sure. I would like to have him address first this waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan landscape. Margot, I understand we do have the landscaping on Charleston, where they're going to be able to fit that in for us.
Yes, sir, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. If you look at what I'm showing on the screen, yes, you can see at the top of your plan there, you see the street trees that will be in place on Charleston Boulevard. And also, as part of their design, they have an outside patio area. You see the trees just south of that, adjacent to the front of the building. There are other trees in the rear of the building. Again, you see another patio area. And then along the east side, there is landscaping there. They do not meet all of the standards of the Downtown Centennial Plan, but as you can see, the streetscape will be significantly enhanced, and I believe a tremendous asset in this area of Charleston.
Thank you. You know, I just wanted that put on the record right now, and then he can go forward.
No, I appreciate that. But I think give us a little thumbnail sketch of what you plan there.
What we plan actually is 3 urban lounges side by side, which is located in the Arts District, and to create sort of a bar hopping atmosphere there for First Fridays and so forth. And with the urban lounge designation, you do not need the separation that you do for taverns, and you can also have 5 gaming machines in each establishment. So what we propose here are 3 separate urban lounges, and but in the rear they also all share the same restroom facilities and kitchen facilities.
Will these be owned by one owner?
There is one property owner, and it's proposed to be 3 separate tenants.
That the property owner will lease to the tenants to run the
Correct.
urban lounge?
He'll lease to 3 separate urban lounge tenants.
So each one will have a different theme?
Correct. There'll be 3 separately themed urban lounges.
Okay, thank you.
And they're going to have offices upstairs.
Office space is planned for upstairs. I also had conversations with the property owner, and he was also thinking about keeping that an open artist loft space as well.
Terrific.
And about parking, because of this urbanization, there's not that much of a requirement for on-site parking?
That's correct. With the urban lounge designation, there is no on-site parking required in the downtown, in the Arts District. However, it's sort of an unwritten rule that 1 per 1,000 be provided on-site, and we have that at 8 parking stalls in the rear of the property off the alley.
Well, it's very unique, though, when you go down to First Friday. I don't know how many people have been down there on First Friday to see the people that are there that really enjoy the walk from one side of north of Charleston, even to go south of Charleston for a couple of blocks, and
Right.
see what is being provided there for them for their entertainment.
Mhm.
I think it's really neat. I certainly support this project, and I know a lot of the people in the Arts District do support. I'll support it also. So,
Great, thank you.
Great. It's a public hearing, folks. Would you like to be heard? Mr. Guyer? Thanks for dressing. Thanks for dressing, Mr. Guyer.
Excuse me?
Thanks for dressing for us.
Oh, I put this shirt on specifically to the Arts District, yes. Dick Geyer, President of the Arts District Neighborhood Association. I live at 8260 Hilton Head Court. We reviewed this at a meeting of the Board of Directors of the Arts District Neighborhood Association, and as was explained today, this urban lounge idea came forth as a part of the Arts District Neighborhood Association's meetings with your staff. It was crafted several years ago. One of them has been approved, and we hope to break ground on it within the next few months. This is exactly what we were looking for when we brought forth this idea of the no separation between the bars. We want this to be a pedestrian-friendly place, the Arts District. And Mr. Wes Isbut, who's not able to be here today, who's across the street, of course, in the Arts Factory and the Urban Lounge, which he'll have about 100 feet away, is in favor of this because he's in favor of what we're doing in the Arts District. So we ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thanks for coming down. Yes, sir?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell, resident of Las Vegas, a booster of the Arts District. This is very smart, and it's in my latest criteria of being metropolitan sophisticated. I can't wait to see it, and as you might suspect, I recommend the acceptance of the applicant. I haven't had lunch yet. Please excuse me.
You're excused. Okay, anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
thank you, Your Honor. On Special Use Permit 22-264, I'd like to make a motion for approval with all conditions, please.
Let's go. Post. Motion carries.
And I'd like to thank Mr. Geyer for coming down and giving us his approval also. On 142, Your Honor, Special Use Permit 22-265, make a motion for approval of all staff conditions, please.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
Item 143, Special Use Permit 22-266, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries.
Item 144, Special Use Permit 22-874, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries.
And with item 145, I make a motion to follow staff recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
And item 146, Special Use Permit 22-876, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries.
And item 147, are there any additional conditions? On item 147, Your Honors, the Site Development Review 22-267, I make a motion to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Post, please.
Thank you.
Carries. Good luck to you. When do you think it might be up?
We're starting working on drawings next week.
Terrific.
Thanks.
One more. We have 148, which is SUP 22251, public hearing. The applicant is
Jitnan, owner is Amapola Orange LLC, requests for a special use permit for a proposed supper club with a waiver to allow 152-foot separation from a child care facility where 400 feet is required at 2000 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suites 108 to 110 to Ward 1, and a companion variance was withdrawn. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Mr. Brown?
J. Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. We're located on Rainbow, South Rainbow, 2000 South Rainbow to be exact, right by Oki. Our supper club is set very deep inside the eastern part of that shopping center, on the east side of Rainbow. And the child care facility is across Rainbow, which is 100 feet wide, and is on the west side of Rainbow. If you did it as the crow flies, door to door, I don't think we'd need this waiver, but as you know, the code requires us to be measured property line to property line, and that's why we have the 152 feet. We're merely asking for a supper club here. We could even take minors, and minors will be having dinner in the supper club. This is not a tavern. So since minors can eat in the supper club, I just don't think there's any problem, and I can't see how the child facility will be in any way adversely affected, and we'd ask that you follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
What kind of club is it going to be?
It's a combination Indian and American cuisine.
Very good. Any questions to Mr. Brown? Folks, public hearing, would you like to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Russell, a resident of Las Vegas, and I concur with absolutely everything Mr. Brown said, and I recommend approval. Thank you.
Anybody else want to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian's call.
Ordinarily, I would not grant or make a motion to approve anything which added a variance or a waiver pertaining to a location where school children are. However, I wanted to ask a question of you, Mr. Brown. What are the hours of the supper club going to be? I couldn't find that in the backup.
With your permission, Councilman?
It might be in the backup and I missed it, but I couldn't find it.
My name is Jit Pan. And the address would be 2000 South Rainbow, Suite 108 through 110. And you asked for the timing, ma'am?
Hours of operation.
The hours you will be open, your hours of operation.
Generally, we'll be active after 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I thought that would probably be so since it's a supper club, but I wanted to have that on the record. Even though the amount is of 152 feet from property line to property line is far below that of the 400, which we hope to have, nonetheless, I've been told by people who measured that it is 448 from the front of the building of the supper club to the front of the building of the school. And that makes a big difference because there's a 6-lane almost highway there at Rainbow. It's 6 lanes wide. So you would have the 6 lanes of traffic, plus if you go from door to door, it's 448. Plus the supper club's hours are not the same as the daycare hours, as I've been told. And so I would move to approve.
You've heard the motion. Any question on the motion? Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to say to those many individuals who wrote in with the concern about this, that I hope that what I've mentioned here will cover their concern, and for those who don't watch, we will be calling and letting them know why we felt this was appropriate.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 149 is special use permit 22488, public hearing, applicant owner. The Howard Hughes Corporation requests for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on sale establishment at 11710 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 150. It's in Ward 2. This is to be heard in conjunction with morning session, item 63. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is in Ward 2, Councilman Wolfson's ward. The applicant's present. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mark Rich, 11710 West Charleston, Suite 150.
Linda Poole, 11,710 West Charleston, Suite 150.
Kathy Rich, 1170 West Charleston.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
You may want to read in item number 63 also.
Okay. Item 63 is discussion of possible action regarding approval of a new beer, wine, cooler on sale license subject to provision of the planning codes and health department regulations. Rich Lynn Inc., doing business at Mark Rich's New York Pizza and Pasta, 11710 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 150. And the applicants are present. Glad to hear from you, sir.
Yes, sir. Be happy to hear from you.
Request for a license for beer and wine.
Okay, tell us who you are, please.
Mark Rich, 11710 West Charleston.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was back there. Okay, I hear you have great pizza.
Yes, sir.
I mean, like, it's special kind of pizza. That's what I heard.
Yes, we do.
I mean, like, they really wanted you there because of your pizza. Isn't that good?
It's good. Yes, it is, sir.
I can't wait.
Pizza council meeting.
I can't wait.
Pizza council meeting.
Yes, but we'll pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Now, I got to try this pizza because I've heard about it. It's terrific. You have another location, too, don't you?
You'll be invited to the grand opening.
And I will eat my way through it.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. God bless you. Okay, folks, public hearing. Anyone want to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Wilson.
I feel like chopped liver now. Took all the wind out of my sail.
We don't serve
Thank you very much for coming forward today. Question for staff, Director Wheeler. When our notice went out on agenda item number 149, and we send out the little cards where we get feedback from our people in the area, does it read just like it reads next to the special use permit? In other words, does it read request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on sale establishment, applicant owner the Howard Hughes Corporation? Is that how it reads?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we need to do something about that because we've got a lot of protests on this, and it's probably because the people that are in the area that receive these little notification cards of what's being proposed by you, Mr. Rich, think that the Howard Hughes Corporation are the people that are opening up a business and that they're going to sell beer, wine, and maybe wine coolers. I don't know what that means. It doesn't say anything about pizza. So I think that, if I were to receive one of these cards and I didn't know any better, I wouldn't know what kind of business you're operating. It's not your fault. It's our fault, in my opinion. And I think that we really need, because we've had discussion like this before, we're not giving our residents adequate notice of what the intended applicant plans to put in their neighborhood.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman, in this case, it should have read in conjunction with a proposed restaurant. Now, we would not give the type of cuisine, but we should have had the phrase that is in conjunction with a proposed restaurant, and that should have been in this notice.
Okay.
And
I
it
agree.
usually
I think
is.
if that language would have been in there, we probably would not have received as many of the protests. Now, why, when we notice an item and the companion item says, I'm talking about agenda item number 63, we say it's DBA, Mark Rich's New York Pizza and Pasta 2.
Because, if I may, Mayor and Councilman, that's the business license where the name of the business is what is being discussed, and that is these persons. In the other case, the application comes in as it is submitted by the owner of the property. So it's a difference in the business license as opposed to the land use entitlement.
And I knew that was the explanation, but for purposes of the everyday people like we all are that receive these things in the mail, and you see that the Howard Hughes Corporation wants to sell beer and wine, without knowing anything more, I think we need to work on that for the future to give our residents just accurate notice. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rich, you've been in business at another location before, is that right?
Yes, it's going on 13 years.
Okay, where's that other location?
The other location is in Centennial Boulevard, Tropical Parkway.
Is that out where Councilman Ross?
Yes, Sam's Club, Walmart Shopping Center.
So I can ask him about your pizza? Or?
Been there for 5.5 years.
Okay. And this is a pizza establishment?
It's a sit-down restaurant, about 70 seats, dine-in, pickup, and delivery.
Okay, you want permission to sell beer and wine on premises only? is
Only,
that
yes,
right?
sir.
And do your employees have to take any kind of required classes, TAM classes?
They all have to have TAM cards, my waiters and waitresses, yes, sir.
And what does that educate them on and require them to do?
It consists of going down to one of the TAM locations, filling out a full application, and sitting through a 3 to 4 hour educational process with a teacher and film, and then a test at the end.
And then when they're serving beer or wine, are there any obligations on their part? If
Yes, they must make sure that everyone is 21 years or older, and I have all my employees ask for ID when they go to the table.
What if somebody has had too much to drink in that server's opinion? Do they have any obligation?
It hasn't happened, but I had several employee meetings that, yes, they have to come to me and say, Mark, someone's had 4 or 5 beers. Is that enough? And I would make the judgment call, but it hasn't happened as of yet.
Okay. And I'm not going to impose this as a condition, Mr. Rich, but I went out to the grand opening of the Albertsons. The mayor was out there just a couple of weeks ago. Great shopping center. Your business is going to be a great addition to that area. You got hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people moving out to that area. They're going to enjoy your business, but everybody's concerned about the drunk driving. So I'm glad to hear that you're a responsible business owner.
If it's any reassurance, Linda, my wife, and myself will always be there in hours of operation, so there'll never be a problem like that.
Okay. Because I think, for the people that lodged a protest, that was probably the primary reason why they did it, just the alcohol consumption and the safety of the community. Okay.
I appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Mayor, for indulging me. Good luck. I wish you luck, and my motion is for approval.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Now, before you leave, do you have anchovies and
Yes.
and mushrooms?
Yes, sir.
How far do you deliver? Because I live in a rather modest part of the community.
We'll make an exception in your case and
But
extend the delivery.
I'll allow you to speed down Charleston. It's the only street that has halfway synchronized lights, so we can work this out, okay?
Yeah.
We will.
I can't wait for Monday Night Football.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, staff.
Mayor Goodman, I've been told I must also make
Yes.
a motion on item number 63. My motion is for approval on that as well.
Good, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 150 is SUP 22703. Public hearing. The applicant is Money Tree, Inc., the owner is Shadow Hills Plaza, LLC. Request for a special use permit to allow a proposed financial institution specified with waivers to allow a distance separation of approximately 60 feet from a residential use where 200 feet is required, and to allow a distance separation of approximately 875 feet from another financial institution specified where 1,000 feet is the minimum required at 10490 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 4. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes,
Good
ma'am.
afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street, appearing with Trevor Hayes, also of Lionel Sawyer and Collins. We're appearing on behalf of the applicant Money Tree for a special use permit for a financial institution specified. This is a location within a large commercial center that is anchored by a Walmart neighborhood market. The location of the actual proposed business is next to the 215 and also located on Cheyenne Avenue. The actual distance is indicated, but if you look at the location within the retail center, the distance is over 450 feet from the nearest residential, which is to the south and across Cheyenne. So we just ask that you support Planning Commission's approval, recommendation for approval, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, a public hearing, would you like to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Anna Jane Zart, 10361 Natural Springs Avenue. I believe that I wrote Councilwoman Brown a detailed letter outlining my opposition to this project. I'd be willing to make that a little bit briefer this afternoon, and with all due respect for Ms. Roberts' fancy site plan here, I think that all it would take any member of this council to see that this is not compatible with the neighborhood is to drive by the shopping center. Again, with regards to the shopping center, it's not a large commercial center. It's actually quite small. The parking area is dimly lit so as to not disturb the houses that surround the shopping center on 3 sides. So I don't see any reason, especially with another payday loan center and check cashing center on the other side of the street, with Walmart Neighborhood Market within the same shopping center that also cashes payroll checks, and a Wells Fargo banking center in the shopping center. I don't see any reason that would justify granting a special use permit that would allow them to deviate from the code.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Russell, resident of Las Vegas. Again, I concur with the attorneys on behalf of the applicant. But furthermore, I consider, and this is, I consider Money Tree is like the Rolls Royce of check cashing, and you do pay for it, by the way. But they tend to really upgrade a neighborhood. First and foremost, I think of Maryland and Charleston, where they put a Money Tree in along with a laundromat and a 99-cent store. Again, because of the caliber of the operation of Money Tree, I would recommend approval. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mrs. Zarnt. We got your letter. It was very well written. If we could put on the overhead a couple things. Councilman Wolfson brought up our notification, and we've talked about, I'd like to see the city council main number on these notices. It gives them, because I think currently they go to the clerk's office, but yeah, and we're getting these just a couple days before some of the newer ones, just a couple days before, and we don't have enough time to respond to some of the citizens. So I think that's going to be addressed. But at first when I heard about it, the distances were of concern, but as indicated, this is a unique area. Shadow Hills has one commercial site, and this is it. Cliff Shadows across the Beltway has one commercial site at Cheyenne Interchange, and that's it. So the distance is, it's listed at 60 feet or 65 feet, but that's the width of Shadow Timber. That's the closest property line to the gentleman's back wall. The store is the furthest away, any tenant is going to be, it's the furthest away from the Shadow Hills community. And with all due respect to Sun City, we're crossing the interchange and over their back wall, and they have no access over there. So I was more concerned with the proximity to Shadow Hills, and I feel very comfortable because it's not 65 feet, it's somewhere between 450 and 500. And then on the other side, the Beltway, it's listed at, in the staff report, I don't know, 600, but if you went just building to building, it's over 1,000 feet. And the Beltway it's a lot different from 1,000 feet down Cheyenne. There's another one going to be located or on that same corridor. So the distances I'm not concerned with at all. The next point was the parking. Now, I think you referenced in your letter the parking. When it's fully built out, this parking is required to have 323 spots. Mr. Davis, the general here, provided 452. So parking will not be an issue. It's overparked, probably too much, which is nice. It's a smaller footprint. As you say, it's a very, very subtle neighborhood commercial center. The next issue, which is the perception of these institutions, the quick payday or whatever people want to call them. But I agree with Mr. Russell. Money Tree has established itself as one of the best corporate citizens as far as offering this service. And to a certain extent, they've put a lot of the small drive-through type services out of business, because 3 or 4 years ago, we were seeing these just about every time through. How many locations in southern Nevada does Money Tree have?
29 or 30.
About 29 or 30 is my understanding.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but their target market is Shadow Hills and the close proximity neighbors. We're not going to get too many Sun City folks coming over here. We're not going to get too many people, down in the Buffalo, Cheyenne quarter. They're going to be servicing essentially your neighbors. And the success, we've had some Money Trees placed in similar situations, real nice upscale neighborhoods that have done very well and have been compatible. So I'm not, the perception of the institution and the fact that the Wells Fargo's there, and I think Walmart has some kind of ATM or cashing services. I think it's just more competition, better for the neighbors, more choices, especially since this is their only shopping center. Convenient. They can certainly drive a couple miles. The last one, and probably the biggest concern that I have, is some of the early standalone stores were very visible, very bold, but this one is actually, you're just leasing space in something that's already constructed. This isn't a standalone building.
Correct. And
I say that, Ms. Roberts, just because it's going to have the same paint colors and scheme and aesthetics as the entire center, which is very, very important, especially to the neighbors that were here when we first approved this. And I'd like you to put on the overhead exactly what we're going to see.
Yes, this is a picture of one of the locations. The current policy of Money Tree is that their exterior signage is more subtle. It does not have announcements of payday loans or check cashing. It's just simply the name of their business and then their logo. And also, they understand the condition that is placed on here concerning window signage. And so they accept that condition. They have no problems with that.
Just so it's clear for the record, there's no flashing lights, neon lighting, any text other than indicating the hours of operation and whether the business is open or closed. So there's no advertising in it.
Correct.
And that's part of the conditions of approval. So I am hoping that the location of this Money Tree will be as successful and as compatible as some of the other ones out in the Northwest. I think the fear of the unknown or the perception of the industry sometimes generates some of these people that just opposed it because.
Correct.
The same argument can be made for credit card companies and some traditional financial institutions. It's the person's choice. I feel very strongly that if the neighbors are going to be clients for Money Tree, they're going to go there. If they choose to do more traditional banking, they're not going to. And Mr. Davis, he's in charge of the tenant mix in there, and hopefully, he's been in the business for a long time. He sees your client as something that's going to fit in and be an asset to the neighborhood. I'm hoping that. So again, I appreciate your letter. It was the best one written, and certainly your effort is greatly appreciated. So with that, Your Honor, and with the conditions that have been noted for the record, I would move for approval, subject to all staff conditions, especially on signage.
Thank you. Just one question. Are you serving pizza?
You're not, but I live right by the other pizza place that was just here.
Okay, let's vote. Post?
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you, folks.
Thank you.
Okay, getting down to nitty-gritty. 151 is SDR 22258. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Investment Equity Development. The owner is Margell LLC. Request for a site development plan review for a 5-story 134,977 square foot office building on 4.53 acres located on the west side of Lake Sahara Drive, approximately 460 feet south of Sahara Avenue. It's in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Chris Kempfer. With me is Greg Borgell. We are both here on behalf of the owner and applicant. Let's cut to the chase. When all is said and done, there really is only one issue before you today concerning our proposed office building in an already approved C1 zone. It certainly is not the use. An office building use in an already approved C1 zone should be of no concern to anyone. And our site is entirely surrounded by C1 zonings, so the argument cannot be made that it is inappropriate because of the zoning. The issue is not traffic, because this office professional use is in an area already zoned and planned for uses far more intense than the office building being proposed today. The issue is not noise, impact on schools, crime, or any of the other issues that we hear addressed before this council on a regular basis. None of those issues have any applicability here at all. Nor is the issue the design of the building. If we can go to the overhead, at the neighborhood meeting we held, most people acknowledged that the building design is, at the very least, acceptable, and quite a few thought it actually quite attractive. In fact, when everything is boiled down, from the first neighborhood meeting we had, to the Planning Commission hearing, to the follow-up neighborhood meeting, it becomes crystal clear that the one issue, and the one issue alone, is the 5-story height of the building. While the neighbors will certainly speak for themselves, there is no question in my mind that if this building were proposed at 2 or even 3 stories, there would be virtually no neighborhood opposition at all. The building before you for your consideration today is 5 stories and approximately 80 feet high. As you know, in the C1 zone, there is no height limitation per se. Height is an issue of compatibility, and your staff and the Planning Commission have made the specific finding that this building at this location and at this proposed height is compatible with other buildings and uses around it. Now, in making this finding of compatibility, we have to remember that the legal inquiry is it compatible, not is it comparable? And there is a huge legal and practical difference in those terms. A single-story bar immediately next to a single-story residence may be comparable in terms of height, and may be comparable in terms of appearance even, but it is not compatible in terms of use. And it is because of this lack of compatibility in use that staff does not recommend the approval of, and this council does not approve bars immediately next to single-family homes. Similarly, a 5-story office building, as we present to you today, if it were immediately adjacent or near single-family residential homes, would be neither comparable nor compatible with those single-family homes. But a 5-story building, as in our case, while it may not be comparable in height to the 2 and some 3-story buildings in the area around or near it, may nevertheless meet the compatibility test of the law based on what is near and adjacent to it. Now, let me be the first to acknowledge that there are no 5 or even 4-story buildings in this general area. That is a given. And quite frankly, a contributing factor to that is that all of the buildings in these areas essentially were built at a time when the price of the land allowed people to go out instead of up. And there are, in fact, however, some 3-story buildings in and near the lakes being the Holiday Inn Express specifically, and the La Quinta on the other side of Sahara, just west of Fort Apache. But the fact that there are no other buildings in heights like ours in the area may answer the question of comparability, but it does not answer the question of compatibility. And that is the issue that the law requires that we deal with. So let's look at the issue of compatibility. First of all, as to compatibility of zoning, that's on the overhead. Our property is zoned C1, that is shown as the site. All of the surrounding properties are zoned C1 as well, all of them. So from the standpoint of zoning, we are certainly compatible with all of the property around us. Secondly, as to compatibility of use, we are proposing an office professional use in an area already approved C1 zone. The surrounding zonings have been built out with office professional, some retail, and other various commercial uses. So there can be no question that our office professional use is more than compatible, both with the surrounding zonings and with the uses allowed and built in those surrounding zonings. Third, let's look at compatibility with regard to our residential neighbors, and particularly with the nearest single-family residence. As noted before, if there were a single-family residential use adjacent to or near this site, then a 5-story office building next to that single-family residential use would be inappropriate and not compatible. However, I would refer to you to the zoning map, which if you recall that, everything around there is C1. But I'd also like to refer you to the map that's on the overhead now. This was prepared by our architect. What this map does is shows where the building is, and within each one of these circles, and I want to go through each one, there are distances measured. The first circle is 800 feet, then 1,000, then 1,200, then 1,400, then 1,600, and 1,800 feet away. B represents a multifamily condominium development. The nearest single-family residential development located within the lakes is between 1,000 and 1,200 feet away from our building. 1,000 to 1,200 feet away from our building. Similarly, the nearest single-family residential across Sahara and across Canyon Gate and across the Canyon Gate Golf Course is between that same 1,000 and 1,200 feet away. 1,200 feet is 4 football fields away. And between our proposed building and the single-family homes to the south, which is in the lakes, which is the area that's most directly concerned with this particular application, there will be future office development, plus there already exist mature trees. Now, we prepared, you'll see these letters A, B, C, and D, we prepared a line of sight board to show exactly what lines of sight would exist with regard to each one of those locations. As you can see, as we zoom back, quickly summarize location A, location B, location C, and location D. In none of the locations chosen is there any impact on line of sight by this building simply because of the distances proposed. Again, 1,000 to 1,200 feet away. So even if we were to look at views, if that were in fact a concern, somebody saying this building is so high it affects my views, even if views were legally protectable zoning interests, which by law you know they are not, neighborhood views would not be impacted by this building one iota. No one can reasonably, honestly, justifiably stand up here and argue to you that a building located 1,200 feet away from them and more, most of these neighbors are appreciably more than that, 80 feet tall, will have a visual impact on their home. Now, some final points. you will hear it said that there are no other buildings on this portion of Sahara that are as tall as this one, and therefore the visual impact of this building is both incompatible and unprecedented. As I acknowledged, it is true that there are no other 4 or 5-story buildings in this general area on Sahara, but it would be entirely inaccurate, and quite honestly, it would be unfair to suggest that our building height creates some unprecedented visual impediment for buildings on Sahara and elsewhere throughout our city. All along Sahara, both sides, commercial buildings have been approved at 30 to 35 feet, less than 200 feet away from some very beautiful homes along Villa Olivera on the north side and along Laredo on the south side. 35 feet high, 150 to 200 feet away. Now, while 35 feet admittedly is not 80 feet, nor is 200 feet 1,200 feet, our building at 80 feet may be more than twice as high as a 30-foot high building that has been approved routinely up and down Sahara, up and down literally every street in this city. But it is also 6 times further away than the 200 feet that is routinely allowed. Now, why is that important? Because when you compare these visual impacts of a 35-foot high building 200 feet away to a 80-foot building 1,200 feet away, that is the equivalent as if that 35-foot building 200 feet away were only 13 feet tall. In other words, someone would have the right, supposedly, to come in and say to you, hey, you approved a building where the visual impact was only 13 feet for 200 feet. So how come I have a building that's 35 feet tall, 200 feet away from me? Therefore, the suggestion that our building creates some unprecedented visual impact along Sahara is just not true. Also, you deal all the time with the residential adjacency standard. You use that as a measurement as to where something should be in order not to have an impact on residents. You have that 3-to-1 standard. Now, in this particular case, we believe that the facts are clear that because views are not a legally protectable interest and that no views are affected in this case and that no precedent is being created and no incompatibility occurs, that you don't need to apply any residential adjacency standard. But interestingly enough, if we did apply that residential adjacency standard, this building could be almost 400 feet tall and still not violate your residential adjacency standard as far as the single-family homes are concerned. And this building, as you know, as I said, is approximately 80 feet tall. Thank you very much. Your Honor, Mr. Borgell, who, as you know, is a former zoning administrator for Clark County and is qualified as an expert in the courts of this state, has some additional comments. And additionally, sir, we would like to reserve some comments after the neighbors have had an opportunity to speak. Sure. Thank you.
Your Honor and council members, Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street. I was asked to look at this project as to its appropriateness, and the first question, of course, is what are we seeking? We're seeking a site development review, not a zone change, which is a legislative matter on which you have broad discretion, not a special use permit where you're dealing with a use that you can have situations where it would be inappropriate. This is a use that's permitted by right. Not a variance where a development standard is being violated, a site development review. And then the question becomes, are you meeting all the expected standards of a site development review? And in brief, this project meets all of those standards. Mr. Kempfer has addressed the question of the residential adjacency standard by which such things are frequently measured, and he's explained that this far exceeds any residential adjacency standard you've ever applied that I'm aware of anywhere. So it won't surprise you that I reach the same conclusion that your staff does, that this is an entirely appropriate and permitted use. That does leave us with the question of compatibility, comparability, etc., as Mr. Kempfer has defined. And this is a project, an office building amidst an office and commercial complex. The analogy I draw in analyzing it is Howard Hughes Center, where there are very tall office buildings and very short office buildings. They are still clearly compatible. Portions of Summerlin, tall buildings, short buildings, compatibility. Height is not a compatibility question. If a married couple is compatible, we don't mean they're the same height. We mean that they fit together. And that's what this project does. It fits into the office complex that is proposed to be developed. That's all I have.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, we reserve comments.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, of course, and we're happy to hear from the public. I've been advised, before you make it easy, I don't want people to stand up when they don't have to stand up. I've been advised that there may be some designated speakers who will be talking for the group. I'm going to let anybody who wants to speak, speak. I would ask you, please, not to repeat the same speech over and over again. Even though we don't look smart, we listen to what you have to say, of course. To begin with, though, how many folks out there are in favor of the project? Because I want to have a hand count here. All right, we have one. How many are opposed to the project? All right, I want to be careful on this because that was a very careful record that was being made, and I want to make sure that everybody's protected here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but I think 29 are in opposition to the project. It's been suggested that Mr. Greg Toussaint, who is the Lakes Homeowners Association president, will lead off here. There's no sense to stand. I'll call you. You're not going to be shut out here.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I would like it, Mr. Toussaint, you've been before us before. Justice Holmes, who was a great jurist, said had he had more time, he would have made it more brief. So,
I'll do my best.
Before we hear from some of the speakers, may I ask just a couple of questions?
Certainly, it's your word.
Number one, the one person that was in favor of the project, could we ask him where he resides, please?
Certainly.
Yes, I reside in downtown.
Downtown Las Vegas.
Okay, so the one person that voiced their support for the project resides downtown, which is about 12 to 15 miles from the project. And my second observation is, Mr. Kempfer did a great job. I expected nothing less, very eloquent. But may we ask our staff attorney to advise us, please, on what our role as a city council is today so that we can hear clearly. What is our role today? What are we to decide today? What is our standard of review? What things are we trying to determine?
Councilman and Council, this is, as Mr. Kempfer indicated, a site plan review. Our code, Las Vegas Municipal Code 19.18.050, Part E, defines exactly the criteria by which you are to determine whether or not you're going to approve a site development plan review. If you look at Part E, it does talk about, number one says the proposed development is compatible with adjacent development and development in the area. Number two says the proposed development is consistent with the general plan, this title, the Design Standards Manual, the Landscape Wall and Buffer Standards, and all other duly adopted city plans, policies, and standards. Number three is that site access and circulation do not negatively impact adjacent roadways or neighborhood traffic. Number four is that the building and landscape materials are appropriate for the area and for the city. Number five is that the building elevations, design characteristics, and other architectural and aesthetic features are not unsightly, undesirable, or obnoxious in appearance, create an orderly and aesthetically pleasing environment, and are harmonious and compatible with development in the area. And number six is that the appropriate measures are taken to secure and protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. So those are the criteria by which you're going to determine whether or not this site development plan review is appropriate for this particular area.
Very good. Mr. Toussaint.
Your Honor, Council, my name is Greg Toussaint, resident of the Lakes Association. I'm here as the president of the Lakes Homeowners Association.
How many folks are you representing today?
Well, we have 300 homeowners
And
and one commercial property owner.
Are you speaking for all of them?
I couldn't say that I do, but I think I represent their views in many ways. Other people are going to speak on perhaps some other areas, but I can speak on some fundamental issues, I think, that may not be quite as technically interesting as Chris Kempfer's comments, but more in tune with what affects our community.
Go ahead.
Last week, Councilman Wilson was kind enough to meet with some of the people in our community, and he asked for a letter from the Homeowners Association to lay out our concerns. And that letter was sent last week, and I don't know whether it was received by all the council members. Have you received the August 31st letter?
Yes.
I have the letter here, which I would like to enter into the record. I won't read it unless Councilman Wilson thinks it's appropriate to read the entire letter.
No, is it the letter that's in our package?
I don't think it is. This was sent in response to your request last week regarding how many homes and how many homeowners and the meetings and so forth.
With the mayor's permission, just a summary, please, Greg.
I'll try. I'll do the best I can here. There are, as I said before, 300 homes in our community, over 600 residents. We've had several meetings, and we've sent out letters to our homeowners. The overwhelming response we get is people are opposed to this building, as Mr. Kempfer said, because of the height. Some people are concerned about the size, but I think the key concern is the height. And why is it the height? Because this building is incongruent with this community. This community was designed and built 22 years ago. And whether you're in Picola Ranch, or you're in the Lakes, or you're in Canyon Gate, those are two-story buildings. The largest building in our community, Citibank, two-story building, 35 feet high. We have met with the applicant, or the applicant's representatives, 3 times now. And the last meeting was a meeting which we had requested on numerous occasions for a meeting to sit down and try to work out a compromise with the applicant. And finally, we had that meeting. And what our community said was, look, we're not hung up on stories, how many stories the building is. We're not going to be opposed to the size of the building in square feet, although it's a large darn building. But we want to keep our community the way it is. The people that are out here because this is a very close-knit community, and we really care about where our community is going. What's the impact on our community? Let me just show a couple pictures here that will explain to you what I think our residents see. If the overhead is can be turned on?
It's on.
This is a photograph. Some of our council members go to Canyon Gate from time to time. As you drive out of Canyon Gate, this is the view that you see today. It's a photograph taken from the front entrance. We have a balloon here, which I don't know that you can see on the map, but there's a yellow balloon out here that we put up. The height of the building that's proposed. Unfortunately, there's a wind blowing, so it was at an angle. We had to sort of triangulate the exact height based on the angle of the tether. This is that same view. Once the building is approved, a much more attractive building than that, I'm sure, but that's the best I could do with Photoshop. That is the view coming out of Canyon Gates Country Club. Quite a different view than the one we have today. Many of the people who live in the lakes enjoy the lakes because of the lake itself. This is a view in the opposite direction from the lakes community. Some of council members have been on our lake and understand what our community is like. There's that same balloon, if you can see it. This is a view from a boat in the lake. Now there's that same view that the boat owners in the Lakes Association will see. Now some people may think that, well, we played tricks with the cameras or something like that. Let me put it in perspective for you. This is a view from one of our resident, David Fordman's backyard. In fact, this is his head. I have to say his head blocks my view of the area, but we don't object. But that's his view from his backyard. It's quite a wonderful view, as you can see. Here's what he's looking forward to. So this is why we're opposed. We're not opposed because it's an ugly building. We're not opposed because it's a big building. We're opposed because it's too tall. And finally, we're opposed because where does this take us? This is a larger view of the map that Mr. Kempfer showed you. The gray areas are all C1 zoned. This is the proposed lot. This is all C1. This is the Village Square Shopping Center. There's more C1 this way. There's more C1 that way. What do we have to look forward to? If this building's approved, will the Lakes area become Manhattanized as well? And should it be? We don't think so. We think that it's a two-story community. The buildings are 2 stories, the homes are 2 stories, and it should stay that way as it was designed 22 years ago. And we'd appreciate your support in opposing and denying this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we listened to you very carefully, and it was illustrated, and the picture's worth 1,000 words, so that's the kind of presentation that we're looking forward to. Yes, sir. You're Mr. Fordham?
You may not recognize the front.
I do recognize you. You're the guy who's sitting down looking at that big building.
Absolutely. My name is David Fordham. I live at 3000 Island View.
What were you drinking?
Bombay. Right answer?
Right answer.
I have 8 copies of my presentation here, one for the city clerk and one for each member of the city council and the mayor. Earlier, Mr. Kempler mentioned the argument that builders were being forced to go up because of land cost. And his argument is reinforced in the business section of the RJ on Sunday, back page. Spaces rising land prices have office developers building vertically. But there are some problems with that argument. The owners bought this project in a year ago, and they paid $22 a square foot for this parcel. They also paid, at the same time, adjacent south, $22 a square foot. If one were to go and look at land along I-215 and Rainbow, for example, at that interchange, it's a much more desirable commercial location, and you would expect land to be more expensive. And it is. Here's a listing out of the Commercial Listing Service property line showing land cost at $34 a square foot. Here's another listing of a 5-acre parcel at $27 a square foot just off of I-215 and Cimarron. If one were to drive I-215 from Henderson all the way around to Aliente, I cannot find an office building taller than 4 stories. So we have a situation where developers are paying substantially more than $22 a square foot and are building 3- and 4-story office buildings. Nobody is building a 5-story office building. In fact, within the next couple of sessions, the same owners will be back with a project that's adjacent south to this 5-story building. And they have started selling office space in these 3 buildings that they're going to put up. And the listing for these describes our neighborhood in their terms as a tranquil setting. And they're selling condos in 3 elegant 1-story buildings. Now, they paid the same price per square foot for the 5-story space as what they did for the 1-story space, the $22, and they're trying to sell this. And they've been very successful because according to the listings, one building is completely committed in a pending status in the yellow. The blue spaces show they're not listed, and it looks to me like that they've gotten approximately 60% of this space committed, where their land cost was $22 a square foot in a single-story office building, and they haven't even been before City Council yet to get final approval for the project. So to say that they have to go vertical because of the land cost is a completely fallacious argument. Our problem originates with the staff report. And the staff report, in their first analysis, says that this proposed building is typical of the local area. Well, the nearest 3-story or taller building is the Nevada Power Building, 3 miles away, and that doesn't seem to be typical. So the question then becomes, all right, what's the definition of typical? I go to Title 19A, to the definition section, and it says that if the term is not there, then it's its common usage. So I go to the section of the T's in the definition section, and I don't find typical anywhere. So now I'm left with a common usage, and what do? I go to Webster's Dictionary. And the dictionary definition says that the building should be, that the definition of typical is a representative example. And I'm hard-pressed to see where 5 stories is typical of 2 stories. We seem to be off 3 stories here. The second problem with the staff report was when they came to their findings, and they called this building, proposed building, compatible with the surrounding office buildings in the Lakes Master Plan community. So I'm back to Title 19 again, looking for a definition of what compatible is. I don't find one. So I'm back to Webster's. And Webster's tells me that compatible is in agreement or congruous. And congruous is congruent. And congruent, if I go to, is of the same size and shape. 5 stories is not of the same size and shape as 2 stories. And in preparing my presentation for this, I became very confused because when I look at the staff report for July the 12th, I see references to the proposed building that's located within the Lakes Master Planned area. Yet when I look at the package that you were given for the same staff report, the language has been changed on what the analysis is. And the reference to the lakes is completely gone. Apparently, there was some reason for changing it. Same with the findings. Before, it referenced the Lakes Master Plan. Yet, in your package, any reference to the Lakes Master Plan is not there. So, for some reason, staff or somebody has changed the staff report that you've been presented with for this meeting. Now, if they felt that those 2 items were in error, and I did not go through a word-by-word comparison of the rest of the document, then I would surprise that they did not also correct their error of the definition of compatible and typical, and I'm disappointed by that. I've heard traffic referenced multiple times, both by the council here today and by the applicant. And this is a page also out of your material, and it states that the present capacity of Sahara Avenue is at 95%, and that if this project is done, it will add another 3%. So we're going to take an almost fully utilized street and go to 98% capacity. And if we add in the 3 buildings that will go adjacent south to this, another 35,000 square feet, we're going to take capacity on Sahara Avenue, according to the planning department, to 99%. Now, I don't know how much beyond 100% you can go, and in most businesses, you don't want to operate at 100% capacity, but there's not a whole lot of room to go widening Sahara down at that end of the street. So I would like, and since we've already had a quote from a Supreme Court Justice today, I would like to quote Supreme Court Justice Stewart, Mayor, who in the mid-'60s in a famous case said, "I may not be able to define pornography, but I sure know it when I see it."
Miller case.
Yes. Right. I may not be able to define compatibility, Your Honor, but I sure know it when I see it, and this ain't it. And we'd like to see denial of this report.
Thank you, sir. It was suggested that Richard Ziskin might want to address us regarding the Canyon Gate Homeowners Association.
He had a meeting.
He had a conflict. The Canyon Gate homeowners were meeting at the same time.
Very good. And then there was another suggestion that perhaps an Irvin Nelson would like to talk to us.
Mayor, Council, my name is Donna Toussaint, and I'm representing the West Sahara Community Association. I'm their liaison, who has approximately about 4,000 single doors. And there's a letter here to Council. I don't know if you have it or not. It's dated August 29th, asking you to please deny this project. West Sahara goes from Durango to Fort Apache, Sahara to Desert Inn. We have 4,200 voting units. We have probably about 8,000 people that live in this particular area. The Lakes Association is a sub-association of the West Sahara Community Association. So I would like to give this to the clerk.
Thank you. We'll make that part of the record.
Make that part of the record. How this project, how this particular parcel became not part of the association is when when the Lakes area was developed, in order to get people out there and to get the roads paved, Al Collins coerced or whatever, Citibank to come out there, and he gave them a real good deal on that parcel. He said, this parcel will never be part of the association. If it were, the Architects Review Committee would have denied it because it's not within the, as we have heard, compatibility of our community. So on behalf of the West Sahara Community Association, we ask you to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ziskin. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
My name is Irvin Nelson, and I have a packet for each member, plus for the city attorney, plus for the city clerk. And if possible, I'd like to hand these over.
If you'd be kind enough to give it to the clerk. Ms.
Thank you.
Bridges.
And the originals are in the
Right.
the city clerk's packet. And while she's distributing those, I think I'll put Mr. Toussaint's map up again, if that's all right, Your Honor.
It certainly is.
And I can refer to this. Yeah, just pull it back a little bit. Okay, thank you. Everybody should have one.
We do.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to that, I just wanted to point out, Your Honor, that this right here is a school. This is an elementary school. And this map doesn't really show it, but there are a number of apartments right here. And there are many, many children who walk to school every day, starting on Lake East and coming up to Crystal Waterway, and then up to the school. And my wife and I live right here, so I see them every day. And that has been one of the concerns that we've brought up. As far as the packet that I've submitted, and I know that you all can read very well, and so I won't belabor this, hopefully. Even though I am a lawyer and get paid by the word, I'll try to keep this very short.
Please.
The first thing that I mentioned in my cover letter is that I submitted a letter to Councilman Wolfson on the 31st. And I was kind of in a rush. It was a Friday, and I had it run on our law firm's letterhead. And I want to clear up any wrong impression I gave. I do not represent anyone as a lawyer here. I don't have any clients in this.
You represent yourself, and you know what they say about a lawyer represents himself.
Yes, Your Honor. And my wife will corroborate that I have a fool for a client. In fact, she's here. She'll be happy to say that. But anyway, this is all as a homeowner that I'm presenting this. And I've also attached 2 more pages of petition signatures, and for the record, I wanted to state that I personally gathered these last night, starting at 7:30, in my neighborhood, which is called Lakes Estates, and just wanted those added to the record. Also, we'll just point out that we proposed a compromise in the neighborhood meeting, and the developers' representatives were not interested in compromising even 1 inch from what they had proposed. And even though this is as a homeowner, I couldn't resist citing a couple of cases in this letter. In the Enterprise Citizens Action Committee case, the Supreme Court of Nevada stated that in order to prevail in a case like this, the property owner has a burden to prove that not granting its request would deprive it of all beneficial use of the land, make it impossible to realize a reasonable return on the property, or render the land virtually useless. And I'll elaborate on that in just a second. And then I also cited the Stratosphere Gaming Corporation v. City of Las Vegas case, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with, where the Nevada Supreme Court said that public opinion against the proposed building due to its height and... I don't know, actually, I got ahead of myself. That case said that a local government may weigh public opinion in its decision, and that could constitute substantial evidence, which is, of course, a legal term of art that has to be met. And from all the letters you've received, and plus the testimony that you've heard today, there's an outpouring of public opinion against this. And I would ask you to consider that. In the Stratosphere case, Your Honor, I'm sure you realize you were quoted.
I was quoted in the Stratosphere case?
Yes, by the Nevada Supreme Court.
It's the greatest. What did I say?
Well, since you asked, here's what you said. If those folks in the neighborhood feel that this particular project is such that it will destroy their quality of life as they perceive it, then I have to feel that I must support the neighbors against the Stratosphere as far as these issues are concerned.
Great quote. Great. That's a great quote.
And coincidentally, that case was a site plan review also. And an interesting argument was raised by the Stratosphere, which sounds similar to what Mr. Kempfer, my esteemed colleague, said. The Stratosphere contends that the City Council's review of the proposed ride, this was a roller coaster ride, is only of an aesthetic nature because the Stratosphere does not seek any special consideration such as a zoning change, special use permit, conditional use permit, or a variance. Actually, it might have been Mr. Borgell who said this. And the court said, no, that's not really true. Just because you're not coming in here requesting a special use permit doesn't mean that the City Council has no authority to deny something. And Mr. Scott has already gone through the standards set forth in the City Code Section 19, so I won't go through those again. But the Supreme Court said the ordinance uses numerous terms that require the City Council to exercise personal deliberation and judgment. And some of those terms are not unsightly, undesirable, or obnoxious in appearance, harmonious and compatible with development in the area. And then the court goes on to say the language of this ordinance clearly invites public opinion. And then the court cited its own precedent for the proposition that it had recognized that a local government may weigh public opinion in making a land use decision. And then, Your Honor, I also attached my letter of August 31st.
We have that.
Which you already have, and so I will, even though it is excellent deathless prose, I will not read the whole thing into the record.
Thank God.
I would like to point out a couple things. One is we're concerned about the parking garage. They've mentioned a subterranean parking garage. And if you look in your packet, and it's voluminous, so I'm not going to, I think I'll just put it, maybe I'll put it down here, you can look at. Okay, if you could, yeah, this kind of shows the footprint. 19% of the land footprint for the actual building above ground. And of course our argument is they can go up to 50% footprint, so they don't have to go 5 stories. They can cut this thing in half and still get the square footage they want. The next page shows the footprint of the subterranean parking garage, which in my estimation is over 50%, and shows that they're planning to build that much anyway. We're very concerned with the possible effects that any blasting or hole ramming would have on the lake, which already leaks a little anyway, as far as I know. And I'll just leave that at that. I won't elaborate on that. And then the findings in my letter, I've talked about how we disagree with the findings. And it's a little bit difficult to analyze this legally because a number of the terms are not really defined, as you know. And as Dave Fordham pointed out, compatible is not defined. And I understand Mr. Kempfer's position, that compatible to him means use. It doesn't mean anything else, just use. But I actually think that there's an alternative view. Not that I would criticize him, but I think he hasn't read my letter yet, and maybe he will later. But the code says buildings should be compatible with the scale of development allowed by the applicable land uses for the surrounding area as established at the time of the application. Okay, scale of development is defined in the code as the physical development of a particular project in terms of its size, height, bulk, intensity, and aesthetics. And building scale is defined to mean the relationship of a particular building in terms of building mass to other nearby and adjacent buildings. Now, this is the city municipal code, the definition section. And then building mass is defined as the height, width, and depth of a structure. So I actually think that if you take all those things in conjunction with the definition of harmonious relationship. Now, harmonious is not defined. And harmonious is a word that appears in the criteria, which Mr. Scott already brought up. But harmonious relationship is defined, and it means the design, arrangement, and location of buildings or other created or natural elements of the urban environment that are sufficiently consistent in design, scale, height, color, character, and siting with other buildings or created or natural elements in the area so as to avoid abrupt or severe differences or incompatibilities. So height is specifically mentioned as one of the things to consider when you're talking about whether or not something is harmonious. And, Your Honor, I'm finished. There's only one thing I would like to request. In the packet, there is a letter. It's the only negative letter in the packet from a group which calls itself, I don't know, Concerned Citizens or something like that. Oh. It's Lakes Association Concerned Neighbors. And they opposed the project, not really on any specific architectural grounds, but because they don't want the Homeowners Association using their funds to do what we're doing. And I would request that this one-page piece of paper, which I'll set down right here, be stricken from the record because there's no signature on it.
Well, we'll leave it in the record, and we'll attach whatever weight you give to something that has no signature.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I add one last thing? Because I am a lawyer, and you
never tell.
You know how lawyers are. Thank you. And by the way, I'm one of your biggest fans, but I don't want that to sway any of you.
Take your time.
Okay, this is the last thing I'm going to do. Okay, this is part of your packet also. This is the letter from the Perlman Group, which is the developer's architect, planner. And the figure 80 feet has been bandied about quite a bit today, but actually what they say in there is 86 feet. The Citibank building is less than 35 feet. So this is more than twice as high, which they're proposing. And I just join everybody else in requesting that you deny this. Thank you.
I think I'm going to put the timer on. If somebody has something extraordinarily new to say, then you'll go beyond it. But let's put a 2-minute timer on and we'll try to move it along. I think we've heard some excellent arguments from both sides.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Rogers, and I live at 8737 Carlitos Joy Court in the Lakes. I don't have a prepared presentation for you. I'm a homeowner. I wanted to share with you my personal feelings and that of my wife's about this building. We bought our home about 10 years ago. We were very careful in its selection. We went all over the city of Las Vegas to determine an area that we would like to live in, and we chose the Lakes. We've been very, very happy there. I would like to take exception to one thing that was said today, and that is that, well, it isn't one thing that was said per se, but that in referencing where one lives and whether one can see this proposed building from where they live, I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is we belong to a community. My wife and I walk around the lake. We participate in activities at the lakes. We will be able to see that building from South Park. We'll be able to see that building from the boat on the middle of the lake. We'll be able to see that building from many places within the community. And it is not harmonious. It is not compatible with the community. I'd like to share 2 stories with you quickly. One is that in walking around the lake one day, a lady came up to me, got out of her car actually, and came up to me. She said, "Oh, what a beautiful lake. Is there a river that supplies the water?" I said, "Yes, it's the city's water lines that supply the water to the lake." She said, "Oh, goodness." She said, "I thought it was a real lake." I remembered that when I went to an association meeting at the Lakes Association, and at that time there was a very impressive demonstration, and not demonstration, presentation made to have a 30-foot high fountain be put in the middle of the lake. And I thought to myself, that's not going to be an alpine lake if that fountain is ever in existence. And I spoke at that meeting, and I said, one of the reasons that we love this lake is because it has a natural look to it, and because it makes the community feel like we're part of something very unique and special. It was defeated. That fountain never appeared. I would ask you, lady, and you gentlemen of the council, and Mr. Mayor, to take into consideration the feelings about this community. I would ask you to think about turning left onto Lake Sahara Avenue and coming maybe 150 yards or 200 yards until you even reach where the building is going to be, because that's the gateway to the lakes. And when you turn that corner from Sahara onto Lake Sahara, I can tell you that you are in a different world. And with this building, you ain't going to be in a different world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, Pro Tem Mayor, Councilman Reese, Councilman Wolfson, City Council. My name is Pat Murphy. I'm here in 2 capacities. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Lakes Association, and I'm a resident of the lakes. 3 items. First, we must not ignore the fact that this is not on Sahara. This is 400 feet into the community. This is not. Everybody talks about what's fronting on Sahara. The largest building on Sahara, as you go down, would be Nevada Power. As His Honor well knows, the city of Philadelphia once had a restriction that no building could be higher than the feather on the top of William Penn's hat.
And my client was convicted for bribing somebody to make it higher.
I'm sorry to raise that point, Your Honor, but
yeah, it makes me sick.
Some of us go back a ways. But what we would like, and I think what would be harmonious and compatible, and also we owe an apology to Mr. Kemper and Mr. Brown. Mr. Nelson was not at the meeting where they did offer a compromise. They offered to reduce their 80-foot building to 67 feet, which would still be twice the height of Citibank. So, we certainly want everybody to exploit the use of their land. They're only at 19% right now. They can go to 50%. And not exploit our neighborhood. It's ironic that the very thing they're trying to sell is the view, and that's the thing that we're trying to defeat. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Paul Jackson. I'm a resident of Canyon Gate. My address is 8740 Rainbow Ridge Drive. I've owned my home in Canyon Gate for 17 years. When I decided to move to Las Vegas from California, my wife and I drove all over the city. We found two locations that we liked. One was the lakes. The other was Canyon Gate. We chose Canyon Gate. It's interesting, as I was driving to come here and I drove out of the Canyon Gate facility, I said to my wife, I said, "You see that tree there? That's really a nice view." And I said, "It's too bad. If they build that 5-story building there, then our view is shot." When I listened to Mr. Kemper's presentation, I found a lot of holes in it. And let me tell you, I'm an engineer by education, by experience. If I had prepared an environmental impact report, some of those holes would have been addressed. The previous speakers covered everything I, as a homeowner, would have said in terms of what effect this building would have on us in terms of our residents. My wife and I spent 2 days walking around Canyon Gate to alert the Canyon Gate residents of what was happening. My wife has had phone conversations with Mr. Ziskin, and we are certain that the Canyon Gate residents are opposed to this proposed construction. The issue of visual, for example, I saw a display that showed the line of sight visibility. What it didn't take into consideration is that many of the homes in Canyon Gate are 2-story homes. And when you look out of the bedroom window, you get a different view than you get when you look from the ground. So that's one thing I think should be addressed. One thing that I find that is really disturbing is when I look at the sign that advertises the building, it says golf course views. So if they have a view of the golf course, then clearly the people on the golf course have a view of the building. And I think it's insulting. If the construction says, "Come join this wonderful community," and then they take actions to take away the things that make that community so desirable. So I don't want to be redundant, but I'm personally, as a homeowner, violently opposed to this construction, and I'm certain that 90% of Canyon Gate is also opposed. Anyway, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Honorable Councilwoman, Honorable Councilman. My name is Gabriel Kakuchi. I am the trustee of Diana Denker, the owner of one of the property there, and we strongly object and oppose the proposed construction of 5-story, 81-feet height building on that parcel. The building first has an extreme height, and no other buildings in the whole area higher than 2-story. Second, it will be too much additional traffic in the Lakes residential area, which is one of the most beautiful, tranquil, quiet lake community in Las Vegas. Please help us to keep it this way. We will support an office building not higher than the adjacent Citibank building. Diana Denker said this: high rises should be expected in downtown type area, but restricted from any area paying for luxury living in a family-friendly environment. The lakes on West Sahara has been managed extremely well in the last 10 years, and no big money company should be allotted any opportunity to disrupt the peace and residential friendly atmosphere that has been so famously established. Period. We, as the Lake residents, pride ourselves on the quality and the value of our location and lifestyle. The view we have is priceless and a rarity in our ever-growing city. Our area is a gemstone in the heart of Las Vegas and should be not be commercialized whatsoever. Please let us keep it that way. Our best. Thanks. Please. I am so distressed.
Don't be distressed. Have a seat. Take it easy. You know, we don't get distressed at my council meetings here. Everybody's cool.
Please let us.
Right, I got the
Take
message.
away our-
I'm getting the message. It's coming through. It's getting a little redundant, but it's coming through. Okay.
Honorable Mayor and Councilman and Councilwoman, my name is Kareem Yusuf, and I live at 3076 Yankee Clipper Drive, which is very close to the building that is being proposed. Just to let you know, just to give you just a brief background about myself, I am a registered professional engineer in the state of California and in Nevada. I'm also a registered professional traffic operations engineer, a PTOE, throughout the United States, where there are 2,500 PTOE in United States. I don't have any formal presentation, sir and madam, regarding this. Couple of points that I want to make, and I promise I won't take too much time because you already have heard a lot of things. There is a huge apartment complex right beside the building that is being proposed, where 10-year, 12-year-old kids walk around the neighborhood. There's a sidewalk which is very, very neighborhood friendly, where the old people walks and jogs and basically spend their time as if they are in a park type of situation. If this building is proposed, that's going to change the dynamics of the whole neighborhood tremendously. Another point that I would like to make is, imagine on your backyard, every time you open up your bedroom window or bedroom door, you see a 5-story building right beside your property. There is a reason behind a 5-story or 10-story building being constructed in downtown area versus all these kind of main neighborhood. If this building is become successful in being constructed at that location, it will set a tremendous precedence that it will attract a tremendous amount of additional developers onto those areas, because they will think that it's okay, they can go up, build 5-story, 7-story, 10-story height buildings over there. So I would strongly request you to vote from your heart and from your conscience and make this deny this request, so that it doesn't set up a precedence to the developers that they can move from downtown area to this kind of beautiful neighborhood and destroy the neighborhood.
Thank you. I don't even think it's getting up again.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, this will be quick because you've heard all of this stuff before. But my name is Robert Gardner. At least at this time, I represent the office buildings across the street from this. building that's going to be built on Lake Sahara. Lake Sahara is just a little weeny road that has a signal light on Sahara. It's not intended for the type of traffic. Now, my owners, they like the idea of office buildings there, and so do I. And so we're not objecting to that. I do kind of have a problem with the size and the scope of them, and particularly the height. But our office buildings next door are all 12,000 square feet, two stories, elevator served, and that's more in character with the things the way they are there. I will just add about the traffic. This area is within a mile of the only elementary school in the area, M.J. Christensen. These sidewalks and streets are used heavily by the kids as they go back and forth to the apartment communities and also to the houses that are there. And as you add this kind of density, what you will find is that Lake Sahara itself just simply won't carry the kind of traffic you're talking about. If you have people going, look at the timing. The timing is 5 o'clock at night. Everybody's trying to get out. They're trying to go on Lake Sahara and go out to Sahara Boulevard, east and west. Sahara's already busy anyway. But as they go out there, what you're going to find is they're not going to go that way. They're going to go the way that's easier. They're going to use Lake North. They're going to use Lake East. They're going to go around to Lake South and go down to DI. Those are all neighborhood roads and should not, we just simply shouldn't have that much traffic on there. As for the building itself, bring it on. We like the idea of another two-story office building next door. Thanks.
Wouldn't even consider listening to you. You had your chance. No. We play by the rules here, sir. No,
I just want to make one comment, if I may, sir.
No, we play by the rules.
Okay, now I'm sorry.
Everybody had an opportunity.
My name's Ed Koulas. I live at 9124 Prospectors Cove Drive in Las Vegas. And I didn't attend some of the neighborhood meetings, but at one of the first meetings, somebody asked whether, at least this is what was told to me, that somebody asked, could you build your complex at 2 stories? They said, yes, but we want the view. And what I see here is many of the people there have built beautiful homes, very expensive homes, have been paying taxes over all these years to keep that place a beautiful spot. And the investment equity development company wants to steal it. They want to take away the view that they have now for their own benefit, so they might have a cocktail party on the 5th floor, I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm concerned, as other people are, that once you build one 5-story building, there'll be a 10, 20, it'll open up the floodgates to high-rise development in that area, and it'll change the whole atmosphere of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, we're getting a little redundant. We're hearing the same arguments over and over again. I appreciate the emotion here, but we got the issues.
Good afternoon. Ted Russell, resident of Las Vegas. As mentioned before, this is not my neighborhood. On the basis of the gentleman that made the argument, the gentleman who owns offices across the street, on the basis of his arguments, which I find extremely compelling, I'm reversing myself and I'm no longer in favor because here we go. Sorry, Mr. Kemper.
Oh, boy. See, had I known that earlier, I wouldn't have allowed everybody to talk.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilman and woman. I'm Nancy Murphy. I live at 2837 High Sale Court. A native Nevadan and longtime resident of West Las Vegas, at Western Side, and I love living at the lakes. It's as much as I really enjoy all the building that's going on in Vegas, downtown, uptown, Strip, south, north, east, west, and especially in our resort corridor. We all like to live in it, work in it, play in it, have fun with it, and we like to go home to what's been described as a very, very tranquil neighborhood. The Lakes is 22 to 25 years old. I remember riding my bike up there when it was just being built and saying, I'm going to live here someday. And I do, and I love it, as do all of my neighbors, and even the people that don't live there and come to enjoy the parks and the the exercise trail and walk their dogs, and you see the children running. And it's a good working class neighborhood. It's got a lot of different kinds of people. And someone mentioned that it has a tremendous sense of community. We don't find that much here, and that's what we'd like to be able to preserve at the Lakes Estates, the Lakes Association, and everything that we have and are so thankful for in our neighborhood. So we ask that you consider all of these things and ask for a compromise or deny this proposal, and let's keep the lakes the lakes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really good to be here. I'm Blanche Jackson, and Councilman Wilson has an email, a letter from me, I think. I wrote, and Mayor, I've also written you letters. And I'm a longtime community activist, if you want to call it that. I've walked for traffic lights, sidewalks. So I thought when I left California I would be through, and that's why I retired here. I live in Canyon Gate. I want to bring up one more point that I haven't heard, and it's about the Planning Commission vote itself, which I would like for you to consider. I believe the vote was 3, 2, and 1, which is completely different from the rest of the proposals that have come before you. It's generally the Planning Commission is unanimous. So I just wanted to let you know that. And thank you for your time, and I urge you again to deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Anybody else? Thank you. All right, then we'll close the public hearing. And Mr. Kempfer, you asked for a little bit of time to respond. By the way, Mr. Nelson, do you have a copy of that Stratosphere case? Could you leave it with the clerk so I can have it, please? Thank you. Put it on my wall.
Can I have a picture with you, just like
Yes, and we're going to laminate that quote. Yes, Mr. Kempfer.
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council. Mr. Borgell is going to deal with the traffic issue, which I'm sure, as the argument was being made, to realize is no issue at all. And Mr. Borgell, maybe you should handle that issue first, and let's talk about why a building on 19% of the property generates no greater traffic than a building that could be built on 50% of the property. But Mr. Borgell, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor and council members, Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street again. We have discussed with the neighbors on several occasions and apparently not adequately communicated, since they keep raising a phantom issue of traffic. The height of the building is not generating any traffic, and the height of the building is not allowing more square footage on the property than would otherwise be allowed. So to oppose this project on its height basis because it is theoretically more intense and create traffic is simply false. It is not more intense. This number of square feet can be built on this property in any number of ways that don't involve height, and this amount of square feet is permitted, so there is no traffic impact from this 5-story height or this project different than is allowed on the property generally. I can't say it any clearer than that, but we have to contest anyone who would put in the record a statement that the project creates a traffic problem.
Thank you.
And also, with regard to the comments made as to the value of the land and the fact that the property to the south is being developed as single-story, it is actually single and two-story, that is designed specifically to help mitigate any view considerations that would exist with regard to this particular building. The same owner owns that property to the south as owns the property to the north. So as a consideration to the neighborhood, he is building 1- and 2-story office to serve as a buffer, if you will, a further buffer to the property to the north. So just some very brief comments, if I might.
Sure.
These neighbors, Your Honor, who just spoke are quite honestly incredibly wonderful people. I mean that. They were wonderful at the neighborhood meetings we had. They welcomed us, Greg and Donna welcomed us into their homes. They were courteous, professional, polite, and I really do respect and appreciate that. That's the way we should treat each other. And so I want to thank them for that, and I sincerely mean that, because I've been in situations where that's not been the case. But I have a very real concern about any denial of this site design review application. For based on what we know and what we heard, any denial cannot be based on the zoning. It could not be, because it's inappropriate, because the zoning's already there, and it's C1, which is far more intense than the office building use that's being proposed. So that can't be the reason. It can't be the use we discussed as the office building. It can't be the location. It can't be the design. It is, in fact, one issue, and that is the height. The height. And when you slice that up a little bit, the height issue is a view issue. And the courts of this state and this council and every commission and council throughout Nevada have to take the position that whether they like it or not, views are not protectable zoning interests, and they can't be. Because if they are zoning interests, then what do you do when the person comes into you and says, you know what, I don't want the guy to put the two-story home immediately behind my single-story home. You are powerless to stop it if the zoning allows that particular height. And it's just, it's a tough road to go down when you say that all of a sudden we can in fact say that the view here needs to be protected when you have a staff that, as a professional staff that you rely on, that has told you that based on the property out there and the uses out there, that it is compatible. And as I say, that's where the concern comes in. And despite how fine these people are and how special they are, and I want to do this not to overstate it, but they are no more special than the people that are in your wards. And they have to be treated as the same as those people who live in your wards. And I don't think you can afford your people the same protections that they're asking here. You and I have, every one of you and I have negotiated over the years building heights that have had neighbors concerned and upset about it, whether it's the John S. Park community or communities in the Northwest or wherever it might be. And every single time we have said we will do everything that we can to protect them, everything that we legally can, but there's some things that we cannot do. And what I worry about is that the next application that comes in, be it for a Lowe's or a Home Depot or an Albertsons or a sports facility or a 3-story apartment building, and they say, can you give us the same protections that were afforded these fine people? And I know that legally you can't, because the honest truth is that the impact visually, the view impact of a building that we routinely approve to someone who lives a lot closer than these people is something that you can't stop and you can't address the way you would really like to in your hearts. And so whether it's the Holiday Inn Express that we have to work with, and we have to work with the neighbors in everywhere we can't go down that road that views are something that are protectable zoning interest, because they're not. And while I disagree with the particular rendering of how that building would look from Canyon Gate or from the lakes, I appreciate the fact that Greg's doing his best to depict what that might be. What is really being said? It affects my view. I don't want to look out my backyard and see this building. It's no different than the argument you hear all the time. And I tell you what, I wish I didn't look out my backyard and see the Red Rock Casino that looms there, but I can't do anything about that. And there's certain things that we can't do because the law says you can't do them. This is compatible in terms of use. It's incompatible in terms of location. It's compatible in terms of zoning. Your staff has found that. Your planning commission has found that. And we would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. Thank you, folks. I got to say this, and I mean this very seriously. The presentation by Mr. Kempfer was excellent. The response was excellent, and it was a pleasure to hear this particular matter today. I mean that very seriously. I'm not going to be quoted in any Supreme Court cases on this, but the way I see it, and Councilman Wilson, do you mind if I share with you some of my observations? It is an issue of compatibility, and I have to say this: there's certain neighborhoods in our community that are very special. That you go there and it's like you're in an enchanted environment, and the Lakes is one of those neighborhoods. I've been there. I've been on the lake. I've driven around the lake. I know what kind of neighborhood it is, and I think it is an issue of compatibility, and I think that this is not compatible with that feeling that you get at that particular location, and that's the way I'm leaning at this point in time. But this may be another Stratosphere case. Who knows? But the way I see it, it is our obligation to listen to our constituents in a situation like this, in something that is perhaps a little special, a little different than the average run-of-the-mill complaint about height. It's not the height that bothers me, it's just the feel of living in an environment that will be altered so significantly. But that's where I stand. Councilman?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I feel obligated, I think, to say a few words today. I listened about the Stratosphere. Mr. Borgell and Mr. Kemper mentioned John S. Park neighborhood. I was elected 12 years ago because I said at the time, if I wouldn't put it in my backyard, I sure won't put it in your backyard. I have found that sometimes I've rued the day that I made that statement, but yet I've always been very proud of the fact that I haven't. The Stratosphere, I met with the owner of the Stratosphere, with his legal counsel, and the one thing I mentioned the mayor that wasn't quoted by the mayor is we met with the gentleman up in the mayor's office, and he said to the mayor, he says, if I was in New York City, I would have this building up. I'd have this right up. He said, I would just go to the mayor, and the mayor would say, put it in. And the mayor said, well, this is Las Vegas. And then he said, we're going to sue. And my mayor, I was so proud of him, he sat there and he says, I understand that. But he says, we have a legal team working for us, and he says, they're really not that busy. Now, to me, that typifies the way we try to do business. And again, I really respect Mr. Borgell and Mr. Kemper for the job they do. They made a great presentation. And again, I feel kind of like the mayor does, okay? There is a feel in each and every neighborhood. There are some things that can be built in each neighborhood. There are some things that can't be built. When we started talking about the Manhattanization of downtown, we talked about high-rises. And I was quoted. I had about 650 people at this city hall a couple of years ago about the downtown Centennial Plan when I was opposing one high-rise that was being built along Las Vegas Boulevard. The proponents called it the Strip. I called it a neighborhood area. I told them, I says, we can't put this over there. We have a neighborhood that we're trying to preserve. We've done everything we can over there to make this a livable neighborhood. We need this kind of neighborhood downtown. There is locations down here where I support high-rises. But these union members, they tried to hang me because I made a statement that I was protecting one neighborhood. Since that time, we've probably have approved at least 10 or 12 other high-rises in that area where there should be high-rises. And even if it's 5-story or if it's 10 stories or 3 stories, to me, if the neighbors, and I know Mr. Kemper really goes out and works in neighborhoods. If the neighbors still don't want it, then Mr. Kemper, I have to support the neighbors. I'm sorry.
Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll try to be brief because I actually like this building and I like the thought of this, the site plan and the whole 9 yards, and I'd like to suggest to Mr. Kemfer and his clients to come out in the Northwest and let's talk about this. I also happen to like the lakes and the Canyon Gate area as well, and was having a hard time and expressed that to Councilman Wilson about this project because I know it's there. I saw the City Court building go up. I saw your neighborhoods be built. I've grown up here also and experienced being out there on the west end of Sahara when it was nothing but desert. And to me, this kind of fits. But this is the clincher for me, and I want to share this with all of you. And this is from our own Title 19. Building elevations, design characteristics, and other architectural and aesthetic features are not unsightly, not that this building is, undesirable, obnoxious in appearance, not that this building is, create an orderly or aesthetically pleasing environment, but this is the sentence, and are harmonious and compatible with the development in the area. If there were other buildings like this, 3 stories, surrounding it 4 stories, but there's not. And I'm not sure that was by design for that area, but I know it's a commercial area, it's a C1 use, in my mind, it's a good use for that location. But because of this, the harmonious and compatible with the development area. And Mr. Kemfer, Mr. Borgel, fabulous presentation. Folks, I understand your concerns. I have lots of challenges in Ward 6 when it comes to views. And I know what the law says and allows me to do, and I've dealt with this many, many times in Ward 6 regarding your view. And that's not why I'm not going to support this. I'm going to support it for that reason, because that's what the law states, and that's what I have to do. So with that, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
I just wanted to state I also thought that Mr. Borgel and Chris Kemfer gave an excellent representation of their views on this. I would like to say, however, for someone who's lived about 35 years in a ward that has had to fight always eternal vigilance in order to maintain the feeling the mayor was talking about, and I know his area is the same. I understand how the neighbors here are feeling about this. I also feel quite strongly that if you were to poll the people in Ward 1, I don't think they'd be angry if you gave them a break and kept a 5-story building away from changing the ambience of their neighborhood. I think they'd say, go for it, you're doing the right thing. I wish you'd done it before, when we had O'Bannon and we had all those other streets that have buildings within 200 feet of them that are so tall. So I just say that I respect the neighbors. I must tell you, it was one of the most, and I told Councilman Wolfson, one of the best neighborhood research, putting everything together in a great manner that I've ever seen. You did really great work on that, and I would be in favor of not passing this.
Okay. All right. Councilor Barlow, did you want to say anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just want to say that both presentations from both sides were absolutely fabulous and well researched. Having reviewed this item and given it much and careful consideration, Mr. Kemfer, you are correct. The use is in place. The zoning is in place as well. However, the one thing that I'm standing on also is the compatibility, specifically at this location. In a situation like this, I believe this is a case-by-case scenario. There are areas that meet this particular use. Then there's areas that don't meet this particular use. Every vote we cast is precedent setting, but that is the reason we are here as an elected body to determine what is the highest and best uses for developments around the city. Although this is a beautiful project, I don't believe that the project deserves to be at this particular location. So I too will be in favor of the neighbors on this vote.
Thank you, Your Honor. My point, I wish this building was the first one built out there. I think it would have set a whole different tone. It's absolutely beautiful. And I agree with Mr. Kemfer as far as the non-factors, the zoning, the use, the location, the design. They're not open for debate. I think they're black and white. But I think in our code, the words harmonious and compatible that everybody's brought up thus far are there for a reason. They're not black and white. They're open for interpretation, and I think some of the neighbors, and certainly Councilman has mentioned it, it goes, the harmonious and compatible goes to those intangibles like community and feel and neighborhood, what makes it unique. And I think that's the important thing, is it's there for a reason because it's beyond just the black and white of our zoning code. It goes to what the neighbors do feel. Do they feel like it's an appropriate part of their community, especially at the tail end of this master planned area? And I don't think it meets that level of harmony or compatibility that we see in other developments. It just doesn't fit, and it doesn't fit because it doesn't feel right, doesn't look right. I don't think it's so much the view as the placement of a beautiful building in the wrong location. So I likewise will be in support of denying the application.
Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Boomer. The good news is that probably about 90% of what I'd like to say has been said and said and said. But I do want to say a few things. I too would like to compliment everybody involved, and that begins with Mr. Kempfer, Mr. Brown, Mr. Borgell, and their client, because they're class people. They hold neighborhood meetings, they meet with individuals, they meet with persons who represent homeowners, and they do it in such a classy way. They do it in a professional way. So my compliments to you, professionals. My second thanks and compliments go out to you folks. And at the end of the day, you may applause, but don't applaud us. Applaud the process and applaud yourselves, because you folks are the ones that make us do our jobs. So my compliments go out to many of you who I met individually, many of you I've known a number of years. I've lived in this community, I said earlier today, last week was 27 years. Mrs. Murphy, you're Pat's wife, obviously. You're folding your arms now. You reminded me of something, and that is back in 1986 and 1987, 20 years ago, I lived right off the corner of Rancho and Oakey, right across the street from where the mayor lives. And I used to ride my bicycle west on Sahara, all the way past Rainbow, when it was a 2-lane road. And you'd look up, and I guarantee you many of you didn't live out there then, and many of you didn't live in Las Vegas then, but I did. And you'd look out past Rainbow, and the only thing you'd see is Citicorp. But you had to look long and hard because it was only a 2-story building. I lived at the lakes myself from about 1987 through 1990. I lived at Canyon Gate from 1990 to 1995. And now I live a little north in Summerlin. So I know what you folks experience, what you feel, what you breathe, what you see on a personal level. Now, I'm not going to go and repeat everything because it's late. We all want to go home. But some of the questions I have, and we've touched on this, is why are we building a 140,000 square foot building on a footprint that's only taking up 19% of the lot? Why aren't we spreading out and staying shorter? And I'm sure Mr. Kempfer has an answer, and I don't want to know right now. If he wants to come up and answer that, that's up to him. I mean, I think I know. Mr. Murphy, I think you said it best. It's ironic that what we're rejecting is what they want. They want their height for views. We don't want the height. Visual impact. I asked our legal counsel, what are we doing here today? What is our role? What is our job? What are we trying to decide? And I disagree, Mr. Kempfer, and maybe a court will tell us wrong, I don't know, but it isn't as simple as visual impact. It isn't as simple as Mr. Fordham sitting in his backyard. Where are you, Mr. Fordham? There you are. It isn't as simple as Mr. Fordham sitting in his backyard and looking in one direction on one view and seeing a building. Somebody else took the steam away from me because I wrote down in my notes, what about walking your dog along that beautiful Lake Sahara and pushing that baby stroller and going for a walk at night? You are walking by this building. You are experiencing it. It's like the mayor said, it's a feeling. It isn't a literal visual impact. It's not as simple as that. It's a quality of life. Once again, I do not want to go through this discussion again. I don't think we need to. But I view my job as your city councilman, because let's cut to the chase. You're Ward 2 residents, and you're here because you care about your quality of life. Ward 2 doesn't have a lot of the same challenges that some of the older wards that Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Barlow, Councilman Reese have. Ward 2 doesn't have some of the same challenges that my good friend Councilman Ross has with the explosive growth. But what we do have, we have to protect. And that's what I view my role as. I want to protect what great quality of life we have. So I find that this building is not harmonious. I find, and I want to thank you, Mr. Fordham, you did an excellent job. You were, and not to take away from Mr. Nelson, Greg Toussaint, Donna, and if I left anybody out, but you just did spectacular work. Everything from the $22 a square foot versus how much other person spent along 215 in Flamingo. I mean, that was impressive, and it was persuasive. So when we take all of these things into consideration, what I find is that this is not harmonious with the surrounding community. I find that it is not harmonious and compatible with development in the area. We did talk compromise. Mr. Kempfer, Mr. Brown, we talked about a smaller height. You wanted this much, we wanted this much, and we couldn't come to an agreement, and that's the way it is, and maybe a court will determine things for us. But I think we're doing the right thing based upon what we've heard and the record we have. So with that in mind, and I want to thank my colleagues for their indulgence in listening to this long matter. My motion is, although it's inconsistent with the Planning Commission, that was a 3-2 vote, it was not a 5 or 6-0 vote. My motion is to deny this application.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. 154 is ROC 23275, a public hearing. The applicant owner is D.R. Horton, Inc. Request for a review of conditions to remove condition number 3 of an approved variance, which stated that the chat area must be removed and replaced with permanent approved paving on or before June 7th, 07, or 1 year from the date of final approval by the City Council on .19 acres at 5026 Mirage Garden Street. This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions.
Good afternoon. Aralia Newman, D.R. Horton, 330 Carousel Parkway, Henderson, Nevada, 89012. I'm going to be really short. I confer with staff's recommendations and can answer any questions that you guys may have.
All right, are there any questions, Mr. Nelson? Don't forget me.
Your Honor, can I approach the podium?
Sure.
The one I have is all marked up. I'll send you a clean one.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the young lady? Councilor Ross, did you have a question? Okay. Anybody have any questions?
Actually, I do have a question.
Okay.
To remove this condition, and Margot, how much time does D.R. Horton need? I mean, I don't want this to be whenever.
If you look in the staff analysis, there was a code update done in October of 2006 that now allows chat for temporary
I'm
sales.
fully aware of that.
I know you're
code
fully
update. Margot, how much time are we giving them to extend this? I don't want to just remove this condition. I mean, let's give D.R. Horton, I think we gave you 12 months.
12 months, yeah.
12 months good enough again?
No, not with today's market. I would say at least 2-3 years.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
I'm not just going to make it blanket 2 or 3 years. I did this to help the homeowners out and the home builders so they didn't have to pave those lots. But I'm not going to make it a blanket. And if you want to obey this, we can talk about this. We'll get with the planning director. We'll get some significant numbers. But it just occurred to me, Director, that we don't have a time frame, and I'm not comfortable lifting that condition wholeheartedly and just letting it be forever. I can't support that.
Then we recommend for a 2-week continuance, and I set up a briefing with you and we discuss this.
Absolutely.
Would that be okay?
Your Honor, I'll move
Okay.
on 154 to obey that item.
Okay, it's a public hearing. If anyone wants to be heard under these circumstances, we'll close the public hearing then, and there's a motion to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you in 2 weeks. All right, now we have 155, ROC 23482, public hearing. The applicant owner is Great Mall of Las Vegas LLC, requests for a review of condition number 24 of an approved site development plan review, which required the applicant to construct full-width improvements for Grand Montecito Parkway to be completed within 12 months of approval of this site by the Las Vegas City Council, unless an extension to this time frame is approved by the city engineer, to now require that the applicant shall construct full-width improvements for Grand Montecito Parkway to be completed within 21 months on 49.82 acres at the northeast corner of Grand Montecito Parkway and Deer Springs Way in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. James Grind, staff 9440, representing the applicant. I'll try to keep it short. Since last time we met, we have worked diligently with staff, and staff has been really great working with us, trying to work out all the little minor details. As they say, the devil's in the details, and it certainly was in this road. Just to give you the latest update, we have a meeting set up Monday with fire, with Ozzie and the fire department. That should be the last signature of that in planning that we need to go back to the Las Vegas Valley Water District. Once we get that done, it's a 1-hour second meeting for our express plan check, and we will have our permits pulled. So hopefully within the next 10 days to 14 days, we'll actually have permits in hand. The only, we accepted all of staff's conditions. The only thing that I'd like to revise is that staff had recommended 21 months. And in meetings that we had recently, we had asked for 12 full months, which would make it 24 months from the original approval instead of 21. That would be the only change I would request. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Folks, public hearing? Seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gassett, thank you for sticking around here all day long. I know you had some other plans.
Thank you, sir.
I didn't want anyone to not have the opportunity, since they knew it was on the back of the agenda,
Sure.
to be down here should they have a concern.
Thank you.
And to my colleagues and those watching at home, the mall is a reality. It's really coming. And I just want to make that clear. I feel terrible for your firm because of the challenges you run into, and grateful for my own city staff for them being as cooperative as they have been to make this a reality. And I can certainly support, I think, 24 months. And I think that's what we had originally discussed, so you guys could get this done. It's coming. They ran into some challenges, but they're moving forward. And for my colleagues, if you don't recall, one of the requirements for the mall was the improvements on Grand Montecito Parkway, and before they started moving dirt, and they're heading in that direction. Keep going. Don't slow down. And with that, Your Honor, I would move for approval of agenda item 155, subject to conditions and as amended.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please.
And to clarify, that would be an amendment to condition number 2, changing 21 months to 24 months.
Yes, correct.
All right, please vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your patience.
Thanks.
156, Madam Clerk, I instruct you to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements, please. Thank you. All right, 157 is citizens' participation. The citizens' participation is public comment. during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, step up to the mic, and let's put the 3-minute timer on. Ms. Barnes.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident since August of 1999. When I came to the Las Vegas area, I didn't come here to be a part of the same racket that was being formed in my hometown, them practicing the occult, putting my name on a program to practice the occult. When you practice the occult, they plan sin as a way of life. In order to do better, you have to commit some type of sin. All the churches I've joined, my name was still on that kind of program, and I asked them nicely, please don't claim me on that program. As a citizen of this country, a veteran of the U.S. Army, I have the right to say no thank you to anything that's affecting my life and safety, my pursuit of life, liberty, in the United States. And I'm still experienced. Here it is from 1999 to 2007. And it don't take that long when a person say no thank you to their bribes or payoff. They're trying to figure out how to undermine somebody when they going the same route as the people in my hometown. They was trying to bribe and pay me through my ex-husband and his family, through my family. And I didn't want them down there messing with my family or my children. I came here so they could face me as a grown woman. I'm 50 years old. I want them, it affects me. They're using my distress signal, my code, to set up something that I'm not a part of. And the people at the top say whatever they're using her to finance, put her in charge of it. They said, well, we don't like her. We don't want her over us. Well, I've asked them to put me completely separate at my own expense, in a separate will at my own expense, not at theirs. They want to use me to sponsor programs and people that work for them, and they've hired these people out to lie on me. I've asked them to stop doing that through the police department to keep down a discrepancy. That's what you call a discrepancy. That's why I call the police on them. They're not being civil. They're not being dignified in the way they operate. They're not showing any integrity toward me. They won't face me like grown people supposed to face each other and sit down and say, come, let us reason together. Let's set this thing straight. All these years, I've been held back. I've been used. You use a pair of shoes until they get old and worn. And what you do, you either toss them or donate them because you don't want them anymore. You've used them. They were brand new when you got them and you wore them out. Or you use them enough until you don't want to see them anymore, so you go buy a new pair. Well, you can't do that with a human being. You can't use a human being. Now, if I can get this through these thick-headed people that's out on me, that's got black people saying things about me, I don't care about nobody's race. Understand me good. Maybe black folks think I'm going to take sides with them, or white people. I don't take no sides with nobody. When you wrong, you wrong. They wouldn't want nobody to hurt them and their family just to get rich off of them and capitalize and pawn them. And that's what they've been doing. And the black women that's doing this, I don't want to tell their business. But if they going to service men, leave me out of it. Because if I'm going to service a man, I'm going to be a woman and I'm going to handle my own problem. I'm not going to hurt no woman or her children to go out and get money from a man or for sex service or nothing else. And they don't want me to make a list of names and stand out by that Air Force base with their name on it. These women that's doing this, they not acting like grown folks now. And I'm asking them not to hurt my children and grandchildren trying to get at me because they act like they jealous. And I'm not evil toward anyone. I grew up in the church community. I'm not holy and perfect, but I don't keep hurting people. But I'm a sickly woman. I don't feel like that, what I'm going through with. Take my name off of the program. Let the police out there. Let the doctors, the bishops, the Jewish rabbi, whoever they can get. Get Pope Benedict and Queen Elizabeth and Bush here. Straighten it out. I don't need it. They doing that at my expense. If they were doing that at you all's expense, you all wouldn't want it. They wasted my time and money. Thank you.
All right, anybody else, please?
Good evening. My name is Ted Russell, resident of Las Vegas. Some good news. About at the time that I was at the county commissioners meeting, speaking concerning the runaway tanker and the very fact that it was further proof that the Yucca Mountain project is unacceptable. We have news on the newspaper today about the same time a federal court knocked down a major tenet or factor of the Department of Energy. Actually, I was very disappointed to miss the Portuguese or the Brazilian dancers. I've been to Rio many times. I would like to think that a Fremont Street experience might take them up on the idea of having carnival downtown Las Vegas. We're all real tired. I would like to say something pithy or something wise. I'm all real tired. Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? Right, seeing none, thank everybody for a good meeting. Meeting's adjourned.